missed it. So what's the adjustment from Kaplan? Are they going to fight mid? Are they going to op mid?
Looks like it. I mean,
Narrate is just going to tuck himself into here.
So they know the gate crash is only going up on the left side of mid. I think the plan might just be smoke up when I hear it, play anti-flash, see if they can peek, and this time, okay, it's a committal with a dimensional drift, so there's no punish in sight, and Jorgamo's going to be getting a lot of information. This is a different twist into it, despite the adjustments that Sen are trying to make. It's a fault line going its way forward. Jorgamo needs to really respect, I think, that they've got a variety of players just tapping away with the bullets there, crossing them up onto the angles. Leaf has been dealt with. He was cut up onto the side. There's still no plant here for G2. Time has been bought for these Sen players, and they are rapidly approaching. Hold on, there's a timing!
Oh, what a play.
Jorgamo's ahead of it. Drone at his feet, not worried about it. No defense inside, and with that heaven control, an extra difficulty now. Lay it down for the Sen retake, especially with the op into the hands of Zekken. He has to be a passive player. It's the rest of his team now that need to step up, and Bank does so. He's forward onto the site now, making sure to apply that pressure evenly, but they still need to worry about this heaven player, and they might be trying to catch him here onto the timing, and yes, Narrate's caught him. Here's the danger, spamming down onto them. It's bullets raining from above. Narrate can stick this one. The smokes into their faces, and what is the next option? It's a pull. Still got half, though. These players are so low. Wait a minute, wait a minute! Trent is pulling off just an absolute miracle. Despite the win con, Zekken has no choice just to watch from the sidelines here and try and survive away from the sphere, but just encased by it. There's no saving that operator.
And that's a pretty big problem for Sentinels, because now their eco's in a really rough spot too. Zekken's one away from Bladestorm. Maybe they can make a play for an orb. But it's all of the chip damage that was done earlier that allows the spam to come through. The spam is really unreliable now, but it's a good plant position. And look at that. I mean, that's not over mic. You've got to remember that the coaches are not live to the players in that spot. So Kaplan is not worried about throwing off the team morale, but even from the snippet we heard earlier, you know that Sen are starting to feel very frustrated about this, despite being in the lead. It's a weird spot. They're in the lead, but they're almost more frustrated than G2 are right now.
They can feel the momentum slipping away from them. The money in this round, not great. Inside the smoke, G2 got to be aware of the fact that there is some danger here, and yet you can see Bang, he's trying to replenish the smoke that he was in. Just gets caught with the random spam. That's underhanded. Did he blind himself? I don't know what's happening. They're chasing the kills down. G2, not really willing to let anybody on Sen survive, and decision made for them. Don't want to give away too many more ults when G2 are so much closer to it. I mean, 2 away. Got to try and play for the long con here, but Sentinels are struggling to get a grip into this half.
They certainly are. Now, previous round, they had a game plan. Kaplan gave them a game plan coming out of the TAC timeout, but they couldn't really execute it because Jorgamo had Yoru ult. So it just broke whatever they were trying. Do they go back to that game plan? Are they going to stick with what their coach told them, or do we see an adjustment? They have a lot of ultimates, but Sen's comp, I don't know, like your Omen ult and your Bladestorm aren't necessarily doing too much unless Zekken's frying. But the Cosmic Divide is definitely going to put a bit of a difference into the retake.
Heavy stack of players from Sentinels. Fault line, 2 of them stunned up. In through the smoke as well, trying to take these timings, and they're fighting ahead of it. This is a difference. Sen trying to take it, a bit of argy-bargy onto the side. Jonah P just spots the top of the cranium, but not expecting the backstab. Narrate was there, ready with open arms.
Heavy stack on B. G2 not ready for it. They were expecting, I've got to imagine, Sen to be more worried about mid, based on the conditioning prior. Sen are like, nah, we'll just fight them. Where we hear noise, we will simply fight them, and then we'll cover the lurk timing later. This should be unwinnable for G2.
With the spike drop down into the open, they've got Celsius, I believe, taking contact just with the slightest of jiggles. Sees it. And here's the... Oh, wait a second. Narrate losing that fight.
That's a whiff.
It adds difficulties.
The flank, though. The flank from John.
Yeah. He's got to be the savior for them. They can't stop the plant, but they still have a very good chance of winning this round, assuming the timing is taken. He's missed him. Missed him into the corner. Well, Armageddon's not going to give away the position. It's going to push them straight into his grasp, though, and it's intelligent at that. It's the major benefit of it. And John, he's lucky to be alive there, but with it, he gets the information he was looking for. They know where Trent is. Stunned up, out into the corner. Still loses it, but it's an impossibility at this point. Cliffside plant, full stick. full presence of mind that Sen are able to get up to 11.
Let's see if this game plan continues from Sentinels. They're 2 away, 2 rounds away from being able to take both map picks from G2 with really nice ideas. But most of the preset ideas came in the first half, and now they're kind of scrambling. It's a lot of improv stuff, audible calls, trying to figure out and adapt on the fly. So far, though, the adjustment in that round that worked was heavy fight the site. Tried to flood in, tried to anchor, stack the site that G2 are going for, and worry about the mid lurk later. If Leaf realizes that, he might be able to find a quicker lurk time, and there's always a counter. But it just comes down to identifying what your opponents are going to be doing. That is not where he wanted the trademark. He was trying to clear out a potential push-up.
Yeah, that timing's been missed for him, so... Still going to be taking it. He's lurking his way up through mid. And like you said, Sen are just willing to give up the entirety of that middle section. Trust that they can flood defend in time if the hit does start to come in. I mean, it's just slow going for G2. Early drone.
Early drone. And now they don't have much to reclear mid. They're going to have to do it with bodies.
Drone forwards. Race cut to the side. That's a rolling thunder that will be connecting. Still survives, still stays. Tethered onto the corner. He's going to be TPing. Repositions. In through the smoke as well. He's cut up the angles. They don't know where this guy is playing from. It's a pivot. And Jorgamo's still trying to play this one forwards, but Lee finally takes that timing. Have to go straight through mid. Can't win the fight out, though, from those straggling players. And Sentinels have an opening. A window for them. Valen forced to get off that plant. There's danger there with the salvos raining down from above, but John is low. Knives in the hands of Zekken. What is the play they're going to cook up in this spot? Cosmic Divide. This is going to force Sen forwards. Gives Valen that space to reposition. Playing himself a little bit back. There's a dash forwards. It was saved just for this. One with a stun, anything to try and coordinate this attempt, and they have cleared up most of the side. They've got to know these players playing behind Pillar.
It's not a good plan.
Not really. They have to double up now and take this fight towards them, but still no kills that could be earned by G2. Despite it not being a good plan, time is ticking. It's getting away from Sentinels here. They need to force the issue. Salvos out wide, that's what they were waiting for! And it's straight out of rifle. Is that time? Yes, just about.
Tons of time here for Sen to be able to get it across the line.
My God.
What patience from Sen. A second on the clock to spare. And they used all of that time to wait for John's util to come back online.
Yeah.
They used the stun updraft dash to clear any post-plant positions that were going to be close. And then the salvo pushes everybody into both of the Sen players on the retake.
Insane levels of discipline required to wait that out when the time is ticking at that degree.
Yeah,
and difference of a second, you're waiting for the cooldown to come back on.
I mean, an incredible spray transfer too from John, who's been amazing in this series. He has looked so good.
Sen up to 12. One more step is all they need to take the lead in this best-of-5 grand finals.
Jorgamo going for the Euroworld up mid again.
He's looking for that information.
Hasn't found Narrate.
Yeah, spots the one. Clear out most of the way towards heaven as well.
Full retake. Now you're playing this against a Cosmic Divide from Bang, so on-site post-plant positions are probably going to be required.
They're pinging it out like they are somewhat aware, but G2, a couple of players off onto the side as a Cosmic Divide to split them up, and that's why Trent is playing up and close and personal. The full line, just a slight whiffage, but still the kills are raining down upon them. Jorgamo ETP back into the spawn angle, I believe. Tried to cut it up behind them. It dealt with it, at least partially. The salvos now drop down onto the cliffside. Slide, get away! Drop down! And Trent has no choice but to just fire a last-ditch effort, anything to survive this. John's found the kill. Second under the fuse, the slightest of taps, and Jonah B is nowhere near. It's inevitable, and with him falling, Sentinels take the lead.
That's an unreal map. So much scrambling on the fly, and you heard it from inside Sen's comms themselves, so they themselves didn't believe the full way. I mean, they're like trying to make sure that everybody's mental is on track, and rebounding, calling, getting input from the coaches, and yet they find those hidden reserves to push it across the line towards the end. The pistol desperately needed too, to set them on the right track. But a 13-9 victory, upsetting G2 on the 2 maps so far in the BO5 that they picked. Sen have got their eyes firmly on that trophy, and Zelsis, from what we've heard in the comms, guiding the ship beautifully.
Yeah. Just an emotional anchor for the team when it's needed as well, keeping everybody's mental resilience in check, because that's the big test in best of fives. Sometimes it doesn't come down to the strategy, and it did to some degree, but you have to keep the mentals intact. You have to understand you can win in those moments, even when you're knocked down. Sentinels have proved that so far, and now it's up to G2 to see if they can answer back.
I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
전 이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this! Isn't this perfect?
Slowly but surely, all the way throughout the loser side and making it to grand finals against Jamal. Remember though, this is a double elimination.
Yes.
So Iskandar not only has to win a first to 5, they're gonna have to win another first.
I don't think anybody.
Oh my God!
But the Hello Kitty Beyblade meta, we got the tech on deck, folks. It is grand finals. Make some noise! I don't think anybody.
Oh,
we destroyed the stadium! Oh my God! Yo, guys, y'all gotta get hyped for that. We just destroyed the whole stadium. Come on, let's go.
The stadium's gonna burst into pieces. What
I'm
in the
saying,
world?
too much power. Hello Kitty, too strong, needs to be nerfed. Where's the Beyblade patch notes for Hello Kitty? Too strong, man.
I can't believe that's a sentence.
Let it rip.
Oh my God, we got a burst!
Hello Kitty is impressive, and Jamal celebrating. So yes, folks, when you do get a burst counts as 2 points. So that puts him up 2 right now.
I gotta put my sunglasses back on for that. Safety glasses,
Whoa.
safety first.
Clap it up. Awesome. Let's go, chat. Yes, let's go. Got some wrestling chants here at CEO Taku. Still in a line with CEO, right? CEO is a wrestling-based event. No, we're just a wrestling-based anime event.
All right, we're locking it back in. One thing that's super cool to see right here is how fast these rounds are going, how aggressive these two bays are. We got another burst? No way!
Brother, Iskandar said nani? He said none, not all. You saw that? Oh my God.
And now Jamal with 2 victories, 2 bursts directly in a row. The stadium got bursted, Iskandar's base got bursted, and now Jamal is on set point. 4 points up over him. Iskandar's gonna have to win 5 in a row.
Hello Kitty meta is a word I think I would have never, ever mustered.
We didn't even see Hello Kitty in the last top 8 in CEO Taku 2022, but we're seeing it now and showing how powerful of a play it is. But we're not going to see a burst, not this time around, and this time it's going to be a battle of endurance. Who is going to take it?
Yeah, Iskandar needs a win badly, right? He needs to win 5 in a row just to barely keep himself alive to go into a reset here. But it doesn't look like that might happen. Hello Kitty fight it back. Oh, wait, actually hold the phone.
Hello Kitty, no more fighting left in? No, wait. I think Iskandar took that one. Iskandar has a point on the table, but that is just 1 point, one singular point.
Man.
You still got to win 4 more in a row or 2 bursts. But we will see exactly how that's going to shape up. Jamal rocking the Hello Kitty. And one really cool thing about the Hello Kitty is that it has 2 modes. It can go...
Oh, no, okay. Running that one back there. Looks like there might have been the snafu on the rip right there, yeah.
It can actually run 2 modes, unlike most other bays. That's one thing that's special about it, is that, you know, it can go either a right spin or it can go for a left spin. And they both have their different unique quirks.
Yes.
Especially if you're going like a left spin against a right spin bay, then you're going to see a lot more recoil, a lot more power. And I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Excellent matchup. Just almost knocking Kitty in at the start, but oh, she's going wild. She's going bonkers right now, like a ferocious cat, a ferocious feline, trying to stalk her prey. But Iskandar content on just relaxing. They're gonna let this just ride out with the time.
All right. Looking like the moon and Iskandar the earth, holding his ground. But now Hello Kitty moving closer and closer. Still, this could be a lot of lost momentum that's going to be really critical to this, to whoever wins this one round. Jamal's still on set point. Iskandar fighting for his tournament life right now in grand finals. And Iskandar takes it 2-4.
Uh-oh.
We're getting some rounds now. Iskandar now looking a bit stronger. Maybe it was the bad launches at the start that was able to secure Jamal's victories from before.
Jamal,
but we saw 2 bursts in a row.
We
can see another one.
Jamal literally winding up the arm. You guys didn't see it there, giving himself that extra power, and she's going crazy yet again, but kind of a little bit too off kilter there. And Iskandar, yes, is slowly making these wins, getting these points up. He only needs 2 more, Salty, to reset the bracket.
Yeah, Iskandar really making it back. It's like how he was in Losers, right? You know, against all odds.
Yes.
Even with his tournament life on the line with every single set, we are seeing Iskandar make it back. And we could see a potential comeback, but I don't want to jinx it just yet. Commentator's curse, you know?
Oh, of course, yeah. We do be cursing out in these streets. Oh, my God. And Hello Kitty with a strong start, but is starting to have a bad downfall, Salty. It is 4-4, folks. It is going to be either tournament point or tournament reset. Yo, crowd, make some noise.
Let it rip. Oh, okay. Now we're going to see a bit of a calmer one. Bow of Endurance. Not going to take the arena with them this time. We saw how much that arena has been moving from earlier. Hello Kitty bouncing across the walls, but now Hello Kitty being a little more patient, hoping to win the long con. But one thing about this is that last time this happened, Iskandar was able to take it out, take the win, because I think just Iskandar has that higher spin potential, the more stamina.
Oh, it's coming down. There can only be one who wins, one who advances, and it's coming to the last second, and it looks like Iskandar
takes the reset, pointing out to the crowd, letting him know the pop-off.
Delta Kilo Sierra, you're leaving my airspace radar service. Terminated, squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved. Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra. Boston Center Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra is type experimental dark star 1 miles west of tree 2 Mike flight level 1345. Request flight following.
Singapore 26 descend and maintain flight level tree 80. American 1585 descend and maintain 16,000 feet. Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra Boston Center. Squawk tree 076. Frontier flight 2622 climb and maintain flight level tree 10. Jetflow 1954 descend and maintain 14,000 feet. Spirit Wings 2061 climb and maintain flight level 220. Allegiant 847 descend and maintain flight level tree 0. Southwest tree 630 climb and maintain 2,100 feet. Blue Streak 9er 662 climb and maintain flight level 270. JetBlue 726, descend and maintain 15,000 feet. American 1449er, climb and maintain flight level 260. Allegiant 29er 75, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Squawk Tree 076 Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra.
American 1467, climb and maintain flight level 180. JetBlue 1159er, climb and maintain flight level 290. Elau 27, climb and maintain flight level 310. JetBlue 2220, climb and maintain flight level 240. Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra radar contact 7 miles west of Kilo Sierra, November Charlie, flight level 280.
Roger, Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra.
Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra, contact Boston Center on 132.3. Good day.
132.3 Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra. Goodbye. Boston Center, Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra, flight level 260.
Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra, Boston Center, radar contact, continue. Brickyard 4309er, contact New York, approach on 126.8. Good day. Brickyard 5834, descend and maintain 13,000 feet.
Boston Center, Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra. Request clearance to transition Bravo airspace.
Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra, Boston Center. Cleared through the Bravo airspace. Boston Center, American 213 on flight level 290. American 213 for Boston Center, radar contact. Continue to BAWLL.
Cleared through Bravo airspace, Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra.
Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra, contact New York, approach on 132.4. Good day.
132.4 Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra. Goodbye. New York approach, Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra, 9,300 feet.
Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra, New York, approach altimeter 29.92, radar contact to continue. Experimental Alpha Sierra Delta Kilo Sierra, Kennedy Tower. Altimeter 29.92, wind calm, make straight in runway 31 left. Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra, follow the aircraft on final. Wind calm, clear to land runway 31 left. Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra, go around. Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra, you are not cleared to land. Clear the runway. Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra, you are not cleared to land. Clear the runway.
Going around, Experimental Delta Kilo Sierra.
guitar pick. And anyway, here's biblically accurate Wonderwall. Okay, the amount of scratchiness is crazy. So I tried switching to electric guitar to reduce that noise. I can't really hear the individual picks. Let's try this.
Going to be gained out through and wide. G2 running down these players.
That's a disgusting kill onto Zekken towards the end of his dimensional drift. Like I was saying, G2, they've got a decent playbook on this map. A lot of it, though, was quick, well-coordinated executes, splits, trying to use overwhelming utility advantages. This is very nice, as you pointed out. The audio cue given there. The other thing, though, that G2 was super ready for was any kind of flood attempt. It's not just the Thorns, they were also, you know, eyes on those smokes, waiting for Bang to run through with a flash. And the silver lining around G2 not getting early ults online is that they're about to access a immediate, enormous arsenal.
Senna playing a bit more loose onto the other side of things, just trying to earn up ults of their own. They grabbed an orb for Zelsis. He has the sealed garden if they get into position. So Zekken has really got to hold on to spawn control. His team are here. Nades, push them back in case there is that flood attempt. A bit of spam. Oh, Leaf. Just be careful. Got to be really careful like that. Here's that ult. I just talked about it. Going to be playing a bit of a difference. Leaf goes down though. That's an aftershock. Meant to deal with this one. Shorty in hand. He's up on high ground. Just laying down death from above. Still, it's Sentinels managed to regain control of the side. It comes down to the spam straight down main. These players are toppling Sentinels. It looked like they had an advantage, but just like that, turn of a dime, it's all gone the wrong way. A tap, they've earned half, but guns out wide.
Now Valen has
got the ult, orbital strike. Your outs are dwindling. Your options are out. And what can Zekken do? Salvos to work against. The rapid spike approaching. He's forced to save it away.
Zekken had a decent opportunity, actually, of being able to get a kill on Sand that could maybe have turned something. G2 in odd post-plant spots there, scramble away with a victory. That's a Jorgamo play if I've ever seen one. But they're relying on spam here to be able to get the job done. And they just got the ult online.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about, though, this bank of ultimates is up now for G2. And this is very concerning for Sen. G2 weren't forced to use them early in the half. And now, assuming they can navigate an anti-eco, it's going to be really difficult for Sen to win any of these eco swing rounds.
It's going for heaven? What is that? Ah, just, okay.
All right,
Go
so
attempt to navigate, yeah.
Yeah, stopping any kind of flood.
Bang is feeling the heat. My God, what a shot to hit. But they know where he is now with only 2 bullets left to work with. It's a quick cleanup indeed by Jonah P. The Thorns popped off as the flood attempt is occurring. Sentinels just trapped up in the brambles. No chance in hell to see if they can turn the tide of that fight.
I think G2 have got really solid awareness of how to stop these flood attempts from coming through. Whoa. It'd have to be a 1v4.
Zekken has done crazy stuff in the past, but he doesn't know where the Sand player is. Flashback. Perfect timing. Jonah P just spams it down even though he was blinded up. 5-1.
And still big ultimates available for G2, right?
Oh,
I mean,
my.
enormous ultimates available.
They're huge.
In fact, though, Sen have caught up a little bit. But this round is going to mean everything for the first half. Sen down 5-1. And if they lose this, they'll have invested a bunch of ultimates. Their guns are going to be mostly disappearing.
It's very all in from Sen.
It's their pistol round strat again. They're waiting to take contact, holding the fault line.
Pixel angle play by Zekken. He's not going to be caught though. Has the TP to get back and away. He is anchoring hard onto the site. Not sure if they heard that one. It's a rolling thunder. Clears his way through. Oh my, the clone on top to try and fake and obfuscate where he could be hiding, but he cannot escape from that Jorgamo sightline. Bang. Makes an attempt of it, putting a squeeze onto the side players, but G2 are just overwhelming it, man. Holding it down, they know what to expect.
And so much good utility to stop the flood from coming through. Jorg deliberately got breach ulted there, by the way. He got catapulted in by his own breach. He's got Blast Pack and Rolling Thunder sending him in.
That's a hell of a lot of momentum.
And that's what I'm talking about. Sen, they gotta save this, and they might be able to pull together a buy. They got 1,000 credits in the bank on a few of their players. John and Zelsis don't need to rebuy armor. You know, they'll be able to get something going, but they've used big ultimates.
Yeah.
And now G2 still have Visel,
so you just
Armageddon.
put it on my chair.
They are completely running away with this map.
Incredibly tricky spot for Sen to be in. And at this point as well, if they make the adjustments, I mean, G2, they've conditioned them heavily over towards A. They could just turn the side over towards B.
I'm already starting to think, it's way too early, by the way, but I'm already starting to think about Haven and the fact that we haven't seen either of these teams there.
No, it's been a kind of a soft ban for both of them, almost a perma, where they just have been avoiding it.
And yet it's the decider for the trophy if G2 continue this momentum.
It's hard to stop teams. Yeah, I mean, I do like the play from Zekin. He fake drones over the top just in case, but I think with the drone just on top of the wall, it kind of gives it away that that's not the real one.
You don't think that's reasonable?
It's cheeky, but doesn't quite work out for them, and it forces the timeout from Sen, as we were saying, because this is a map that is just rapidly dwindling, getting away from them. It's 6-1 currently for G2.
And honestly, is there anything that complicated about what G2 are doing? It's not tough for John to get the read on. They're running splits on them. They're picking A or B, and they're running a split. But Sen can't stop them. And Sen can't get Flood rotates through because they're getting blocked by the Thorns, by the Brim Molly. The utility is just creating a clear pathway for G2 to get into the site. And unless Sentinels have really good set retakes, and maybe that could be the answer, focusing on set retakes and focusing on early round aggression in a certain area, so that if you realize it's an A split early on, you can go and take Tree, go take Arcade, and at least have a flank going in the retake, so that you're not all stuck. But these site anchor players are just getting completely left on an island.
And here's where the conditioning plays a part, because it's all been A, and now G2 looking over towards B main.
Okay, but also, look at Zelsis. How is he going to be able to get value from this spot? I mean, you're about to face so much util, and there is no help coming.
I mean, Trent's holding onto the Armageddon. This is probably going to be used to clear the way, especially if this drone spots him, which no one is here.
But Senar react pushing.
Right here, yeah, they're through. Already on through the choke point. It's a fault line. Armageddon, there's no chance.
You're done so.
You're done so. Straight into the open arms and the fire in line the G2 were waiting for. And look at this read. It's the wall, I think, that was triggered. They got to know that there was something up on towards the flank. Something was smelling up, and it's onto Zekin. Layering down. That's suppressive fire indeed. Gets the one. Still alive. 56 health to work with. He's making his way forward. John QT stops them at the front door. Sorely needed here for Sentinels.
And Zekin relocates, takes the rope. Oh, and John is too good for it.
Nice.
What a day for John QT. Captain IGL of Sentinels guides them to their second round. So it was that adjustment I was talking about, trying to push out the opposite side of the map so that you have a flank going on. And G2, they actually did read it, as you were saying. The Vice Wall gave them the cue. They just couldn't win the fight at Tree. Oh. And they couldn't get past John.
I took care of it.
Is that going to work as a tactical adjustment, a strategic adjustment for the rest of the half? There's 4 rounds left to be played. Does it force G2 to slow down?
Very spread out. This is an awkward smoke to try and get past.
They actually are defaulting for the first time here, G2.
Yeah.
They've not just picked a strat from the playbook.
Leak didn't get any acknowledgement from the deep flash that he just threw out there through the smoke, so they know that B main was clear.
But Sentinels weren't simply picking a timing and pushing. They were using the fact that Zelsis knew it was a B hit to push out holes. So the fact that G2 are defaulting right now, it's not really putting a threat in the mind of Sen.
Oh, this might be a perfect timing. Wait a minute, it's an aftershock.
The aftershock.
Oh.
Nice read.
Yeah, John barely gets out of dodge. They know the breach is going to be on the south side with a play like that. Drone of their own as well. Clears the way through A main. but this is all 5 players grouped up. Normally, they've been opting into the A-splits. You can see eyes are trained. Sentinels are worried about the potential threat of drop, and if they try and contact play into it as a Steel Garden, respect shown. Smoke split up the site. Util of their own going to be used and expended, trying to slow them all the way down, but Jorgamo's straight in there.
It's amazing retake ultimates here for Sentinels. Zekken can give them full info for the breach ult.
And here it is, Dimensional Drift. It's going to point into the direction for his team to let loose, really. As you mentioned, potentially able to breach ult, but John QT has gone down. Jorgamo's found one onto Bang as well. And the ults let loose. There's 20 seconds left into this. Zeken's just trying to buy some time for the rest of his team to get in. He could be the difference maker. 13 seconds, he needs to clear this guy up. He's got 1 for his troubles, but it's all answered. G2, lock and key is what he got a side under. Zelsis creeping around the corners, but even the drop just being watched for. 7-2 now. That scoreline, just when you think Sentinels are being able to come up with some answers.
I'm not even sure I could tell you exactly how G2 won that situation. Sen had a good setup. It looked like they got all the info that they needed, and then G2 got a couple of kills that seemed like they came out of nowhere. There's one onto John, and there's the second onto Bang. And that put them in a devastating spot. John got stuck in a corner, but Bang's death, you got to credit to Jorgamo actually getting proactive and working his way through the smoke.
Yeah.
And another tactical timeout being called here for Sentinels. They're in a tough spot. 7-2 down. Back and forth game here. What a best of 5 we've been treated to. And it shows you that I think the map picks are a little bit fraudulent in these kind of BO5 situations. Both teams doing better on the maps that they didn't pick.
And that comes down to, I think, Sen putting in a lot of preparation, knowing that they were going to be going onto those maps.
Yeah,
they had clear ideas there, but
they should have had available anti for this map as well, actually, because we've seen G2 play it, albeit only once. And Sen, I don't think have been able to come up with the right answers early enough to G2's overwhelming executes.
You can barely breathe, man. You're trying to anchor into that spot. Like you said, I mean, it's just flashes, stuns, thorns through the smokes. There's no flood attempt, there's no anchor attempt. You can't do it.
The one positive for Sentinels is that when they get on the attack side, they could do similar stuff themselves.
Oh, yeah.
They still have all the same tools, albeit that slight difference between the Yoru and the Raze.
Gives you extra options, though, if they lean into it, but they need rounds here and now in this first half. You can see that's why Sentinels have used 2 timeouts at this point, and there's a familiar little Molly lineup that's going to be landing, I believe, to the back section of tower. There it is. Clears the way.
And then you've got the salvos following up. If you were in tower this round, you're dead.
Sen playing off site, though. Aware of that. Don't really have the guns, though, to do a good job of things. Still, that flash actually could have saved it for the retake, but nobody pushes forwards. In fact, I believe it's the Thorns in the smokes again. Just dead it off the call. As soon as they hear that util that's going to be expended.
I mean, Leafs just used another one as well.
Stops them from getting through, but Zekken is the one with a rifle. Hero plays in order, and just the timing unfortunate there. Jorgamo taking a little bit of a swing, flash up through into the corner. Orbital strike is committed, pushing these players out wide, and there's util in their hands. They're just left looking clueless. G2 in control, looking cold with it, man.
That is beautiful. Leaf has so much impact in this round. Throws down the Thorns to stop any kind of flood attempt coming through, and then flanks underneath tunnel to get the wraparound on an area that Zekken had already cleared. When Zekken goes down here, it's like, all right, okay, we don't have arcade control, but neither do they. Little do they know that Leaf is on the prowl. 8-2. And it's looking more and more likely that this trophy is going to get decided on a complete unknown map of Haven.
Yeah, we don't know what to expect. We really don't. Bullets are hitting, connecting, bang, pressing the advantage as a send. They're trying to get ahead of these timings that G2 are taking. Works out in their favor, but it's going to be util used pound per pound. And Jonapi push forwards into it to scramble, an attempt of salvage from here. G2 to get that spike back, and it's very apparent which area of the map they're trying to fight over at this point. Sentinels. Ooh, some way or form, they have that advantage.
Flash didn't catch onto John QT somehow there.
Yeah. They got lost in the geometry of the map. Oh my god! Bullets almost landing. One's up and over. Celsius has to respect that, give up that space. Cut noise, playing it slow now.
Sen are pretty happy to just rotate to where the noise has been, though. Here's a Tejo drone to try to get a little more info.
Didn't clear the box. They're worried about Sam at the same time, and here's the salvos. Oh, no, there's no gaps to play
John, what's
in.
up?
Tap with the Guardians in hand. Leave it just down to Trent, though. It's a 1v2 and offline. Held down. Zekken reveals his hand there. But they're going to take it.
Well, just a little bit more this morning.
Yeah, they do.
You know, we love our guy. He's going through something, though. He's going through stuff.
He has been evading them a little in this series. Maybe it's doable. And already stepped up when his team needed him in that brawl over towards Hall.
Yeah, he's very obsessed with the Jewish people.
Alone on B. It's allowing them to stack the sides a little more.
Final round of the first half here on Fracture.
And a B split called. Zelsis under pressure drops back into sight instead of the safety of Jenny.
Good luck dealing with this. Showstopper unleashed. It's good util. To Molly. Thorns, and he knows the wall's there on top of it. Out of the way, the Fuse is going to be running out. Bang just takes the timing. Pushes straight past it. The initiative seized there by Sen. Spike dropped down into no man's land. Now Trent has earned himself an ult, but it's a 2v5. And with these players topple the ult, can't take that one into the next half. Sentinels done enough here. 4 rounds.
Pretty great. Honestly, that is the adjustment that Sen were looking for. Feels a bit like the end of Abyss, where it took them a while, but they eventually got the read on how to play against G2. A flawless to end the half, makes things doable at 8-4. They probably need a pistol, but at the same time, they've got a very similar comp on attack, so it might just end up being overwhelming execs from them.
Could just be that snowball potential, the exits coming through, attack side, whatever it is. But listen, we're going to send it down to GB and River down in the crowd. Let's send it down to them now.
Yes, we are. I'm joined by Paul here, a person that I grabbed from the crowd to participate in this game. Paul, where are you from, buddy?
The Martinez, California.
Hey, we got a local Californian in the house, guys. Give it up, give it up. Now, let's get into this real fast. The name of the game is Chuck the Raisinades into the bucket. Riv is in the middle of the crowd, and you got a bunch of Raisinades to toss into the crowd. I mean, the bucket, whichever you decide. Let's go ahead and do this. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, almost, a little more. Whatever you do, don't hit the jib. That costs a lot of money.
Don't worry, abilities don't kill everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
There it is.
Here. Yeah, hold this.
Almost.
And then I'm gonna toss them over here. Oh no! Oh
Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
Oh no! There are grenades everywhere.
Almost.
Oh man, it's almost as if I'm doing this intentionally.
He's launching.
All right,
He cares about the community.
Riv, come on. Hold on.
Oh, stolen.
Riv, hit it. Catch it, Riv.
That was not your attempt, GB.
I'm trying.
Another.
I'm trying. Oh, we got to.
And another. And another. Okay, not that one.
Oh! Go. Jet knife to the bucket. Go. Believe in yourself. You can accomplish it. Maybe not that one. It's okay. You don't get to keep the bucket, though. Don't get to keep the bucket. No bucket. Hey, guys, give it up for Paul. Riv, how many did we get?
We got
3. 3! Let's go! Let's go, Paul. I'll give you some free stuff as well. But, folks, let's get back into the game and do this bad boy. Come on, give me energy!
And there's a lot on the line here for Sentinels. The pistol round, it's all he needed. Currently 8-4 with G2 versus Sen. A decider map here for that trophy. It's the grand finals, of course, of our kickoff here in America's 2025. Both of these teams are really pushing each other. The adaptations, the hits, they need to be coming through.
And a big clash.
Fired, yeah, and this is it. Did you order a little bit of argy-bargy? Because you might be getting it here. And now off the contact. Phone line. It's a little bit delayed, and they want to take it one step further. Narrate hard committed. Flash will not save you. It's a 3-piece. Ordered up nice and pretty. Jorgmo delivers it to his team.
Are they going to be able to find the timing here? Leaf tucked in, waiting for it.
What? He's turning to reclaim the flash. He's using it for information. He's just missed that mark.
It still should not be winnable for Sentinels because of the Spike's position down here at Dish. But in theory, if John manages to pick up Valen, it could be. Jorg's looking. They've spotted one.
It's an important fight happening over towards the A site.
Yeah.
John wins it.
If John wins it, And then Jorg and Trent would have to turn around. There's still 45 seconds here, and Celsius has found that they've backed up. So he was being pressured out from taking this fight, and he's taken some space.
Oh, he's just body blocked the thorns. Jorg was straight ahead of it.
They're about to double up. John has made the wraparound, and Valen's still looking for him in halls, sand.
Comes down to this fight. Doubled up. Info is going to be gathered here, and yet, respect shown by G2. Peppering them with bullets straight through the dish, but they've got the spike and they got themselves out, but there's only 17 seconds to work with. And here's the danger.
G2 have got the read.
Yeah. And planting out potentially. I'm not too sure when the salva's coming online, but Jorgen was already there. Just been using to see if they can push this one back to 6 seconds left. And yeah, when time's running that short, it's open-handed, isn't it? There's your eye by power ace.
That's ridiculous that that's an ace round. Normally the aces are super condensed, put together. But Jorg aces on the pistol, stopping them from getting the spike. I like the setup from Sen, but Jorg just hit the shots.
That's hashtag unlock your ace on social media as well. You're getting plenty of prizes. But Jorg, yeah, I don't know how you're going to be fitting that one into a Twitter clip, but good luck.
Well, here G2 with another opportunity.
Jorg's 2 away from the ult.
I mean, he's going for it, isn't he? He's going for the ult orb off the back of the salvo pressure. And now he's got the timing to come back and potentially collect some of these kills in sand.
Door open though. Jonah P obviously expects that something's up. Playing this one safely, just a slight jiggle, but potential to be overwhelmed. Jorgen's got a nade, flashed up, blinded, and here's the swing, and a big, oh no! The classic bullet just going wide. Rare whiffage there. Cleaned up in the end, G2. It's flawless, it's 10 rounds. Ults are flourishing. A bonus round is going to be looking increasingly deadly now from them as well. But that showstopper has been earned up.
And I think this is the kind of situation, 6 rounds down, where Jorg has actually managed to work up, because of his ace on the pistol, he's worked his way up to a defensive showstopper. These are the kind of maps where I think Sen, even if they play their absolute best, they're going to need G2 to fumble if they want to be able to lift the trophy at the end of Fracture. They need a bit of help from the gods. Everything seems aligned here for G2. Can Sen find the magic?
Drone opens the door, and Jorgemo's right behind it. That nade, rebound, it's almost perfect. Damage done. Ray survives. Celestis util in hand as well for this re-clear coming through. Drone, see what it spots off. And here's an attempt of it. Zekken steps forward, Trendo quick on the trigger and the trade.
They got rid of Jorgemo though, which means no showstopper. So that's one piece of plant denial not available. Can Sen get in? Valin under pressure.
Yeah, definitely under pressure. There's flashes all over the place, man. He's blind as a bat. He can't see anything in this spot. So I thought, what is that? Ferrari swing. But Celsius stuck himself now onto the site, and he's left with a series of unknowns just wandering around his head. Where are these players? He's tapping, hoping, praying that they open themselves up into it, making it that much more winnable. Dodges the flash, and now he knows it, at least expects it. One player, at least in domain, sees the barrel. Can't win the fight. It's Trent that locks onto him. All bang to the head.
And G2 convert the bonus, something that was going on frequently in maps earlier today. Thinking back to Pearl. Valin's under enormous amounts of pressure there. He's got a salvo that he sat inside of, has to push forwards, gets team flashed as well, and still got a kill. That's kind of ridiculous that he's able to come away with the goods in that spot. Sen have got to cobble together a buy, and it's not pretty.
It's desperation. It's the trouble. Jorgemo's still holding on to this showstopper on top of it. Not a pretty buy at all. Zekken, flash primed, doubled up actually, just in case someone was anti. Sen are aware of the gaps in terms of how they wanted to play this one, but it's immediately caught. You can see Valin rattling off commands to the rest of his team.
I mean, look at Trent pushed out over towards the north side.
He's got so much information.
They're flanking so early. They did this in the prior as well.
Just, yeah, lambs to the slaughter. Steel Garden overlaid on top. Jorgemo does not care. You can take away his gun, but he's still got the rockets. Still the salvos out wide here, drifting in and out of these fights. And it's Bang who ends up dropping 2 players left to stand here from Sen, Zekken and Celsius, trying to make sense of this chaos in the round, trying to reclaim any sort of space. Celsius slips in from under. There's the one, jiggle. And Stun! Oh no! Just a bullet tag slowing down the momentum. He can't evade that.
Good dodge on the flash. Step one.
Many more to follow, and G2 more than a firm grasp, man. They have been in control from the start here on Fracture. They might be a map down, but they are determined to take this one all the way.
And you're seeing right from the beginning, the game plan is to push out the opposite side of the map. They've now done this multiple times, round 15 and round 16. When Sen look geared up to go for a B split.
I see two people just like this.
Yeah, because he's found the perfect timing. And because Sen are not thinking about that. Sen were too slow to do that on their own defense half. G2 are ahead in the macro.
There's no more room for error for Sen. At this point, basically just thinking ahead to Haven, but gotta focus. Maybe gather a bit of momentum, just make it that much more doable. Valen does eventually get removed away from the side here. The bullets are firing, Sentinels flooding out the feed.
They know that Tree's been compromised.
It's going to be heard for. Committal, they know where the plant is as well. That nade is going to be rebounding, pushing John out into the open. And, well, okay, now a spray down, Trent! Where have you pulled that from? Just from the side, just when he thought Sen were getting comfortable into this round. It's a 1v1. Him versus the Narrate. Doesn't expect the reposition. Narrate straight from behind. Took that fast time in the flank around, and so the slightest of breathing room. But the question is, how many more rounds can Strength string together until it's just over?
I also think that's the only way you're killing Trent at the moment, with a bullet to the back of the head. Because if you take a straight fight against him at the moment, he looks unstoppable. 17 and 6 on this map, by the way.
Nice! Come on, man, brick by brick.
Brick by brick. Well, they'll need another 7 rounds. Just to get things to overtime, by the way, not even to win the map.
Morale still keeping it up. Big ults on either side.
They need to be looking for these defensive pushes because G2 are constantly active.
This is going to be cleared out. Wait a second, Sen. No, they're being squeezed! Up onto the ropes. Celtics just couldn't quite escape in time. Trying to go a little bit quirky with the movement there. Second's just not able to get that kill. Slightest miss with a Bucky in hand. And it's up to Bang to respond. And he does. It's 2 ripped away and Armageddon of their own, and they have that site access, turning it back into the 3v3. Slowed once more. Great sticking with the plant. John finds his kill and his mark. Leaf, he's cheeky with it on this map. He's often trying to take those timings, and it's unusual to catch him unaware.
They've just heard the door open, but I don't think they're going to be aware of Valen. They still think there's a chance that he's over towards Spawn.
Senna not out of that danger zone just yet. And creeping forwards, he's just spotted it. Just the shoulder. Fault line, it's instantaneous. It's rapid. These players are dwindling. They are toppling G2. It's almost there. It's within their grasp. And they will have it. Not to be denied. Haven is inevitable.
The best of 5 in the kickoff trophy between our 2 top teams from Americas. And it goes all the distance, all the way. Not every map has been close here today. Each round feels like there's chances for either team to win. This one probably the most one-sided in G2's favor, at least. They certainly came in with a bigger macro understanding of what they wanted to do. Their attack side's impossible to flood defend against. On defense, constantly getting those pushes working. The set plays, the ideas were great. Do we have any clue, though, what's going to happen on Haven? No. We haven't seen it from either of these teams. They've been mostly banning it. It is such an unknown way to crown the best team in Americas of early 2025.
Yeah, and what a way to do it, man. These teams have pushed each other to the brink. As you mentioned, Josh, listen, not every map has been close, but we deserve this. These teams are delivering. Haven is where it's all going to be decided. Multiple unknowns across the board. I just cannot wait to get back into the action. G2 doing enough to slow it down. Lee's timing is impeccable.
Silent all over, and second swings backside, gets 3.
And it can only end like this. Map 5 on the horizon as G2 manages to pick up Fracture 13-5 in what could only be one of the quickest maps that we have seen here in this series so far.
What is mental about the pace of that map compared to the rest? Split had less rounds played. It was a 13-4, yet that map went for 15 more total minutes than Fracture at a 13-5. And this map in particular, I think, really illustrates what Josh Artie has said about how dynamic the team is with the pace, with Giacomo in the roster. Fracture, their average time to plant the spike, G2, is 35 seconds compared to, for instance, on Abyss, 50 seconds. Split, 57 seconds. They are running it down on this map, and it's because they have a guy like Jaw.
And I want to show a couple of the XX where they are running it down throughout this game, because they had some really well put together executes with this comp that we were seeing out from G2. This first one, they're all passing that Vise wall together, so it doesn't actually cut anyone off. Then it's an aftershock to stop the flood from coming in. Then they're throwing down thorns. They have so many layers of utility to stop the defenders getting out these smokes. Most of the time, the win condition as a defender on Fracture is getting past that smoke, getting in on this flood. But with the Vise, with the Brim Mollies, with Raise Nades, they're so good at stopping Sentinels from having that opportunity. Here's another. Jaw gets sent flying with the rocket in hand. They're ulted by the Teo, but they still get outside. They still have thorns. That combines with an aftershock to get a kill onto the breach, and then they clean up with some really pretty fundamentals on this round as well. And it was rounds like this all day on that attacking side to put G2 so far up on Fracture.
Incredibly impressive to see the speed at which G2 is taking some of these executes, and I mean, just even reflected in the first kills as well. Just the fact that you start off just so aggressive in their face, really leaving Wyatt Sentinels with no real option but to just kind of like deal with that aggression every single time.
It is this composition that is so explosive, and cool to see Jaw on the Raze on this map instead of the Yoru that Sentinels were opting for. We see that Yoru be, to some extent, a natural counter to this Tejo meta where you can drop the util and teleport away. But when you have the Raze, that's just even more damaging utility to sync up with everything else that you've already got. So when you're playing that fast style, anchoring against this comp is next to impossible.
Yeah, no, of course. And there's obviously, as we look forward here, we have Fracture on the horizon. I mean, I don't even know what to expect. Oh, sorry, not Fracture, Haven. I don't even know what to expect there. Look at that, my brain's all
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this last map was like the Giacomo Raze show, but there's so many options on which way G2 could go. For context, neither of these teams has played Haven just yet in kickoff. So this is a complete unknown quantity going into map number 5 of a series. Is it going to be more Breach Teo Yoru like we've seen from Sentinels? Is it a more classic comp like what the Brazilian teams have played? There's a lot of options for this map number 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last we were seeing of Haven, it was the very standard, you got your Breach, you got your Jet, etc. What we've always seen on the map. And do they dare try and play with a Taeho look to try and really prioritize controlling areas of the map like A main? It's possible, but so cool that we've made it the distance in this series.
Yeah.
So we got to see Sen debut on Fracture, and we get to see both teams debut on this.
Well, that's what it's all about right there. They're playing for the kickoff trophy. And of course, for Sentinels, they'll be playing for their second kickoff trophy here in G2, desperately trying to get their first. The question is, who's going to come out on top? You don't want to miss it. Map 5 coming up right after this, and we'll see you on the other side.
This is it. This is what it all comes down to here in our grand finals of kickoff for Americas itself as well. G2, they have been so close in the past, man. They've had two chances to win a grand finals here. They've been in familiar spots, but it's crumbled beneath their fingers multiple times. Sentinels themselves have gone on a run. They can cast their minds back to 2024 and understand how far they came in that fashion in kickoff itself.
And the last time that we saw these two teams match up in this tournament, Sen weren't close, right? So it's not like you have that same fire underneath you of we're within touching distance. This time they are. Breach Taeho gonna come out with Yoru, so sticking so heavily to the meta, if you want to call it that at the moment, for G2. Not adapting to Sova Breach, for example, or playing a Jet here. What are we gonna see from Sen? There are so many different options on Haven. Oh, I love this. Okay, so Yoru ISO going back to like a Fnatic-esque composition, but allowing both of your duelist players, because let's be real, that's what Narrate is in his heart of hearts, to go out there and frag. If there was a map for Narrate to be able to come back to Americas after his year in EMEA and showcase that he's that kind of player that deserves respect to pick up a trophy, he could put out an insanely good performance here on ISO. What to expect? Neither of these teams have played Haven this year.
You can only go off familiar scenes whenever teams are trying to play the same compositions, but you just don't know how they're going to be coming into it themselves. From map 5, the decider for the grand finals between these two teams. They're getting readied up. They're going to be heading into Haven. A pistol round where it always begins. But so many unknowns here. We've got to get the energy up because this is it. It's what both of these teams have been looking forward to. Revenge for Sentinels to steal away that trophy and title and chance for G2. And for them, it's been in the making for many, many years.
We know roughly how the Yoru ISO composition is going to work. There are not many people playing G2's compositional archetype here on Haven. It has huge amounts of area denial. But it should be limited on the info it gets on defense, I think.
Full speed ahead. Sentinels, not quite, faking it out.
Waiting for a fault line, waiting for a salvo, something like that. Maybe even seeing if the wall was triggered there.
Yeah.
And the clone did pass the choke point, so you're pretty confident the Vice isn't playing C.
Just leaves two options on A. One from B, one garage.
Well, yeah, I mean,
really? Light work.
Tons of different lanes, but it does mean that they could re-hit C after a little bit of exploration elsewhere. So they're pushing back a potential defensive push on A. Looking to cut off some rotates too, or are they going to hit the B site?
Might be where their eyes are settling on, but
Zeken's Gatecrash just expired in spawn, so he's going to be stuck on the C lurk.
I think they're trying to make this feel like a B hit, and they're going to pivot into the C, but we'll find out ourselves. Shield popped, trying to ISO these fights. Celtics gets caught onto the flank there. Stun's going to be that connection. Narrate a lot to do into this spot. Spamming away, praying, and the damage done. He was whittled down to just double digits, and it was enough at the end of the day, but Zeken has granted a At least easy access, potentially over towards C. He might have just seen it. Twists and turns, and his fight's taken. Jorgamo wins it out versus Bang. Man, it's going to be committed. Stuck down by John QT, but it's him and Zekken with a lot to do.
A 2v2 fight in Garage going to be set up here.
And damage done prior. I mean, Jorgamo just goes down after TP. Relocation. Pivot back and away, but John has taken that space. Didn't anticipate that there was a second player ready to face it. And now Zekken in that 1v3. Valent's got the smoke for it. It's very difficult to play this one. Zekken purely just have to base it off of spam, essentially. And now he can stick it. His team is applying that pressure down through C main.
Another pistol round win there for G2. I'm not seeing the vision for Sen. I don't think that's exactly what they drew up in their plan beforehand. They ended up setting 3 separate players to lurk. Zelsis had the lurk over towards A long. Narrate kind of contacted into B and ended up lurking in.
Looking at his radar while lurking and he died.
And yeah, Leaf is just pointing out that caught a player looking at the minimap. So 3 separate people trying to set up a lurk. Including Bang was the other player that I didn't mention there that we saw get caught in mid.
Sentinels. A little bit all in, but TP forwards, and okay, what do you hear that? Zekken out into the open. Repeat taken by Jorgamo. He's not shy to take those fights.
One of your big, small objectives in this round, I suppose.
Timing.
Oh,
Bang's managed to catch this. Yep. The drone did not clear him. Oh, he's playing this one to almost perfection. Paranoia sweeps its way through. Not sure if that connection's there, but a Util's going to be coming out in spades to see if they can help this one out. That's a TP into the back corner. Aftershock somehow catching on to these players. Ring around the roses, and the spike dropped down into the open. There were chances there. Got to respect Sen. The gumption to even try and go for a play like that, and Bang to jump on it, but doesn't work out.
That's 2 rounds in a row that Sentinels have called some kind of contact play through a choke point. And it makes me think that that's part of their overarching strategy, is to not give timings for the salvo, for the stun. Bang couldn't quite pull off the teleport there before the aftershock that came through default caught him.
Hey, we got away with the mistakes. Let's guys, call contact, call shit.
Yeah, and I think that's important there, is that somebody needs to be taking contact. They're holding spots expecting Sentinels to make noise and use util. They've been caught now kind of twice.
Oh, Jorgamo is in their faces. He's only got a bulldog to his name. He's trying to take that fight, but TP backing away once more to safety. Time ball for Trent. Needs to be very careful and worried. He's lucky not to just trade out that orb for his life. G2 are now going to be getting primed and ready, and this is so quick, man. They're using the drone for the re-clear down through A short. All tripped up.
Leaf versus Zelsis again on the flank, on the lurk. Leaf has been good for it 2 out of 2 rounds so far. Flash breaks the thorns before there can be too much more damage done. G2 grouping up towards mid. Wow, double re-clearing mid, giving up Garage. What a call from Leaf.
They've got a squeeze on them though. Do these players even know? Are they even aware? The answer is no. Leaf strikes right from behind, and Zelsa's got to do a lot here. He's got to try and salvage this entire hit that's coming through over towards the A site. Zelsis can now become a bit of a problem player for them. Do they have to clear up the cam? It's a game of cat and mouse. What a plan does go down, but oh, he's looking in a different direction.
Jorgamo is also a problem player though. He was behind in A long and Sen never cleared it.
Dropped down. Oh my God, what's occurring? No one's covering these fights. And the angle's there. Jorgamo's in their faces. Do they know where Bang is? Sticking Jorg gets half. There's a smoke to supplement it, covering it, obfuscating it. It's 3 in a row for G2. The problem that's rearing its head. Bang survives with the rifle, but it's a consolation prize, man, because Kaplan mentioned this. Doesn't matter how much prep you put into a map. Doesn't matter how close you are on a gun round. If you lose the pistol, you lose the bonus, you're going to lose the map.
But they've also lost the pistol and bonus by trying to get weird lurk plays through all over the place. You have a Yoru ISO composition. A Yoru ISO composition, sorry. Just make some space with the Paranoia and with Zekken's teleport and allow Narrate to run around trying to frag people. This contact stuff is to try to get around and behind Jonah P and Trent's util. But it's also making Sen not play together and play to their win conditions.
It's a full investment by Sen. Kept the one rifle, but half armor almost across the board. Regen shields if they can afford it. Jorg is going to get information gathered. Wait a second.
He just came out of his
he
zone.
just came out of Dimensional Drift. He looks like he wants to try and take that fight up through a lobby. They're not giving it to him.
He teleported back as well. Have they heard that? They're still pinging out areas over towards A lobby, so...
Oh,
brutal.
Smoke propped up. Information gathered, and they're just not watching their backs, man. These angles are open. G2 making a mockery of it right now. We didn't know what to expect here for Haven, but the game plan has just fallen to pieces for Sen.
They're leaving so many gaps, and G2 are finding them. I think Zels has got to be more defensive in his Cypher play rather than trying to find the lurk timings. He needs to stop G2.
30 seconds left.
Tucked up tight, reinforcements arriving. Spot the back, there's a swing. Bang's lucky.
Here's Zelsis trying to find that lurk timing though.
There's 20 seconds left. G2 no. Garage control. Okay, whipping a rifle back around again. Zelsis did get the 1 kill, but there's only 13 seconds left. They don't have main control.
10 seconds
I mean, Leaf has got this. Bang, in the smoke.
Trying to go for a bit of spam. Oh, it's revealed his hand. Definitely has, but it's uncomfortable for Sentinels. They know that they have to fight for control of at least one of these areas of the map, and bullets are flying forwards. It doesn't matter. The player advantage that G2 have earned up more than enough to sail their way to victory in a 4th round now.
If you're looking for the cope for Sentinels here, once they get up to Euro ult, ISO ult, they can start to apply much more pressure onto these sites. But you can't be relying on the ultimates the entire time. And you're still a round away from that, by the way. I mean, Sen have got to go, I think, here for another eco.
One enemy remaining.
It's looked like Sen's permaban.
Yeah.
So far, right? It's looked like we're finally getting to the portion of the BO5 where G2's double map veto is giving them the win. And I thought we were going to get here earlier, I've got to be honest with you. I thought that G2 were looking so clean so far in kickoff, not dropping a single map coming into this grand final, that with double map veto, Sen were going to struggle to hold on. And we've been dazzled by what Sentinels have shown us so far in these first 4 maps. Especially starting out so strong on Split. But here, it's not cooking. By the look of things, we can see the economy, and it looks like Sen are going to try to force this round.
Opted into it again.
They're 1 away from getting every single ultimate online. The one that I would be prioritizing is Narrates, because I think once you have Narrates ISO ultimate on the attack side, you can grab a player, scale off the back of that, Paranoia, TP, Zekken into spots. There's a lot of big execs you can do, and it makes it very difficult for G2.
Concern here, though, G2 might be 1 step ahead with the player positions. Timer's going to start ticking at some point as we get down into the round.
Yeah, they are so far ahead of this, aren't they?
It's a salvo. The fault line, I think G2 going to try to take that early control. That makes it feel like Jorgamo's not here with the operator.
Well,
he's pushing forwards.
Even if Jorg does have to teleport away, you've still got a crunch onto the ult orb.
He's made a bit of noise. Are they aware? Salvos. He's hoping that they get pushed back into him. Cracking shot by Narrate.
That gives him the ult as well.
And with that, maybe you can snowball it into your advantage, but Senna taking it slow and steady once more.
The drone doesn't clear enough. The idea there is that the drone is supposed to see whether they're playing retake. If they are playing retake, you take the site. If not, you catch him in the iso.
Great hit. Oh, Jonapi's been out in the open there. He thought that he had the timing. This dimensional drift might not even be necessary, but he is going to spot out these players, and hello, combo it up. Yep, take it into the gulag. Good luck winning it, and Trent somehow manages it. There's a shield to contest with. Still there, gets 1. Locked up onto the side, but it was the impetus around that Sen needed. Took a lot to get there. Looked a bit messy in the process.
But it was the right call to force up, knowing that you had those ults about to come online. As soon as you get the ult cycle going, Sentinel's comp is really difficult to defend against.
Leafy already.
You see the combos that they have. And even when Trent gets this, he's gonna get traded out. It is ridiculous that he also caught John Cutie.
Yo, you're in the ISO, bro.
Not too much.
One of the things that does, though, I mean, obviously it lets Trent
What happened?
talk. Whoa, what are we going for here?
Off the ribs, flashes in their faces, salvos.
Is he stopped though?
Narrate stems the bleeding and takes the bite out of that play. Jorgamo's still going to be taking the space off the back of that, but forced to respect it with a TP of his own. They're trying to squeeze these players.
Yeah, it's a set play that we've seen some other teams go for, actually, but...
Oh! Leaf holds over Zealous! Leaf's grabbed 2! Trent through the back! It's a Razorvine and a Hunter's Fury. It's going to be whipping his way around with just a 1 tag. Not enough to get the damage done. Not enough for the kill that they're looking for. Still a 2v3.
Jorgamo's coming around the flank. No, he's not.
Takes it for the TP. I mean, this is just going to be... Again, that chaos sown into the mix, into the round itself. There's 2 players on Sentinels. They're looking to see if they can carve an opening.
Trent just got salvos back. They're trying to bait them out. Trying to bait out a peek.
Fighting for a link control as 2 players meet them. Spots the shoulder. It's going to be a clone into your face. Could be blinding you potentially, but he turns it still. Flashed up. And they're just wandering, waiting out. Into the open backside. 5-1.
Looked like Jorg got that kill full blind as well. 5-1. Rough for Sentinels, especially when they start that round with 2 clean kills from their 8. That's brutal. The decision to go into the B side there and Leaf eats them up. I mean, that is ISO value. That's what you play this composition for, and then... What an angle.
Where are you going?
This is worrying because G2, you can tell inside their comms, can feel the win, can feel the trophy.
Absolutely.
And if you're trying to play on the fact that G2 have choked before, you want to start strong, not allow them to get the confidence.
Salvo's out through mid, that's G2. Slowing down a potential mid-take.
This is one of the reasons the ISO's so good. You can use that shield to be able to just gather ult orbs up. And Narrate, once he ults, he always has an ult point back. It should be so simple to cycle these massive ultimates up.
Time to judge.
Big struggle though so far for Sen. Now they're looking to make their way over towards A. They're ready to take a peek. It's a double player held down. I mean, they were watching for it. They hear the sound cue from the shield. He only gets the 1. And every smoke, every option is watched for. Right now, Sen are just throwing anything at the wall, seeing what sticks with these lurk plays. TP committed. Leaf is wondering whereabouts these players could be. Rolling Thunder gives him the time for the drop down. Flash on top of it. Hell player banging to win that fight out, and he still needs to hold it down even further. It's just 1 man. What can he do? Dodge at a flash. Quick turn to the side. Plant's still not down for them. Going to be stuck, committed. Cosmic Divider forces them forwards into the fight and into the fray. And G2 are now aware of it. They know the possible positions. The IGL has you in his sights.
G2 are dismantling Sentinels. You see it in the rounds. Narrate just decides to pick a timing to apply his shield and swing C long. I mean, maybe just hoping that he would catch a solo Jorg holding the angle. And then Zekken does a very similar thing and just tries to find a timing into the B smoke. Both duelists lurking in this round. It's ranked-esque strategies, not what you expect from a team like Sentinels. But again, this is their permaban, so how much can you really judge them for the situation that they're in? They did an amazing job to get to map 5 here. But if they wanted a chance at victory with the benefit of hindsight, maybe it had to come on Fracture.
Yeah, just a little bit earlier.
Because this is looking tough. This looks like a team that doesn't have the depth in their map pool against an opponent that has got rid of buying.
You can stack buildings now?
They're not going to be in these kind of spots too often.
Certain buildings.
Just that best of 5 debuff that just occurs because when it gets drawn out to this point, like you've been mentioning,
this is a different faction than the one I normally play.
Does
So
your map
like
pool
totally
go? Of course,
different.
there's the mental resilience.
The Beavers have
things,
factions.
have got,
Yeah,
listen,
I normally play
they're not
Folktales, and these are the Iron Teeth. To the industry.
Competing for titles, trophies in grand
Can you
finals,
just stack those buildings? Like, do they need multiple entrances then, or could you just stack them straight up?
More here as
I mean, you can stack them straight up, but you have to build like
And
staircase
also,
or a
they've had
ladder up.
enough of the match to get their form back, I think. And especially for Trent. I've been so impressed with what he's put together in the last 2 maps. He's looked electric. I think he'd probably be my MVP so far of this match.
Yeah, I started because I kind of failed my last one.
Can come online. He's still at the top of the scoreboard. He's not playing too badly, but the whole team doesn't really seem to have a good idea of how to maximize his value.
I'm not good with this faction, so I want to play more with this faction. I'm really good with the other one, but I'm not good with this one at all.
All narrowly avoided.
He got the clone, did he?
Sucking onto a couple of these players. Yeah, is that a clone play? Absurd reactions from Jordan. We're just anticipating it, but a clone in your face doesn't matter. No, he can't get out. It's traded in time. Bang at least gives them that. And a player advantage on top of it, but they haven't cleared. Valin backs to him. And quick reactions from Zelsis. Make sure to watch that angle, but damage done to Bang. Wrapping around by Leaf. It's all about this timing, and they are doubled up towards short. Doubled up, and he's, the player weak. Does he anticipate? The Zelsis has cut it up into the corner. It's all about this timing, and the fight to be taken. Off-angle approach. And the player, the man that has held his ground and stood up to many questions and challenges, Zelsis delivers them around.
What a scrappy fight over there towards A-Long. Bang TPs himself on top of bricks, which was unexpected to start. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the midst of all of that, we saw a pretty sick outplay with Jorgamo using his clone to stop Narrate's ultimate. Didn't get them the round win though. Sen get 2.
That same A-lobby aggression used off the rip forces the slowdown for Sen. Not that they were looking to go into that direction anyway.
Recon Dart also used off the rip towards the back of the C site, which I don't really understand the value of for John. I'll have that back at the minute mark.
What the heck? Justin direct message me, crying emoji, playing League.
Narrate kind of wastes his shield here just to take a range control instead of... Well, I mean, I guess he's applying pressure. He's kind of just acting as a distraction and a lurk. It's a weird way of using the ice, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to force that reclear, which Leaf apparently not favored for. Valin! It's impeccable with the timing. I mean, Narrate just not worried about it. He's trying to back himself out of the fight. Clone was used in mid, just pulls back that wall as well on top of it, but a salva's going to be used as that response, and Jorgamo ready to lock it down. He's got teammates at his back, and he's taking a fight straight to them. Flashes in their face, stuns the supplement, slow down the pace. The drone now has to be offloaded. Sen looking to get themselves in. It's a half clearance. It's a half clearance! Trent, he's just decimated them!
Beautiful distraction. You can't get past this guy. He's been unbelievable in these last couple maps. He's 12-3 currently. And he lit the world up on Fracture too. The defensive util that G2 have to work with here is barbaric.
I'm caging.
I mean, he's making a comment there that the cage was beautiful for him to play around despite it being thrown from Zelsis, I think.
Cutting through.
It's all smiles for G2.
All right, here's an exec, though, from Sen, on an eco, albeit.
And they need Narrate to lead that charge. It is an eco. Hold on, twist and turns. You're trying to break the ankles, but again, not quite the weaponry for it still. Man gets the one, swing through the cage. And Zelsis has gone down anyway. It's rapid. And it feels like desperation at its core.
When you run those kind of fast hits, it does make it really easy for G2 to be able to find the right timings for their stuns, flashes, sucks, pulls, salvos. They've got everything. It's really tough. You can see why Sen are trying so much of this lurking, contacting style of play. But it makes their comp look so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Can John pull a rabbit out a hat in the world's most unlikely 1v3? Because otherwise, we've still only got 2 rounds out of 10.
There's no gun. It's not util, but he doesn't want to reveal it. The only thing he's got going for him is that they don't know where he is. His timing's across to the drone, but, well, dart's in order, and Salvo's at your feet. Good luck crossing that boundary. Cosmic Divide even committed. Shows a bit of respect, I think, that G2 are making sure to expend these ults. And they've got the crossfire set up. Jump spot. It's going to be dealt with.
It's okay. He drew out the Cosmic Divide. That's a win. But Sen needs some rounds at this point. G2 are running away with it. You're seeing that gap now between these two teams here on Haven. And they're going to have so many tools as well to use on the attack. This is not just a defense-sided comp. We've already seen when they play, you know, Split, for example, is one where this comp is really difficult to stop once it gets rolling.
So far, G2 though on track to be grabbing that title, a trophy. It's eluded them and evaded them most of their careers. Here's aggression. Increase again with the tempo, but That's Bang just perched up on top of the staircase, and the angle unexpected for Jorgamo.
G2 feel like they have to make something happen here, because if they wait, Sentinels have got an enormous ult advantage. There's the Cypher ult.
Yeah. And it pushes back G2 when they were looking for another go of things outside the double doors. All up. Nerofef gives them the info. They know that that's just the one lurking for it, and Zekken's going to be gathering even more information. Thorn's popped off, but he doesn't care about that.
Looked down and ordered
straight into the fight. Leaf. How cheeky do you want to get? Armageddon is going to be layered down onto these players as well, and it's created that window in the pocket. Still Zekken from behind, and he does wrangle his rifle just in time.
Humidifier?
It's two dropped.
Yeah, I can't do
Zekken needed that. Needed to show himself up here still. He's stunned. Go to the corner and unaware of where Jonah P could be coming from. Wait a second, it's a 1v2. Drone not being used. Flash up and over towards the top, but tagged up. Jonah P forced to respect it. Cannot give these G2 players in so they can feel it now. Sen realize it. Offload him for the util. Double tap. It's a good call to make.
Sen get another on the board. An 8-4 half could be possible. Could be. They would have to come out with some amazing game plans on the defense. Narrate's one away from getting ISO ult.
Nah, you don't.
Drag a player into a 1v1. But he doesn't want to go for Chocobo's clone again. So, I mean, this flood defend idea from G2. They have the Vice flash, and then Trent running through a smoke. Zekken have to do everything to stop it from working.
Is it better now?
It's about the same.
Cryo has got to be getting that orb onto Narrate.
Like it's not using the AirPods.
Need the ult.
Well, it's not using the AirPods on purpose.
Around in their favor, as you said, 8-4, maybe it's winnable. Sen are able to grab it. G2 called in for the reinforcements just early on over towards A, but now playing a bit more fluidly. You hear the drone. Going to be used pound for pound out through mid as well. Both teams are going to be hunting for that information, and there's no orb in sight. Narrate just wants to try and take the fight straight to them. Maybe if he earns a kill, but that's a shield expended. He desperately needs this. He's forward, taking the timing matters into his own hands, but it's just going to be fading out. The duration and an ult of their own. Jorgamo is going to be using it, gathering it, and he sees it. Tip tap of the footsteps. Leaf cutting up close onto the corners. Unexpected here, and here's some chaos for you. Attempt to reclear it forces Sen to slow down.
They've used Recon just to check spawn.
Yeah.
Narrate, even if he gets this ult orb, even if he gets the ult online, he doesn't have his shield because he wasted it earlier on.
That's what he would be hoping for. Any sort of advantage into this fight. Any information? It's an ult. A no-go. Everybody just cleanly out of the way. G2 now starts swarming, getting into position for this one. Forwards, double taking, just trying to get ahead of the curve as well as it set up occurs. Blind as anything, Valin. He's just running rings around him, but Zekken left to try and control the situation. But it's too much for even him. 9-3. It's where we stand for the last map here of our kickoff grand finals.
And G2 are going to be feeling calm, comfortable, confident. After a very nervous beginning to this BO5, I would imagine we might get a chance. Might get a chance in the winner's interview with them to check that out. But here we go, all on the line, and G2 can sense that trophy.
9-3 half is what we're staring at, and it's the decider map for the grand finals. G2, they've been on the cusp of a title many, many times before. And this Valen-led team as well. They made sacrifices as well to stay together as a squad. They need this win desperately. You can feel it. And this time, they're holding all the momentum.
As you say, they were an Ascension team almost by choice. They were good enough for Tier 1, the players, but they chose to stick together in Tier 2. One Ascension came in, have been in multiple finals here in Americas as well, and this is their best chance. A pistol round that is desperate for Sentinels.
Their only chance, realistically, at this point. Slight pause into the round at the beginning. GT were hoping that one of the 7 players might have been caught unaware with a flash play.
Zeken's gone for the gate crash. So super common for the Yoru to start the round over towards A and then have that gate crash on C if needed. And maybe that mid utility just baited it out when he could have held his ground a little longer. Sentinels have decided to play A for retake, and I think this is quite readable because it's a pretty classic thing a Yoru Isu comp would want to go for.
G2 just crawling up onto the angles. Not a huge amount of util expended. Now the smokes are going to be spelling it all out here. John, dart against the backdrop, into the wall, but that's a clone. Set your eyes towards this one here. A lot of util now to try and push back these Heaven players. On top of that with a shot dart, and time has been bought. There's only 35 seconds left. And which direction are you going into, G2?
They're going back to Leaf.
It's a mad dash.
Leaf found an enormous gap in garage.
And Sen just following those sound cues. Might be kicking themselves. They're rapid onto the approach once more. There's only 17 seconds left. They want to try and get ahead of most of this here, but a vulnerable is going to push Leaf back. He did this job. He got the space for his team to try and get that plant out, and now goes into the retake that Sen desperately need.
All missiles away.
Trying to put a squeeze on them. Still a wall to deal with. Just the shoulder peeking out. Shots fired off as well. Calls made for G2. They want to try and take this full focus in towards the back of the site. They're eight to cracking one to try and open it up, and the issue forced. Jorgamo pressing forwards, but still these players, these bodies, as much as the advantage was found, it suddenly just turned all the way right around. G2, how are you managing this? It was all, oh, I mean, it was looking so likely.
The double flank from Sentinels didn't clear Leaf. His vice wall got tripped and he tucked in a corner, and then Jonah came back to help. Jonah was just trading out. It's fundamental gameplay from G2. You see it here through his eyes. Other players die in front of him, but he's there to pick up the pieces. And it's pretty doomed for Sentinels. It's not even a large reaction here for Josh RT. At this point, it's the expected outcome for G2. They'll be savoring it, thinking about it. That trophy is within touching distance out there on the floor in front of them.
You just don't have the weaponry to util to hold a candle right now. Sen can pray that they can get a gap in, but listen, rapidly approached. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Sen, maybe if there was mistakes, but G2 aren't offering them. No cracks in the armor that they can wedge open.
They've certainly been tested in this match overall, but not here. And not on Fracture either. It's been a sprint to the finish line by the look of things. Sen are going to be waiting to get rifles online, hoping that they can do something, but this would be one hell of a comeback. Jumping into that just to try to deny Jonah P the kill, because they do not want a Rolling Thunder available for the bonus. They're fine dying to Trent. So Sen have now got to get themselves into a spot where they can deny a bonus round, hopefully deny a Rolling Thunder, somehow turn this around with no practice on Haven. And meanwhile, G2 are sitting pretty. They've eased into this match. It took them longer than we expected. I thought maybe they'd drop one map here today, but Sen have pushed them much further. But these last two have looked comfortable, back to that easy style of Valorant.
Yeah. G2 rolled out the red carpet for themselves, man. It's looking like a casual jaunt for them as they get ever closer to that 12th round. is going to be the best chance in a while for Sen. But you got to do it multiple rounds in a row.
High-low setup here from Zelsis and Bang. Trying to deny the ult orb.
From clears. Well, he missed his way around. I mean, they just committed the aftershock anyway. Doesn't matter that they missed him. This is C control and a TP deep up onto the side. Bang. Just trying to layer it down as well. A bit of recovery and fire is in order and necessary. But the Rate has got to do it all. Quick dismiss, a quick flick of the wrist just to try and dodge these dashes. And the flash is coming his way. 2 versus 3 though. Plant going down. No problems there. And G2 getting ever closer. Flowing forwards, facing away. John QT. It's a lovely time to make a play, but it's going to need a little bit more. Dart revealing, bit of spam potential, but still they're going to try and take this one together. And the jumping right clicks. They save them for now.
That is what they needed. A John QT miracle. 11-4. It's still a nightmarish road for Sen to walk. But with less than 30 health combined, they get it across the line. Don't exactly understand how. This round ended up going so badly wrong for G2. They were set up pretty for it. They're going to need more of that. They're going to need G2 to take their eyes off the prize. Or get too obsessed with it and forget about the game, I suppose. Distracted by the gleam off the trophy. G2 group up for a fast A, looking to maybe to get Trent the Armageddon, shut the door in their face.
They're waiting for Util, trying to refight after it's expended on Sen's side. Savo's do enough as well to clear it out, so.
Yeah, they just push everyone away from reinforcing bricks. So as long as you hard clear bricks, as Jorg is doing, you're not too worried. Reclear though for Sentinels.
Yeah.
He was working on split, can it work again?
They're going for it. Grouped up, shield popped. Paints the picture. It's obvious right now for G2, but despite how obvious it is, you have to hit back and you have to fight back. Sentinel's not willing to go down without a fight, not just yet. To escape from this one without giving away too many more kills because they have that player advantage.
Cautious and respectful from G2, just trying to control the aggression from Sen. Didn't want to take too many unnecessary risks, but now they're going to have to do something. Down 3v4, using that to break the trip.
The drone partially avoided still. It's good, John just playing back now, and the plan is retake over towards A. He's got the kill, he's played his life.
Individually.
No reason to overcomplicate it.
Individually, these initiator players on both teams are playing really well. Trent now, Armageddon online. I don't see how they could get this done. Should be Sentinels getting up to 5, especially because they're going to have full info on where these post-plant players are.
Did Zeka miss the clearance? I'm not too sure. There's a dart. Rebounding round the back and spam into the smoke. They got to know and expect it, yeah. So, Dimensional Drift was essentially able to make that one just a walk in the park themselves. Sen, still here, still breathing.
Finding value off the reclear. They're going to need many more of those. So many more of those. But Narrate didn't have a chance to use his ISO ultimate here. So he's still got that available. And in a larger macro sense as well, they haven't really been exploring what Zelsis is up to.
One round at a time. Come on now.
Zelsis has been putting a trip garage and then a cam to also watch garage. So when the trip gets broken by Trent Salvos, he still has info. Now this round, they've swapped it over, and he's defending on A. Are they trying to get value from the ISO ult early?
What is this? Decision making for Bang. He's forced to just make the decision right here now. Still, he knows that the players cross past that threshold, and it is returned with a fire and a trade in sight. Bang dropped. Deep drone in. Could have been an incredible play to make.
Oh, Narrate used his shield, so he felt incentivized to use the ultimate, and he just sent it too late.
It's gone.
On an area that G2 had already evacuated. He does look a little uncomfortable on the ISO. Been a while since he played Duelist.
G2 happy to run rings around them. Within the chaos, they might thrive, and they might even be able to get that thrifty win still. Okay, there's a dart, a Hunter's Fury. It's all going to be used to stem the bleeding here for Sen. Cam as well. Look, you can play for this one to the retake. A bit of spam onto the corner just in case. Trying to time it right.
Double flank. They're not thinking about this, surely. John completely caught unaware.
Yeah. So bullet to the back of the head for Trent. Bala steps forwards, only earns himself the one, but Sight given up. Zekin with the rifle. Locks it all the way down. Safety in numbers, and Sen had it.
G2, they are 2 rounds away from getting that elusive trophy, and yet Sen are starting to put the rounds together. That's now 3 retakes, 3 defuses in a row. And what a play for Bang to begin the round. I mean, you can see him stuck, not used to that. Had to make a decision. These are the last of G2's reserves. The piggy bank, it's running dry. Probably they're going to run a fast round here because Jorgamo has the Yoruwalt online.
Yeah.
Sen should be able to read that.
They should. But we'll find out and we'll see. There's 2 players lined up out towards mid. Just the one spotted. Wait a second. Bait on the end of a stick. Gonna be calling for the pings as well. Dart, fault line. An attempt from Jorgamo. He's got a worry and he seems to expect that play was occurring. The squeeze. Trying to turn it onto him. Still, it's all the way out through C. You got Util out into the hands and Narrate with a shield. Can't overstep himself here. If he goes into the Thorns, he loses it anyway, but the duration just running out. It's a nice little Util combo still. They're not out of danger just yet. G2 have control of this one. It's a lot of Util expended that Paranoia sweeps its way through. No play to take space though, not from Sen. I believe they're gonna get stalled out, and they are. Slow down, re-clearance out into garage. Might just come down to these fights that are taken. Dart rebound. Zekin was almost alone when he's taking that one. And these players are falling. Sen to do a lot here. Clearing the way forwards. Jorgamo is low. The dash, or at least the flash, is going to be broken here. Cut it up. Leave cannot do it here. Leaving it down to Jorgamo. TP up on above. Jorgamo hears it. He expects it. But in a 1v2.
They are doing it. Sen are bringing this one back. 5 seconds that they still had to play with there. The retake coordination is great. The vulnerable into the shock dart is lovely too. But the way that they're playing off each other and the spacing here, pretty brilliant. Bang and John Cutie even setting up the high-low.
No, let's go.
Trent having 20 kills on the other side and Sen still believe. G2 forced to take a tactical timeout. They're getting owned by these retakes, honestly. And it's strange because Leaf has Thorns down in the post plant. Narrate can't really get in with his shield. It's not the ISO that's necessarily providing all the value. It's the players coming in afterwards. And G2, I think, not quite setting up enough ideas for themselves. No garage reflanks, for example, on a round like that. They can't really fight post-plant aggression because they're trying to use the Thorns to keep the other team out from flood defending. It's starting to get concerning, actually. G2 may have just taken their eyes off the prize for a moment.
We got a glance at it. But you're exactly right here for G2. We know how much this means to them. Valens talked about it. They're confident coming into this season. They know that they're one of the best, if not the best team in Americas, but it's about how you prove it here and now in this grand finals. And for Sentinels themselves, listen, the mood has almost flipped. You wouldn't expect Sentinels to be down this many rounds with the way they're acting after these rounds and the replays themselves.
I don't think we're getting any snow. It's just been doing sleety, icy rain.
Anything can happen. And these eco situations are often where the team with lower economy just throws caution to the wind. Sen, though, look like they're set up pretty to deal with this.
Odin primed and ready. It's going to be a Thorns straight towards the back of the site. It's going to be cutting off the exit route. Sen, we'll see if they just try and hold their ground into it. That's a TP forwards. Dismissed. Narrate's there.
I like what they're going for here with the high-low setups. Right in front with a shield. Bang was playing up top. Bit of danger dismissed. And leaving Cypher utility with Zekin on the opposite side of the map to hold things down. I think G2 do need to be doing a bit more of this slow defaulting to get rid of Zelsys utility.
Through the back now, they're just looking for a plant at this point. Zelsys, okay, sidestep, Valens there. Still forcing them back in the Thorns. Sound cues are given off to G2, but it's just 2 players, what can they do? And it's accounted for, at least without angles. Zelsys wraps it all the way around. Leaf is right there behind them. Player down into mids, he's turned it into a 1v2. Up in the hands of Zekin. Spike, drop down. That's going to be the win com here for Sentinels. Leaf does not expect it, surely not, and yeah. Zekin just creeps around the corner. Locked in. Ready to take this all the way if necessary.
5 rounds in a row. And the gap down to 3. G2, at this point, barely in the lead. And certainly if they lose this round, in a super precarious position. They know that Zekken has an operator. G2 need to navigate that. They also need to be worried about the info that Zellsis is consistently applying. But they have ults to work with. Does that break the trip? Yeah, it does. So no kill trip over towards A long.
Zekken contemplating whether they wanted to step up to this, but you don't know if they've taken up control towards A, and G2 have. Drone's going to be used in a forward position. Everybody grouped up. There is no pivot option here for G2. It's all in. They're sending it, flying forwards now. Steel Garden on top of it. Cut to the corner. Zekken! Zekken! Like a thief in the night. Inside the cage. And he turned himself and his team an opening pick. Bang! Within that chaos, this man, of course, is going to be thriving. The windows of opportunities that are being created by his teammates. And they're ready to run this one all the way to another round win. 2 left to stand from G2. How often have these players been in this spot? Valen and Jonah P. The rate's gone. There's a dimensional drift now to set the pace and change the tide of the fight potentially, but Jonah P's in himself. That roll in Thunder inside through short. Down to the 1v1. Valen, he's low enough. Tiniest of margins is what this lies on. Could it be 12 or could it be Sentinels in control of once again another round? John QT, there's no tap, there's no hiding it. It's half earned. He wants to stick it! And Valen punishes.
It's always these unexpected moments where the team in the lead somehow halts momentum.
Yeah, that breach just fucked them.
I think had a slam dunk retake. Jonah P was flashed up. Zekken's blind hit him full to the face and Narrate was flanking short. I don't know how they whiffed that. I don't know how they weren't able to get the kill on the Professor. And then IGL v IGL, Valen takes it down. They're up to tournament point here in America's kickoff.
And all it's going to take is one. G2 playing empowered. There's passion behind them. Slow and steady though. Not going to be losing track of the discipline that's led them this far in the best of 5 series. Zekken, he's forwards. He needs to respect that drone. He breaks it. TP's back out. There's danger there if he gets caught with a suppression, but reclear protocols of G2 now coming through.
Needs to be perfection from Sentinels. Somehow they've made me believe. It looked like they were so out of it. It looked like the trophy was already in G2's hands. Senna going for a mid-reclear, caught by the flash.
Not just in time, there's no threat behind it. Zellsis steps forwards. He's only got a stinger in hands. Sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for his team, but he's looking for mid-round information.
This is a disaster.
Sen have got the wrong idea completely on this one.
Entirely the wrong read. The C site is utterly open. Zellsis needs one here, and he might just get timing by Leaf. This is brutal in Garage.
What timing is he even looking for? Cosmic Divide drops it down. Trent going for the plant as well, and it has to be that retake by Sen. None the wiser, and they're only just going to realize it. They're going to be late to the party. It's essential that Zellsis locks down his Garage control just to make it a little bit more easy onto the retake. And Leaf has taken it into a completely different direction. Time has already been burnt off the clock here. G2, this is their time to shine. The trophy that they've been hunting for. All lies on this. The retake coming through. Zellsis watching for the flank. Leaf has been down and out. And the feed is filling up with blue. Jorgamo locking it down, crash up to the corner. And this is a rapid approach indeed. Sentinels. Not to be pushed back.
No.
The retake attempt was so late, but so well orchestrated. The coordination from Sentinels, the spacing and the timing, it looks like last year. It looks like when they were at their tippity top and relied so heavily on these retakes to get back in. G2, because Bang is always alive in these spots, feel like they have to play on site. Narrate can't believe how easy that was. G2, broken economy. They had a
Why do
tournament
people sit with
point.
their face like 3 inches away from the screen?
I don't know. That's a little ill. That is illness.
And honestly, round 20
They
was the
sit like with the monitors literally like
Other than
poking
that,
into their face.
It's been domination from Sen.
No wonder they get
Defense side of
headshots.
Haven.
Just looking at like 3
G2 are going
pixels.
to have to pick themselves back up.
backside of this timeout, but that
Plus,
is
they're all like
so
chewing on that crack,
Money's not there for them, as you
like
mentioned.
amphetamine gum and shit.
Going up against Sen, the sixth man has turned up.
Fucking crazy shit.
The crowd buff potentially active. It's a lot to overcome when you hear the stage vibrating, the roar of the crowd over every single misstep and mistake that you make on the stage.
If G2 allow themselves to dwell on that, then the choking question will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. If they do lose this with 4 tournament points, all of those same questions are going to come crashing down. The closer Sen get to overtime, the more G2 are going to be mentally out of the game. This round, you don't have to think about it too hard if you're G2. Send it in a little bit, see if you can get some big ults online. Learn what you can, do what you can. And then round 23, see if you can lock things up. But for Sentinels, they've got to be perfect, and that just isn't.
It's a missed opportunity at that. Bit of spam coming through onto either side of this one. The shield is immediately gone. Okay, you're pulled into my world now, and Array wants to take this fight straight to them. Okay, rewarded. Shield online, waits until the final moment. It's an aftershock as they were trying to predict that location. Array is the one to salvage the operation.
Oh my god.
Could have been dying, could have gone wrong. But ultimately, it's Sentinels here.
Cleaning up a small error from Bang. A big round from Narrate. But no ISO ult for rifle rounds. Forced to use it on the eco. And as flashy as that is, it's not necessarily a good thing. 2 more opportunities for G2 to close things out and storm the stage, hoist the trophy.
This could potentially be one of the hardest rounds that Sen have ever played. The ults are building. It's a fault line, it's a salvos. Postured and pushed them back. Dimensional drift to account for. Jogo's been getting constant information from this. John forced to retreat as well, give up most of this side. Now Zekin, he's still sticking around as an Armageddon. Cuts it up onto the one corner. Up through heaven as well. Jorgamo,
his teleport is in spawn.
What options do they even have? I think they've seen it gliding straight past him. Senna grouping up. They're ready and waiting for this one. Valen with the plant, sticking. They're going to push it back. The Hunter's Fury is delayed.
It's delayed.
Jorgamo, he's into back lines. Jorgamo, he's tearing him a new one. And now Sentinels left to do it, just 3 left standing. A player disadvantage. Here's the retake coming through. The blinds are good, but the kills need to be better. And G2 will not be denied. It's a death knell tolls. And for Sentinels themselves, it all lands on their shoulders. A bang. 1 to be fine, but 2 more left standing. G2. They've been tested, they've been pushed. But the util just makes it almost impossible. TP forwards, 11 HP to his name. Jubilation for G2. The victory that eluded them. A title. Gaining Garnet, finally.
See, I need to see some of those types of Yoru plays in my game. For my team. I've never once seen that. Not once.
And G2 with that kickoff trophy to boot. Fair's fair. Sentinels got the one last year.
I think I'm gonna go pick it up.
This year felt like in 2025 it was G2's time, but my God, were they tested?
Oh yeah.
Thanks.
I thought we were going to see a cleaner victory. They hadn't dropped a map up until the grand finals, but Sen, even when they looked down and out on Haven, when it looked like they hadn't had enough practice with the comp, pushed G2 to their limits.
Did not make it easy for them. Not whatsoever. But it's G2 the ones here standing right now. And they are your America's Kickoff champions.
They've been waiting, denied this moment multiple times last year. Incredible. Had to show a lot more than they'll have wanted to, I think, though, heading into a Masters event. Some things to tighten up. But that curse overcame.
Absolutely. Unreal stuff from G2. That hefty weight has got to feel good. When going to send it down to the floor momentarily as well.
All right, everybody, let's keep that going a few more times. Your kickoff grand champions, G2 Esports!
This is Casa Banana. You want to see what's inside? Here we go. Let's cut through it. Ready? Look at that. How freaking weird does that look, right? Okay, let's try it. What do you think it tastes like? So you take a spoon and you just scoop out a little bit of the flesh. You see it has seeds inside, okay? And it's very, very juicy. Mmm. Wow, that's fantastic. It's like a cantaloupe melon, right? A rock melon. Very, very sweet. No sour whatsoever. And just really delicious. It has like this beautiful bubblegummy flavor to it. It's really nice. This is Casa
And as the saying goes, pick something you would
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to cast maybe one of the highest skill games that has ever graced my presences over on the Discord channel, helpfully submitted by a viewer and long-term patron of the channel, a supporter that I greatly appreciate, none other than Angry Strawberry herself, sent on over this replay after sharing with me that apparently the OP lobby managed to get pretty spicy today. Some top-notch players that apparently were duking it out all day today, and this did end up being one of the better, highest skill matches that came out of some of those really cool games. So enjoy with me today as we hunker down and take a look at this game that was played recently on Tartar Steppes. Now, a tar-laden wasteland full of trees and gaseous vents here for geothermal extraction. Loads of resources available here for these commanders to take advantage of, and these top-notch commanders definitely will, as they are often the quickest commanders on the block to get those resources up and running. And today, having the honor of leading the red team, it'll be none other than Pro X Factor Live. Pro X Factor Live, hailing from Germany with 54 open skill silver chevrons as well, and gonna be showing us what the red team has in store for us today. Going an Armada commander here as well, which is always cool to see. I love when we watch Armada commanders play at the tippity top of the pyramid, because a lot of times we do see a lot of Cortex in those competitive 1v1s. 8v8 feels like where we get to see the Armada units shine in their teamwork 8v8s.
Whoa, whoa. I'ma get so much dough. I don't even really know. Come with the 4x4. And you already know you gotta go. And you already know I'm gonna go. Let's go to Mario. And Mario. How to hit it, how he hold. I be going the streets. I be getting the beats. I be getting the freaks. I be getting the sheets. But I ain't no KKK. Oh, KKKK. We coming with hay. We coming to spray. That gonna go quack. It go that shit'll go moo. Bitch, you better move. Bitch, pussy wet like a sewer. I'm just shit like manure. I don't wanna come in a whore. Come in the sewer.
Tremors have prompted authorities to send rescue units to the area and close schools as well. Some areas have been declared off limits as well due to rock slide risks. Now, Santorini is among Greece's top travel destinations, but the island is now seeing mass departures after more than 200 small earthquakes.
Moi, je suis Ashley Michaud et je viens de la ville plate. J'ai attendu le français sur la radio, sur KVPI. Il y avait un programme qui s'appelait Une tasse de café tous les matins et j'ai attendu ça. Et j'ai fait à croire que je pouvais comprendre le français cadien. Et j'ai pas compris beaucoup. J'ai compris les petites affaires comme 3 histoires. Parce que tous les numéros de téléphone dans la ville plate commencent avec 3 histoires. Mais je me disais, ça serait bon de comprendre ça. C'était juste quelque chose comme du magique. À cette heure, je suis maîtresse d'école à Beauchesne High School, pas loin d'ici, et je trouve que mes élèves, ils veulent parler le français cadien, ils veulent pas savoir le français de la France, bien sûr, parce que leurs parents et leurs grands-parents, ça parle français cadien. Je suis une mère à cette heure, j'ai eu mon petit bébé Julien il y a 5 mois, et j'aime parler en français avec lui, et si tout ce que je peux faire, c'est lui apprendre le français, j'ai fait ma partie.
You know, something about that you guys really connected with.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, I have a question.
What is it?
I don't know why. I seem to only run into gay people on this game.
How do you
Not
know
that
I'm
it's
gay?
a problem. No. Come on. I didn't say you were gay.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not just gay, I'm also educated. You know, there's so many facets to me.
That's awesome. But I mean, is this like a gay people game?
I think gay people, they like scary games. I think that's what it is.
Oh.
Gay people,
I'm
I think they
black,
like horror because I think gay people like the fantasy and like the heightened spookiness of it. Gay people have a
So it's kind of weird where life takes you. 6 years ago, I was chanting "Abolish ICE" on the steps of the Supreme Court during their DACA decision. And as my viewpoints and worldview shifted in the last few years, I still, for the longest time, had a residual hesitation to acknowledge that I might have been wrong about ICE. But time won out my resistance, and my views have shifted from seeing them as an evil to a necessary evil to simply necessary. And since this is something I've gone through myself, I suspect many of you have conflicting thoughts about immigration enforcement. Of course, many of you don't. There's people on either ends of the spectrum, right? People who want every illegal immigrant deported to people, crazy people, who want no enforcement at all. But I'm reaching out to a lot of you stuck somewhere in between. Those who maybe say only deport those who commit violent crimes, or don't deport the ones who've been here for decades, or brought here as children, which, as to that last point, still makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm here to tell you the reasons why I felt conflicted for the longest time, how I've come to think about it now, and finish off with 2 important things for you to bear in mind as you work through this issue for yourself. To start, as my worldview shifted, what really sold to me the necessity for enforcement wasn't that fact that in these last few years, a lot of violent criminals were coming into our communities. Of course, that matters a lot. And despite the insistence of these immigrant advocacy groups, it's not scaremongering. People who are killed, these are real people, and its consequences are borne not by these advocates, but by the families to whom this has happened. But it's not that. What really sold it for me was I started caring more about the principle of the matter. Generally speaking, I notice it's something that happens a lot with people as they turn 30. A lot of us lose some of our youthful, permissive, indulgent, laissez-faire attitude towards the misconduct of others, and instead, we grow increasing intolerance of people who do not conform their conduct to law or social custom. And in this specific case, here is the principle of the matter. The law. You know, sometimes we like to say the law is wrong, and if the law is wrong, you are under no moral obligation to follow it. And in some instances of our history, I would tend to agree. But the law isn't wrong just because you feel deep down that it is. Here's a quote. "The law is not known to him who knoweth not the reason therefore." Why do we include some people but exclude others? Because that is the very essence of nationhood. What is property but a right to possess and enjoy to the exclusion of others? And what is a nation but that which belongs to its people? A right to exclude and regulate aliens is an inherent right reserved for peoples of any nation. Have you thought about the fact that after decades of the same conversation, you have not convinced a majority of the people to change the law in your favor? So maybe the law isn't wrong. Maybe there's something to this law you're not seeing. Maybe you're in the wrong. And at least in this instance, your blanket approval or endorsement of lawbreaking under the premise that the law is wrong reflects a selfishness on your part. Because if everyone had your attitude for whatever cause they held dear, we wouldn't have a society, or at least one anyone would want to live in. But as I've said, I still felt conflicted, even after my viewpoints have shifted, because there's a principle of a matter on its face, and that principle as applied to your life, where on its face you would not question its sacredness, you start seeing more of the downsides and the human aspect as applied. And here's the thing. For millions of Americans, we know illegal immigrants in our lives. Not just as acquaintances, but neighbors, friends, confidants, and family members. If you have illegal immigrants in your life, it's very hard to see them as an abstract problem that needs to be dealt with. You form a bond with people, and you witness firsthand and sympathize with their plight. I mean, these people are living life with constant weight on their shoulders, They're unable to seek justice or recourse when someone has wronged them because they're afraid of knocking on the door of the system. And when you see people who you know to be a good person suffer like that, can't help but feel something.
Hello, I'm Tecumseh, and I am the UK Game Master for League of Legends. Today, I want to tell you something about champion abilities. Let's have a look at Fiddlestick's abilities. Fiddlesticks is a spellcaster who relies on fear to disable his enemies. First, he uses Darkwind, a spell that bounces from one target to the next, inflicted damage on impact. The second of Fiddlestick's abilities is called Terrify and forces the target to run around helplessly for a few seconds. His third ability is Fearmonger, a dreadful spell that allows Fiddlesticks to drain the life force of his victim and add it to his own. Finally, his ultimate is Crowstorm, a living circle of death. Abilities are useful when used on their own, but are even more powerful when used in a combo. Watch closely how Fiddlestick's first ability disables his enemy and allows him to safely drain his helpless prey with his second ability. Another good example is Singed. At first it looks like his poison trail won't be very useful here because Fiddlesticks is running away, but with his toss ability, Singed can throw his enemy over his shoulder and into the gas cloud. But ability combos are also effective for killing minions. In this example, Twitch sneaks up on a large body of enemies. When he is behind them, he instantly kills them with his Expunge ability, before finishing off the rest with his ultimate, Spray and Pray. You can also pick the right champion to create a powerful combination with your summoner spells. Just have a look. Taliesin is hiding in the jungle while the other fights in a nearby lane. His ultimate needs a few seconds to build up, but when it is nearly ready, he uses his summoner spell Flash to jump directly into the battle. Hello, and welcome to the third tips and tricks video for League of Legends. My name is Tecumseh, and I am the UK Game Master here at Goa. This tips and tricks video will give you some pointers on what inhibitors are, how they work, and why you should be very careful not to let them fall to the enemy. As you can see, there are 3 inhibitors in each team's base. Each inhibitor is located directly behind a turret at the end of one of the 3 lanes. This means you'll have to destroy your lane's 3 turrets before you can get to its inhibitor. So what do inhibitors do? Their job is to suppress the evolution of enemy minions on the lane they control. In other words, if you lose one, each enemy minion wave on that lane will have a super minion in it. Super minions are much nastier than their ordinary cousins. They can wipe out minion waves, quickly destroy buildings, and even kill overconfident champions. So is the loss of just one inhibitor the end of the game? Well, not necessarily. You see, inhibitors respawn after a few minutes, so when you lose one, it can be wise to defend your base for a while, before launching a devastating counterattack when it's back up. But remember, taking the loss of an inhibitor too lightly is the shortest trip to losing. Losing just one inhibitor might not be the end of the world, but losing another 1 or 2 is a totally different matter. If you have lost all of your inhibitors and the enemy has all of his up, you can safely tell your friends you'll be ready for a new game very soon, or tell your mum you'll be down for dinner in just a minute. Hello all.
About Nevada.
Justin, what's an hour in streaming? Oh, Justin's AFK.
America appears to be speedrunning its own collapse, even though right now America is doing a million things, from tariffs to getting more control over the Panama Canal to pardoning the founder of the Silk Road. And no, not the ancient Silk Road that revolutionized trade, but the modern online dark web Silk Road that revolutionized trade for things like, you know, hiring your local hitman. Regardless, one thing is true. There's a financial experiment that has been going on in the United States for years that is only getting worse and might speedrun the collapse of the American empire. And it's all tied to the oldest surviving theory of economics. A story that I've never told before on this channel, and one that clearly the modern world has not learned from. You see, the 16th century was Spain's golden age, both metaphorically and literally, because they had so much gold it physically broke their economy. You see, at this point, Spain had built an empire that stretched from Europe to the Americas to parts of Asia. They had looted the Aztec and Incan empires, drained the Peruvian silver mines, and set up a trade network so massive, entire fleets of ships were dedicated to hauling New World treasures back home. At first glance, it was a dream setup. Step 1, steal all the gold and silver. Step 2, infinite wealth and empire. Step 3, profit. But it turns out when you flood your entire economy with more money than it knows what to do with, bad things will eventually happen. You see, around this time when Spain was building its empire, a magical thought arose. And that was, wait, what if just printing, or in this case mining, more money doesn't actually make you more rich? Because instead of infinite prosperity, Spain got rampant inflation, economic stagnation, and an empire-wide financial crisis. And what happened was something called the price revolution, which happened over 150 years in Spain. And this was essentially an economic experiment that was, what happens when a country treats money like an infinite resource and doesn't consider its consequences? Not that essentially every country in the world isn't doing the exact same thing today. We're pretty screwed. Anyways, you see, Spain wasn't just importing gold and silver. It was importing too much gold and too much silver. The moment huge shipments of precious metals started pouring into Europe, the price of everything skyrocketed because suddenly money was everywhere. Yet, actual goods and labor remained about the same. Between 1500 and 1650, prices in Spain quadrupled. And let's remember that number, because prices only quadrupled over 150 years. Yet the prices in the United States have quadrupled just in the last 50 to 60 years on most consumer goods. I mean, a loaf of bread was just 51 cents in 1980, and today it's almost $2. So while the Spanish government and elites were stacking literal rooms of gold, the average Spanish citizen saw the price of basic goods slowly spiral out of control. Sound familiar? Well, because this is exactly what happens when the money supply expands too fast without corresponding economic growth, which is what the quantity theory of money is based on. Now, there's actually a formula for this, and it is MV equals PY, meaning money supply times velocity equals price level times real output. And this was an equation that Spain accidentally beta tested in real time. Their money supply exploded, but productivity didn't, so the economy just got more expensive without getting better. And here's where the real human nature stupidity kicks in. Instead of trying to fix this problem, Spain doubled down. You see, Spain decided that they were already a filthy rich country and they didn't actually need to produce anything themselves. They essentially became the 16th century version of a country that exports nothing but buys everything. Kind of like, I don't know, wouldn't you say most of the modern westernized countries in the world? Buying all of their goods from Asia and making their entire economies based off of finance and real estate. But anyways, let's see how things played out for Spain. So they stopped making things. They imported the vast majority of their goods from places like the Netherlands, Italy, and all over their empire. Because why build stuff when you can just pay others to do it for you? They also overtaxed their economy, and they did this because the Spanish monarchy was desperate to fund its endless wars, so they just hiked taxes on everything and everyone. They used debt like a teenager with a brand new credit card that knew nothing about finance. Because yes, they were swimming in pools of silver and gold, yet they still needed to take out massive loans from Italian bankers to fund their government expenditures. By the late 1500s, Spain's economy was completely unsustainable. Inflation had wiped out the purchasing power of silver, taxes crushed the working population, and manufacturing had been outsourced to rivals. Meanwhile, the elites were laughing all the way to the bank. So, I want to ask you, what happens when a country refuses to acknowledge basic economic principles and keeps throwing money at the problem? Well, it goes bankrupt. By the 1600s, Spain was no longer a dominant economic power. Its economy was in shambles, its military was struggling, and its empire was shrinking. And this was unthinkable at the time of the peak of the empire. And a little bit later on, people like Jean Baudin and David Hume began theorizing about the relationship between money supply and inflation, laying the groundwork for what would eventually become the quantity theory of money, the oldest surviving theory of economics. Now, for most of the United States economic history, policymakers actually believed in the quantity theory of money, the simple idea that if you print money without growing the economy, inflation will follow, and/or things will get worse for the average middle-class person. So for example, from the 1870s to 1933, the money supply was strictly tied to gold reserves, preventing the government from just printing its way out of debt like a kid playing Monopoly. Even in 1913, when the Federal Reserve was created, which was a little bit of a controversy today and still at the time, the Fed was created to manage inflation and keep the money supply stable, acknowledging that excess money supply was, well, bad for the economy. From 1944 to 1971, the dollar was pegged to gold, again enforcing discipline. You couldn't just conjure dollars out of thin air without any real economic backing. Even after the inflation crisis of the 1970s, Milton Friedman and monetarists took charge. They argued that controlling money supply was the key to stable economic growth. They aggressively tightened money supply, causing a recession at the time, but ultimately saved the dollar from turning into a worldwide joke. However, around the 1990s, things started to change. The US government and the Federal Reserve looked at all this historical evidence, all these hard-won lessons about inflation and money supply, and collectively said, yeah, but what if we just ignore all that? The 1990s saw deregulation, globalization, and a belief that deficits no longer matter. The US increasingly borrowed money instead of relying on real growth, and by the early 2000s, Alan Greenspan's Federal Reserve started artificially lowering interest rates, making borrowing money and money creation much easier. And then all this came to a head in 2008, when quantitative easing was born. A fancy way of saying, let's pump trillions of dollars into the financial system and just kinda see what happens. The money supply exploded. However, inflation did not skyrocket, technically, because most of it got stuck in the banking system and financial assets, causing massive stock and real estate bubbles instead of consumer inflation. I mean, if you were to compare the stock market today to what it was in 2006 or 2010, you would see where all the inflation went. It mostly did not go into consumer goods, although some did. It went into all investing assets to keep the economy afloat. But because the inflation on the official government numbers didn't show up right away, people started believing the old rules of money didn't apply anymore. So if 2008 was when the US started printing money like crazy, then 2020 and 2021 was when the US government truly lost its mind. The money supply, or the M2, increased by over 40% in 2 years, which is the fastest expansion in modern history. And this money printing happened all the way up through 2022 before taking a brief break for about a year. But yet recently, it has been exploding once again. The government handed out trillions of dollars in stimulus checks, business bailouts, and unemployment boosts, while the Federal Reserve kept interest rates at 0% and continued buying assets to pump liquidity into the financial system. And at first glance, everything seemed fine, just like Spain. No inflation? I guess we can print even more. Debt is just a number. This money is just free. And I mean, really think about this. 2020 was one of the worst years in the history of the United States economy. Yet 2020 was one of the best years in the history of the stock market. Now, eventually, things like inflation did peak at around 9% in 2022 and 2023, which was a 40-year high. Housing soared everywhere around the world. Energy and food prices, they also soared, crushing the working class. Yet, everyone that had lots of money in the stock market, or were large real estate investors, they made out really well. And to top things off, on top of the money printing, the United States kept taking out debt, also just like Spain. By January 1st of 2025, the United States debt has surpassed $36 trillion. Interest payments on this debt, just the interest payments, are nearing 20% of all federal tax dollars. In fact, the interest payments on the United States debt this year will be more than the entire military budget of the United States. And the government keeps spending and keeps printing like nothing is wrong. And that begs the question, how does this all end? At this rate, America is heading for a Spanish tier collapse with just some different branding on it. They keep running massive government deficits, assuming debt doesn't matter. They have outsourced most of their key industries instead of producing things at home. They've inflated their economy with excessive money supply growth. They are pricing out the middle class from key investment fields like the stock market and real estate. Wages haven't really increased that much, yet the cost of living has gone up pretty drastically. And yet, the United States thinks it can just keep papering over these problems forever. So the realistic outcomes are inflation will return, forcing more extreme Federal Reserve policies, or the government keeps printing money, destroying the dollar in the process, or the debt spiral will eventually become unmanageable, leading to default or hyperinflation. One way or another, the bill is coming due. And the irony of all of this? The quantity theory of money was literally created to explain why Spain's economy collapsed. The US adopted this theory and followed it for a really long time, then ditched it at the worst possible time. And now, just like Spain, in the 1600s, America is on the express train to economic disaster. And just like Spain, we're all supposed to pretend that this is just fine. Now, it could correct its path by cutting spending, paying down the debt, or stopping the money printer. But almost every administration says it will do that, and yet it never does. Will this time be different? Who knows? Anyways, see you guys next time.
Last weekend, Donald Trump fired the first shot in what could become a devastating global trade war, with the announcement of tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and China. While the Canada and Mexico tariffs were quickly suspended, it would be a mistake to assume that this is the last these countries have seen of his tariff hikes. The tariffs were implemented under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, a U.S. federal law which allows the president to regulate international commerce after declaring.
He thinks that he can make Saudi Arabia.
The world is falling apart. Economies have stopped growing, birth rates are plummeting, and your grandma's cooking just isn't hitting the same anymore, is it? We've all been there. At some point in time, society decides the world is about to collapse. Y2K in the year 2000, the Mayan calendar in 2012, the pandemic of 2020, or that time when I lost my special bottle cap when I was 5 years old and cried for 24 hours straight and thought that this was the literal end of the world. However, each one of those times the world did not end, except for when I lost my bottle cap because life went pretty downhill after that. But in fact, the world has never ended because we are all still here. What we are talking about when we say the end of the world is more about a decline of civilization. Whether it's the standard of living falling off a cliff, eternal warfare, nuclear fallout, or having your smartphone be a lot slower than it was when you first bought it, stuff that would make us reconsider our thoughts about humankind's place on this planet. That is what we are here to talk about. Why society collapses and why we might actually be going through a collapse of our own at this very second. Essentially, the peak of our civilization could have been in around the 2010s, and it might only be downhill from here for at least a few decades. So where do we start off with this? Well, we can start off with the original end of the world. When the earliest civilizations weren't busy inventing farming, writing, or indoor plumbing, thank you, Mesopotamia, they were sitting around campfires wondering, what if the gods just ended it all? In ancient Sumeria, they thought that the world would be wiped out from a great flood from the god Enlil. Over in Egypt, they thought the world would end from the sun going out, thereby turning Egypt into the eternal land of darkness, also known today as Scotland. In India, they said we entered the age of Kali Yuga, which is the age of darkness and decay. And this darkness would last for 400,000 years, but again, they may have been just talking about Scotland. Scandinavia had Ragnarok, where Thor fights a giant snake, and somehow that's the end of everything. Except for Nokia phones, those things will survive just about anything. The Aztecs believe the world has already ended 4 times, but the 5th one is going to be the true end of the world. Just trust them. China believed in the chaos god Gong Gong, who threw a tantrum and pretty much caused every natural disaster to happen all at once in order to end the world. You see, every ancient culture had a myth that led them to believe that the world was going to end soon. They didn't need any fancy graphs or data like we do in modern times. They had that, that gut feeling that the end was near. And well, they were all wrong. Or were they? By our definition of the world ending, meaning a decline of civilization, the world has actually ended many times. The Sumerians, 100 years after their end of the world myth was written down, actually saw their world end. The Akkadian Empire collapsed, however, it was not from a flood, it was actually the exact opposite, which was a mega drought. I mean, imagine if in 2020 the world didn't end from a pandemic that killed everyone, but from the curse of great health, prosperity, and longevity that caused us to have fewer babies and eventually caused a population collapse. Wait, that's a little bit interesting. Maybe we'll talk about that later. Anyways, the Sumerians' ending came to be. The Egyptians, along with many of the neighboring civilizations like the Minoans, saw the end of the world as society began to decline during the Bronze Age collapse. The reasoning for the Bronze Age collapse has ranged from a supervolcanic eruption that blacked out the sky, to more megadroughts, to sea peoples, to aliens. But pretty much this put the Mediterranean world in an era of darkness, like what the Egyptians had predicted in their end of the world myth, and therefore turning Egypt temporarily into Scotland, and thereby fulfilling the prophecy. And during humankind's history, it's almost like clockwork that every couple hundred years, or sometimes 50 years, civilization goes through a dark period where civilization collapses. In fact, one could argue that the greatest history textbook in the world, the Bible, tried to pin down why civilizations would fall. According to the Bible, civilization collapse usually happens through 4 things that you may have heard of: death, pestilence, famine, and the wrath of the Turks. Rest in peace, Constantinople, the rightful Greek claim. Anyways, the last one is actually war, which with my Greek blood is synonymous with Turkish expansion. But each one of these horsemen has helped cause civilizational collapse constantly. Death, or just having low birth rates or low population, was a large contributor to the fall of the Western Roman Empire. In fact, let's talk about that. Now, the fall of Rome was not the end of the world, but it was likely a setback for humankind by several hundred years. In fact, the day that Rome fell was also the day that many think the Dark Ages of Europe started. You see, way back in the day at the height of Rome, a sort of middle class was developing within the empire. The economy was doing well, people were living longer, and literacy rates were up to 20% of the Roman population, which may not seem like a lot, but at least it's better than modern day Alabama. Anyways, outside of the imperialist conquests and the needless bloodshed, the Roman Empire was the peak of human civilization at the time, and it seemed like humanity was on a path to something that wouldn't exist for another 1,000 years. But, as we know, Rome ended up tripping over some barbarian feet and eventually fell. Cultural and scientific progress stagnated, the economy collapsed, and literacy rates dropped to about 1%, similar to that of the members of the Parliament for the great nation of Canada. In a sense, civilization, at least in Europe and the surrounding areas, collapsed. It was the end of the world until the rise of the Greeks and the Byzantines, which lasted for 1,000 years more, but who's counting? But outside of death, we still have other horsemen like pestilence that lead to the decline of civilization. And coincidentally, there was a very small thing that did cause the end of the world. In fact, it was so small that no one knew what it was, or just how it affected humans up until about 100 years ago. You see, one day, a single person started feeling a little unwell. A headache, joint pain, and some nausea and vomiting. No big deal, right? That sounds like every 20-year-old after a night out in downtown Waterloo. But unfortunately in the 1300s, this was a sign that you were about to die. This disease was called pestis, or what we know it by today, which is the Black Plague. Up to 200 million people died globally. Half the European population died within a decade, 30% of China's population was wiped out, but strangely enough, that wasn't China's highest death toll of all time. You see, China does have this thing where it unites and then falls apart, and then wars with its neighbors, and that cycle has repeated for 5,000 years. And in some of those events, like the Taiping Rebellion, tens of millions of people died, similar to the Black Plague. But the Black Plague was devastating, turning cities like Rome into Kelowna, British Columbia. It was truly the end of the world for a lot of people. And don't forget the next horseman, which is famine. Because, well, famine comes in all shapes and sizes. Small famines caused by volcanoes, large famines caused by the Chinese government, and even larger famines also caused by the Chinese government. Now, famines aren't necessarily a problem in most of the modern world today. And then there's the last horseman for the end of the world, and that is the aggression and expansion of the Turkish, aka war. Now, I was joking about this before, but Turkey and Greece have a long history, arguably the longest history of any two neighboring cultures that have a love-hate war relationship. Herodotus is known as the father of history. Also, coincidentally, according to my grandma, Herodotus is my great-great-great times 2,000 grandfather. Herodotus wrote extensively about the Persian invasions in the histories from the 5th century BC and portrayed the Persian invasions as a clash between despotic Eastern autocracy, also known as Persia, and free, courageous, and handsome Greek democratic people of Athens. This framing made the Persian Empire appear as the great adversary that, if victorious, could end the Greek way of life, essentially an apocalypse for the Greek liberty and culture. And this feeling of war causing the end of the world has come around a million times. When the Mongols began invading neighboring countries known as, every country, Ibn al-Athir, who was a scholar born in the 1100s in the modern-day Turkish region, he wrote down a quote of what it was like being invaded by the Mongols. A rough translation is, if everyone were to say that the world from the time of Adam up until now has suffered nothing like this, he would be speaking the truth. The Mongols destroyed people's lives and ended entire dynasties and empires along the way, but not the Byzantine Empire. Coincidentally, if you look at a map of the Mongol invasions, they pretty much got to all of the Byzantine neighbors and stopped before they actually reached the Byzantines. But regardless, war, well, war never changes. I mean, right now, some people have a lot of fear that the Russia and Ukraine war may escalate into a nuclear war that will wipe out the entire world, once again turning the entire planet into Scotland. But this is actually not necessarily a new fear. I mean, the fear of nuclear war has been around ever since Hiroshima and Nagasaki got turned into radioactive hot pockets. In fact, in October of 1957, Americans could look up into the sky and see something absolutely terrifying. A light flying across the sky extremely fast. What was this light? Well, it was the Soviet satellite called Sputnik. You see, America had yet to successfully launch a satellite at the time, and would fail on their next few attempts. Yet the Soviets launched Sputnik with an ICBM, a rocket capable of hitting another side of the planet with a nuclear weapon. And that satellite up in the sky, well, every 96 minutes, for months, it would circle the Earth, cross the American skies, and there was nothing that the United States could do to stop it. This was called the Sputnik crisis. Newspapers and TV programs are showing how much more advanced the Soviets were than the Americans. They were also saying how the Soviets could potentially use the technology to launch nukes from space at any moment. And even though this isn't typically seen as the start of the Cold War, I mean, the start usually dates to either 1947 after the Truman Doctrine or 1946 during the Greek Civil War, which was a proxy war for the Soviets and Americans. But the Sputnik crisis, you could argue that the true fear of sparking a global nuclear war from the Cold War started right then and there. And yet, the world didn't end. And humanity moved forward to give us VHS tapes, the Game Boy, and 7,000 sequels to The Fast and the Furious. And I'm not trying to downplay the threat of nuclear war. That is something that is still on the table and always will be as long as nukes exist. But there are some things that are certainly coming that might pose a bigger threat to human civilization and actually cause the end of the world, some of which you may not have even heard of. Here's one. Have you ever heard of Mirror Life? No, it's not a new MMO that's free yet has $10,000 of in-game purchases. Mirror Life is a new branch of life that is being created in a lab right now. Without getting into the complicated science jargon, you can think of it like this. Our body is made up of molecules, so is all life. However, Mirror Life is made up of the same molecules but essentially flipped, hence the name Mirror Life. But here's the problem. Our life and Mirror Life don't interact very well. For example, a lot of your sugary treats that you say you don't eat but actually eat quite often are composed of molecules called glucose. Our body uses that glucose and turns it into energy so you can, live and scroll TikTok for 4 hours a day. However, the
Researchers at MIT have revolutionized pneumatic actuators by digitally fabricating them with integrated sensing. This breakthrough simplifies design and production, unlocking new possibilities like assistive sleeves and exoskeletons. To showcase their innovation, they've even developed a quadrupedal robot. Researchers at MIT have revolutionized pneumatic actuators by digitally fabricating them with integrated sensing. This breakthrough simplifies design and production, unlocking new possibilities like assistive sleeves and exoskeletons. To showcase their innovation, they've even developed a quadrupedal robot. Researchers at MIT have revolutionized pneumatic actuators by digitally fabricating them with integrated sensing. This breakthrough simplifies design and production, unlocking new possibilities like assistive sleeves and exoskeletons. To showcase their innovation, they've even developed a quadrupedal robot. Researchers at MIT.
Hearing your voice. False. I would even stream Discord. I would even stream Valorant yet.
Yeah, I did.
Not your Valorant, you didn't?
Yeah, I did.
Nope.
All I ever wanted was a black grand national. Fuck being rational, give them what they asked for.
Last
it's
night.
not enough. Few solid niggas left, but it's not enough. Few bitches that.
Yeah, you didn't have Valorant last night.
Yes, I did.
That's I don't know if I ever heard Faker news,
what's a black grand national? Being rational, give them what they ask for. It's not enough. Few solid left, but it's not enough. Few that are. But if it fuck me, then fuck you.
And I can name 10 things us girls need before we ever need a man. One new face.
What happens is, like with John Scully, John came from PepsiCo. They at most would change their product, once every 10 years. I mean, to them, a new product was like a new size bottle, right? So if you were a product person, you couldn't change the course of that company very much. So who influenced the success of PepsiCo? The sales and marketing people. Therefore, they were the ones that got promoted, and therefore they were the ones that ran the company. For PepsiCo, that might have been okay, but it turns out the same thing can happen in technology companies that get monopolies. If you were a product person at IBM or Xerox, so you make a better copy or a better computer. So what? When you have a monopoly market share, the company's not any more successful. So the people that can make the company more successful are sales and marketing people. And they end up running the companies. And the product people get driven out of decision-making forums. And the companies forget what it means to make great products. The product genius that brought them to that monopolistic position gets rotted out by people running these companies who have no conception of a good product versus a bad product. They have no conception of the craftsmanship that's required to take a good idea and turn it into a good product. And they really have no feeling in their hearts, usually, about wanting to really help the customers. And so they just grabbed defeat from the greatest victory in the computer industry. Xerox could have owned the entire computer industry today. Could have been, a company 10 times its size. Could have been IBM. Could have been the IBM of the 90s. Could have been the Microsoft of the 90s.
What separates Apple from those earlier monopolies? Colorful marketing images? Playful graphic design for the event intros? A creative headquarters, retail presence with lots of trees and glass. All of the differences we find between the monopolies of the computer revolution and Apple today mostly stem down to how they're marketed. They all come down to how great Apple is at animating their next-gen product. That's why so many people struggle to find functionality and utility within the latest hype train at Apple, their intelligence features. No, the primary reason so many of us wanted Apple Intelligence on our devices was for the animation. It was not for the features themselves. It was so that we could see the screen dance with its pixels and dazzling colors. These are not the idea of the software engineers. This is marketing. This is salespeople that know how to sell us sugared water year after year after year. While Apple isn't necessarily in the beverage game, they're definitely in the same predicament we've seen previous monopolies fall into. How do we make these products interesting? How do we convince people to go out and keep buying them when there's next to no difference anymore with the product? While Pepsi was dependent on the sweetness of sugar and fructose corn syrup, Apple is dependent on colorful, bedazzling marketing. That's why you'll see the media and content creators lean in to unboxing every new iPhone color they can possibly get. Apple knows in the end that the vast majority of people are buying the same basic colors, black, white,
space gray. But the reason they keep offering those different color options year after year is not because they necessarily sell all that well. Most people cover them up with a case. But it all comes down to the marketing. It all comes down to convincing people that the next generation is the greatest one they've ever made. I believe Steve Jobs saw this coming, and he could see what happens when a company achieves such incredible victory year after year. It's not sustainable. It doesn't last forever. No matter how much we may love these brands, they all come to the same fate of monopoly. And when that day comes, it no longer matters how great your product can be. All that matters is how well you are at selling it. And when the marketing people and the sales people start running the company, the innovations and the advancements in the product itself all start to fall apart. So in the words of Bane from The Dark Knight Rises, peace has cost you your strength. Victory has defeated you.
When they start getting bigger, they want to replicate their initial success. And a lot of them think, well, somehow there's some magic in the process of how that success was created. So they start to try to institutionalize process across the company. And before very long, people get very confused that the process is the content. And that's ultimately the downfall of IBM. IBM has the best process people in the world. They just forgot about the content. And that's what happened a little bit at Apple, too.
As we're now seeing this inevitable stagnation of the tech community plateauing, it only leads me to believe that innovation hasn't stopped. It's really just moved elsewhere. In the end, I'm ultimately just grateful that I did not brand this channel purely around Apple. Thankfully, we called it Tailosive Tech in the end, which means now might be the time to start pivoting. And I think there's a lot of fascinating developments going on out there in the tech industry, but I encourage viewers as we move into the next phase of this channel to keep an open mind and try to remember what technology really makes a difference and really makes an impact in our day-to-day lives and what things we can look forward to in the future. I'm not going to stop talking about Apple. You don't have to all freak out, but the frequency of uploads about Apple might not be as much as it used to, and I only think this is a natural progression if I'm going to keep this channel focused on honesty and integrity, rather than hype up every announcement as if it's the next.
In 1959, a Soviet scientist did something that would change our understanding of evolution forever. Dmitry Belyaev started with 100.
This is nutmeg, a spice that needs no introduction. You might find it sold in the shell like this, but more likely you're going to find the kernel that's inside of it. Or even more likely, you will see it sold as a powder. What you might not know is that nutmeg is actually a seed. And in nature, that seed is surrounded by a bright red covering known as an aril. The arils are actually dried to make a completely different spice called mace. Not to be confused with this kind of mace. Mace is not quite as well known as nutmeg is, but it is a common ingredient in a variety of different spice mixtures, including garam masala, ras el hanout, and curry powder. But it doesn't end there. There is actually a third product that comes from the nutmeg tree, nutmeg fruit. Worldwide, this is the least popular part of the three. However, in the areas that nutmeg trees grow, nutmeg fruit is arguably even more popular than the spices that lie inside of it. And there's one more layer, a layer that you cannot see, because as interesting as nutmeg may be as an ingredient, that's nothing compared to the surprising and surprisingly dark history of how it ended up in your cupboard. Nutmeg was literally worth its weight in gold. Yet despite of this, for a long time, the location of where this spice grew was a closely guarded secret. Today, I'll be going on a worldwide adventure to discover everything that I can about nutmeg. And in order to do this right, I am going to go to the top secret location of where nutmeg originated. This is the Newark Airport International Terminal. It's got the vibe of like a dead mall, but, you know, usually gets you there. Greetings, everybody. I am at the Newark International Airport in New Jersey, which is considered to be the worst airport in the United States. I fly out of here all the time, and it's alright. It's not that bad, but it gets bad. When it's bad, it's really bad. But the reason why I'm here is that I found a direct flight to Malaysia. Yes, I'm going to Malaysia again, but you might wonder, is Malaysia where nutmeg is from originally? No, nutmeg is from a very remote part of the world, very difficult to get to, and honestly, at the time I film this, I am not entirely sure that I'm going to be able to get there. So to cover all my bases, I want to go to Malaysia first, and then head over to these remote islands. Nutmeg does not grow in a lot of places around the world. It's got to be in a very specific kind of area, and this is one place that you can go that you can get to without a whole lot of trouble. So, we're going there first. In order to find fresh nutmeg fruit, I went to an area where it grows, the island of Penang in western Malaysia. Nutmeg fruit isn't something you'll find everywhere throughout Malaysia. In fact, you won't even find it much in Penang. This fruit is used very locally, so in order to find it, I went to a nutmeg growing region. In the small town of Balik Pulau, nutmeg fruit and its products are for sale everywhere. I saw the candy for sale at stores, the juice was on pretty much every restaurant's menu, and even just walking down the street, I saw people drying mace in their front yards. My first stop on this trip was the Nature Fruit Farm Resort.
My name is Jenny, this is our farm, and we grow durian, jackfruit, cempedak, and nutmeg too. I do my own products, essential oil, and flora water with the nutmeg. When the fruit is ready, it will turn to yellow in color. This is green, not shade. Okay, let me find some for you. You see this?
Oh, that looks yellow.
Yes,
so is
yes.
that the color you're looking for?
Yeah, do you want to pick it?
Sure. Yeah.
Be careful the latex.
Okay. Oh, popped right off. So I think that one's ready to go. So sometimes nutmeg is split open. What happens to the fruit once it's split?
No, we just throw it away.
Just throw it away?
Yeah.
Because it's gonna go bad?
Yeah.
So once it splits, it's getting like overripe?
Yes.
I see. Picking the fruit by hand works well enough for small trees, but nutmeg trees can get pretty big. So for those, we had to pull out the artillery.
You can try?
Let me give it a shot. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I see one back here.
Yes.
That one looks yellow.
Yes, yeah, that is good.
Okay. I've got it in the basket.
Yes.
So I just pull it towards me?
Yeah. You can take
I got another one. Okay, we've got a
open
bonus.
one also.
Alright. So I got a nice haul. Before we get too far, I want to try the fruit just on its own. No, normally it's not eaten this way, but sometimes people do. So we'll see what this is like. I'm just going to cut a little slice off. It's very powerful. But it's not bad. It does give me a little bit of dry mouth, but the flavor of that, it tastes like ground nutmeg, only fresh, if that makes sense. And it's also very citrusy, like biting into a piece of lemon rind. Like lemon rind and nutmeg together. Not bad. Despite its popularity in this region, nutmeg isn't originally from Malaysia. And the reason why it's in Malaysia is actually really interesting. These days, you can get dozens of spices from all around the world at a dollar store. So it's hard to imagine that at one point in time, some of the seasonings that we use every day were literally worth their weight in gold. Spices were once so valuable that they were often even used as currency. During the Roman Empire, it was common for workers to be paid in salt. The word salary actually comes from sal, the Latin word for salt. In the 15th century, precious metals became so scarce in Europe that black peppercorns became a commonly accepted form of payment. The legal term peppercorn rent comes from this time as well. It means making an insubstantial payment as a formality. For instance, if your parents sell you their car for $1, they are charging you a peppercorn payment. Or your parents are really bad with money. Because of this, in the past, some official contracts would literally have the low cost of only one peppercorn listed as payment. Nutmeg and mace were even more valuable than pepper. To give an idea of just how valuable they were, here are some figures that I found. On an English price list from 1265, I found that 1 pound of mace was worth the price of not 1, not 2, but 3 sheep. Another English price list from 1350 lists that 28 ounces of mace was worth an entire cow. On a German price list from 1393, 1 pound of nutmeg was worth a whopping 7 fat oxen. Not scrawny ones, fat ones. So why were spices so valuable? Do people really care so much about flavor that they'd be willing to spend exorbitant amounts of money just to season their food? Well, yeah, people who could afford spices used them for flavor, but there was more to it than that. In times of food scarcity, when food was rotting, spices would be used to cover up the bad taste. Fun fact, mulled wine was originally created in order to hide the taste of spoiled wine. Besides just hiding the spoiled flavor of food and drink, the antibacterial and insecticidal properties of some spices could actually help prevent spoiling. Owning and using spices was a symbol of wealth. In some cultures, one's worth was actually determined by the amount of pepper that they owned. Imagine living in that world, having friends over, and then grinding a little pepper on their food. That was the ultimate subtle flex. Using spices was also fashionable. If that sounds hard to believe, just know that nutmeg is a key ingredient in pumpkin spice. Like it or not, that shit has been trending for centuries. Nutmeg in particular contains myristicin, and that was, and for some still is, used as an hallucinogenic. Spices were valued for their medicinal benefits, either consumed or mixed into salves and then applied externally. During a time when people didn't bathe all that often, spices were used as a perfume. Typically, they were put into small containers called pomanders and then worn on the body. To go back to medicine for a minute, it was commonly believed that bad smells were the cause of many diseases. This is called the miasma theory. Because of this, the pleasant smell of spices were believed to provide protection. Another fun fact, for this reason, plague masks look the way that they do because the beak was actually stuffed with flowers and strong-smelling spices. While we're on the oh-so-pleasant topic of the plague, this horrible disease has even more to do with nutmeg. To learn more about it, let's take a quick detour to the Czech Republic.
It's the morning in Prague right now, you can see behind me, and I'm walking over to the train station to go about an hour to the town of Kutná Hora. So I'm in Kutná Hora. Gotta really be careful to get the letters on that in the right order. Kutná Hora. And I'm heading to the Sedlec ossuary, one of the biggest ossuaries in the world. There's supposed to be like 40,000 people that are all plague victims. Kostis, that means ossuary. Yeah, I guess this area was so popular for burials because supposedly they took dirt from the holy site Golgotha and they scattered it over the burial grounds here. So everybody wanted to be buried inside this area.
During the 14th century, over a third of the population of Europe died from the plague. This time appropriately became known as the Black Death. Some estimate the number of people who died to be as many as 200 million. The Sedlec ossuary gives a glimpse into this period of time. It was once a small burial site, but during the Black Death, so many bodies were brought there that it had to be expanded. But it still wasn't enough, and soon the site was overflowing with bodies. In the 16th century, a monk was tasked to make the Sedlec ossuary more presentable. The Sedlec ossuary is just one of many sites throughout the world that are filled with plague victims. These sites are often meant to act as a memento mori, a place to reflect on one's mortality. But in learning about history, sites like this can also help you see the mortality of others. It is easy to hear that thousands of people were killed by something, but it is another thing to see the evidence of that. Okay, so that was absolutely insane. It's just beyond words.
there are so many people buried in there, or so many people, like, their skeletons arranged in there, that it's just, I can't even, like, really process it.
The Black Death decimated Europe. People were desperate for something to save them from this horrible disease, and many believed that nutmeg was that cure.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Justin said party all weekend. Nobody's here.
Justin's here. Get on.
The plague
Get on.
was
Let's
caused
play right now.
by
Get on.
Yersinia pestis,
God,
a
dude, it's
bacteria
Destiny
that was
weekend,
carried
that's
by
been
fleas.
We should have played last weekend.
You just woke up. You're going to bed.
I've been playing Destiny all day. This Destiny.
Did nutmeg actually cure the plague? No. But it might have helped in a small
last
way.
weekend when I wanted to play with you. You didn't go.
It does have an antibacterial property to it that
What are you gonna do?
theoretically could have helped prevent the spread of plague-causing bacteria. And nutmeg does contain a natural insecticide that theoretically could have helped repel fleas. So, good news, right? No. Yes, the bacteria was being carried by fleas, but those fleas were being carried by rats.
Why is nobody getting on a phone?
And those rats
Where's
were
Seth?
carried
You gotta
by
get on. We'll play.
spice traders. Ironically, merchants that were believed to be bringing
told you it's
life-saving nutmeg across the globe in order to help
guys
people
play Destiny,
with the
you
plague
play Destiny.
were inadvertently spreading the plague as they went. Whether or
we do
not
a new
nutmeg
dungeon
was
together, trying to figure out the
helpful,
mechanics
trade
here.
was one of the
You guys
main
don't like that.
reasons why the Black Death killed
don't like
so
to play the games
many
I like to play.
people.
You don't even play
Either
games,
way,
man.
there was a lot of demand for nutmeg,
illness.
especially
You
throughout
play
Europe.
illness.
Europeans wanted it, they wanted it badly, and
Illness,
spice
illness.
traders knew that.
You guys could leave
So
your
naturally,
sicknesses.
they greatly inflated
more
the
illness?
cost.
Do you see all the Star Wars?
You may wonder why
skins in
Europeans
Destiny?
didn't just go and get the spices
they
themselves.
made Star
They
Wars
had boats. Well,
Yeah,
here's
dude, they got Stormtrooper. Like your ghost can be like the half-destroyed Death Star. The ship is like a TIE fighter. You have like a couple different Stormtrooper outfits. There's like you can do like finisher moves, but like you do like Palpatine's lightning. There's like emotes where like you pull out lightsabers and duel each other. I might buy some of it. I don't want to, but I might.
Can you dress up like Darth Vader?
No, I wish. That's Fortnite. It's just different. Like I think a couple different Stormtrooper outfits. Like one might be like the Imperial Guard, one is a Stormtrooper, and one is like a Dark Trooper.
Dude, imagine if you could be a Wookiee. That would be crazy.
You could be what?
A Wookiee.
A Wookiee.
Wild.
It looks really cool, but it also feels out of place for Destiny. It's more like a Fortnite thing.
It's a little weird, yeah.
the problem. The
Yeah, they're on my
location
team.
of where nutmeg was originating from.
They are. Okay, hold up. You're not streaming. Okay, now you're streaming. Wait, where are the stormtroopers?
Where's what?
Where are the stormtroopers?
Oh, I don't have the Stormtrooper skin right now. I have to look at the thing. I'm doing the dungeon right now.
Oh, okay. Is this the new one that just came out?
Yeah.
Oh, those are the puzzles you were talking about.
Yeah, these are the clocks we have to do. If you read that Reddit thread, it's like a 4-page paragraph on about like how to like do the actual mechanics. Like we
Did
we
you
had to juggle 4 different
study it
like,
there, or did you
clocks.
figure it out first?
We figured it out first.
That's
like,
crazy.
but there's like extra mechanics that we didn't figure out. Like that it's just so wild. It's like they turn even when you don't want them to turn. Like if you lock them in, the 4 other dials turn. We'd like Double kill like 10,000 ads. Hang on, I'm gonna go back on comms. You reverse, yeah, reverse, and then we just reverse it again.
Was a closely guarded secret among spice traders. It wasn't until the 16th century that the first European nation finally figured out where the nutmeg was coming from. And to find out more about how this happened, we are next going to go to the city of Malacca in
One's
Malaysia.
gonna go to stop, actually, it's perfect. 3's back to stop, okay. That's behind us? Yep. Yeah, on us.
I am in Malacca. This is a very popular tourist area here in Malaysia, and it is popular for a lot of reasons. There's a ton of historic buildings here, a lot of incredible food, a lot of shopping, a ton of museums. There's a lot of cool things to check out if you come to Malacca.
Do the verse 3 again, or?
There are communities here,
so
several communities of Malay, Indian, Chinese, and Eurasian cultures. So it's a very diverse place. However, it actually used to be even more diverse, believe it or not. In the 16th century, there were so many different cultures here that people say that over 84 languages were spoken here in Malacca.
I got one.
Nutmeg is not originally from Malaysia. However, here in Malacca, this area played a very important part in how nutmeg was going from where it originated to the rest of the world.
Okay, yeah, it's unlocked, we're good. On red.
This, everybody, is the Strait of Malacca. And this waterway was huge. Sand just blew in my throat. This waterway was incredibly important for trade because this waterway connected East Asia to the rest of the world. So all those spices, they were coming through this strait for centuries. This is how people were getting that oh so fashionable, oh so trendy, oh so plague curing spice. It's coming from there. So far, I have not told you where nutmeg was coming from, because I've been building suspense. Well, now is the time. I'm going to tell you where it's from. It's from over there, okay? It's from that side of the Strait of Malacca. So, the nutmeg traders would come from there. They would go down the Strait of Malacca, and if they wanted to take their nutmeg to Europe, they would keep going, okay? But they didn't want to do that because that would take a really, really long time. Okay, so they would hang a right and they would go down this waterway. This here is the Malacca River. And we're going to go there next. Now, why this river is so significant is that this is where the trade would happen, okay? So it was kind of like set up like a floating market, I believe. I know what you're thinking, that's great, but what does that have to do with nutmeg? Well, one of the traders that would come here, down the Strait of Malacca, and then down this river, and then trade over there, was coming directly from the top secret location of where nutmeg was originating. So this river was the first stop in a long journey that would bring nutmeg to the rest of the world. In 1511, something happened here in Malacca that would change the history of this city and the world forever. In 1511, a man named Afonso de Albuquerque ordered an attack on Malacca. Afonso wanted to accomplish 3 things: spread Christianity, kill a lot of Muslims, of whom he was very prejudiced against, and also control the spice trade. How he hoped to do this was by seizing major ports and waterways, like this one over here. 1 year before he attacked Malacca, he attacked Goa in India. And that's why if you go to Goa today, there's a huge Portuguese influence over there. And before that, he attacked Hormuz in Iran. This was all in his attempt to completely control the spice trade, to have a full monopoly on spices. Afonso de Albuquerque had the nickname Afonso the Terrible, because he literally would use terrorism to get what he wanted. This use of terror will bring great things to your obedience, without the need to conquer them. For 6 days, they attacked Malacca. They looted, they burnt down people's homes, they knocked down religious structures, they killed and imprisoned thousands of people. Part of the people who were attacking included a 29-year-old Magellan. Before he tried to circumnavigate the globe, first he helped with the attack over here. That is a fun fact you don't really learn about in school. As mentioned, Afonso hated Muslims, really hated them. And one of the big reasons for that is that the majority of traders that would be bringing spices to Europe were actually coming from the Middle East. Afonso believed that it was Portugal's God-given right to take control of the spice trade. So because of that, he saw Muslims as the worst enemy. By taking Malacca, we could close the straits, so that never again would Muslims be able to bring their spices by this route. I am very sure that if this Malacca trade is taken out of their hands, Cairo and Mecca will be completely lost. What a jerk. So, one of the things that Afonso was especially known for was destroying mosques and cemeteries. He did this to terrorize Muslims. There used to be a huge mosque here in Malacca, and presumably he knocked down the Grand Mosque of Malacca, and he used the rubble from that mosque, as well as everything else he knocked down, to build this. This is the iconic site of Malacca, and I am filming this right now very early in the morning, because pretty soon this is going to be mobbed with tourists. A lot of people come to Malacca, and they all want to see this place. This is a Famosa. It was from here that they controlled the spice trade. This is only one small part of Famosa. It's all that's left. There have been a lot of people colonizing this area. First it was the Portuguese, then it was the Dutch, then it was the English. And when the English took over, they knocked the majority of this down, but they kept this gate. But it used to be a huge compound, and it needed to be in order to protect the Portuguese from people who didn't want them there. They, from here, controlled the spice trade. So they blocked off the Strait of Malacca. They destabilized all trade going through this area, tried to put it in their hands instead, and from here they also organized expeditions to find out where spices were coming from, including nutmeg. They went on an expedition and figured out where it was coming from.
We got ads. I got my roll back. You roll back with me.
The Banda Islands
No, you don't.
in Indonesia.
I've got mine first.
And I'm going to go there next, but I'm getting a little thirsty here, so I'm going to go back to Penang for a minute, have some juice, and then we're going to go.
Nope. When the lock progression is max. Yep. Which middle?
One of the most widely used preparations for nutmeg fruit is a juice. In the area that I was in, nutmeg juice was for sale at roadside markets, at restaurants, and in cafes. The juice being sold is not a mass-marketed product. It is either made on site or by a neighboring business. Often, this is poured out from an unmarked bottle, like a non-alcoholic moonshine.
We're gonna have plenty of damage, so make sure we
However,
clear
I
ads
did find one company that was selling it commercially. This one you can find at convenience stores throughout the country. That would be the easiest way to try nutmeg juice, but I wanted to see how it was made. So I asked my new friend Jenny if she would show me how it's done.
Yes, this one is fresh nutmeg juice.
Okay.
We got 2 types today. We got one, this one is concentrate, and this one is fresh. Okay?
Just 1 glass of water
Yeah.
and about half a fruit.
I think it's enough.
Very high-tech blender. There you go.
Just blend it.
So you're just adding a little simple syrup.
Yep. I'm just gonna worry about ads now.
Okay. Fresh as can be, straight off the tree, blended, little sugar, and that and water, and that's all.
Ads behind us.
Oh, that's really refreshing. It's mild, citrusy. The sweetness is nice. It kind of like counteracts the little bit of astringency that I had earlier. It's like if you took a little bit of very fresh nutmeg and put it in a little bit of lemonade. And is it something that both adults and children like?
Yeah.
Or the kids drink this and they're happy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The kid more
I got
prefer
him.
this.
Kids like this one?
Yes.
There is actually another way of preparing nutmeg juice that gives it a very different flavor. For this, the nutmeg is boiled down into a concentrate. So this is already sweetened.
Yes.
So this is like a syrup.
You just add in water.
Rose. I mean, not pour enough to
Oh, it's very different. So like this reminded me a little bit of like lemonade. This reminds me of iced tea, like an Arnold Palmer. Like a little bit citrusy, a little bit like tea, but also a little bit of spice in there. I can't say I like one over the other though, because they're so different. Well, Jenny, thank you so much for sharing the nutmeg juice with me and showing me the process of how you make it. I've had nutmeg before years ago, and I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh.
To see how it's done properly here in Penang is really a treat. So thank you so much, Jenny.
Yeah, welcome.
I had nutmeg juice many times on this trip, and what surprised me most about it is that each time that I had it, it tasted different. I got flavors of citrus, ginger, Coca-Cola, bay leaves, tea tree oil, pine needles, apples. I'm not sure if it tasted different because of how they were making it, or if I was picking up on things that I didn't notice before. Probably a bit of both. But my main takeaway from this is that nutmeg fruit has a very complex flavor. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelagic state. It is made up of over 18,000 islands. Of those islands, 1,027 of them refer to the Maluku Islands, also known as the Spice Islands. The Moluccas are not just known for nutmeg and mace, but also cloves, which are grown on these islands here. But that's a different story. Of the 1,027 Maluku Islands, only 11 of them refer to the Banda Islands. And out of those 11 Bandanese islands, only 5 of them grew nutmeg. Lanthor, also known as Banda Besar, Nera, Ai, Run, and Razangain, which is today known as Hatta Island. Navigating to one of these islands was like finding one of 5 needles in a haystack. Lucky for the Portuguese, while they were sacking Malacca, they found a detailed navigational map. Afonso de Albuquerque detailed this finding in a letter to the King of Portugal. It seems to me, sir, that this was the best thing I have ever seen. Your Highness can truly see the course your ships must take to the Clove Islands, where the gold mines lie, and the islands of Java and Banda. Portugal sent 3 ships on an expedition from Malacca in order to find the source of nutmeg, and in 1512 they landed on the Banda Islands. These 5 small islands were now exposed. They went from being hidden amongst 18,000 islands in the Indonesian archipelago to being the center of hundreds of years of conflict. And this is all because of nutmeg. In order to get from Malacca to the Banda Islands, the Portuguese would have gone on a long and dangerous 40-day journey by ship. How I got to the Banda Islands was far less direct, but a lot faster. I went by bus from Malacca to Kuala Lumpur, flew to Bali in Indonesia, then I went onwards to Kalimantan in Indonesian Borneo. From there, I took a flight to Ambon, which is the largest city in the Maluku Islands, and then finally I took a speedboat the rest of the way. And that boat ride, by the way, was one of the most terrifying things that I have ever experienced.
This is rocking just a little bit. Just a little bit. Waterproof? I hope so. I hope my camera's waterproof. Must find the nutmeg. I hope you all appreciate the things that I do for this channel, everybody. And might I say, it's totally worth it. Smoke is a good sign. So I've been sitting up on the deck because I wanted to get a shot of the island as we arrived. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, because look at what it looks like at this deck. I'm under a little bit of awning right now, but that's where I was sitting. I don't think I'll be able to get the shot, unfortunately. I'll put a photo up or something. Relaxing, huh? Yeah. Very nice. Pleasant cruise. Banda. There are the Banda Islands. Oh my god.
God created the world, Banda for the nutmeg, clove for Maluku, sandalwood for Timor, cinnamon for Sri Lanka, and pepper for India. You can find only in the world the nutmeg tree at the time in Banda Island.
I'm in Banda Nera. This is the main island in the Banda Islands. This is where the harbor is. This is where you're gonna go. This is where you start your journey if you come to the Banda Islands. And I've just gotten here and I am enchanted. It is just incredibly beautiful. The scenery around, all the nature, incredible. The buildings here are just like a look into the past. You get to see glimpses of the colonial period. There's also bits of history, like everywhere. You see the ruins of the forts that were built here, and where the spice trade was happening. That's it's all just out in the open. You can go and you can walk around it. And also like the people have been so incredibly kind and welcoming here. Everywhere I've gone, I've been greeted with a smile or a hello, and everyone has been so nice, so generous, so sweet.
Today, 22,000 people call the Banda Islands home. Most of them are here on Bandanera, I believe. Way back in the 16th, 17th century, there were 15,000 people that were here. This might be a good time to mention that getting to the Banda Islands is pretty difficult. In order to get here, you can take a Pelny boat, which are giant cruise ship kind of boats that they have just like open with mats that you can sleep on. It's very slow. The quickest one is 8 hours, but sometimes they can take 14 or even longer. There is a fast boat that goes once a week, but it's relatively new. It might not be running by the time you watch this. And there is an airstrip, and I am walking on that airstrip right now. Yeah, plane's not running. Plane's not running. I think during some seasons the plane does run, but it's not very often, just very infrequent. And it's a small plane, only fits 12 people. So, and you can't book it online. You have to like show up, hope that there's seats available, and they'll only allocate certain number of seats to foreigners. Kids are walking on here too. I'm not the only one. Feels like I shouldn't be here. So this is actually pretty comforting that there's someone else walking on here. None of those three options actually go every day. The fast boat right now is once a week. The flights, when they are running, I think are twice a week. And the Pelny boats are random. It's usually about twice a week. I gave myself a week ahead and a week after, just to make sure that I would have enough time to get here and get out. On further inspection, you're not supposed to go in there. I was walking down a path and it just like led into it, but I guess if you go to the main entrance here, it is like all blocked off. Whoops, sorry. So I'll just do my due diligence and say, if you come to the Banda Islands, don't walk on the airstrip. You might get run over by a plane, and if anyone from this airport is watching, I apologize. You might want to close that gate though. I'm at a nutmeg plantation right now on Banda Besar, the largest island that is just south of Banda Neira. Banda Besar is still a major producer of nutmeg. You know, Indonesia is the #1 producer of nutmeg in the world. Even today, they produce 50% of all nutmeg, and Banda is one of the major areas that produces it. Nutmeg is one of the big industries here in the Banda Islands, but it's not the only industry. The others are fishing, very popular fishing area, and tourism. Tourists like me who are interested in, you know, culture and nutmeg come here, but mainly diving and snorkeling. There's supposed to be like incredible diving and snorkeling in the islands here. In the past though, their economy centered around nutmeg and mace and not much else. They dedicated pretty much all of their usable land to nutmeg. They did trade cloves, but that was not cloves that they grew themselves. The Bandanese people were very entrepreneurial, okay, so they were not, they saw that people wanted cloves, so they got cloves, and then they traded it to those people at a markup. So much of their land was dedicated to growing nutmeg that they didn't actually have enough food. So in order to survive, in order to eat, the Bandanese people had to trade. The staple food for the Bandanese people long ago was sago palm. So sago is like the inside of the trunk of a sago palm or cycad. And I believe the food that they would have eaten was this gluey kind of porridge. So how you're supposed to do this is you're given these kind of chopstick tweezer looking things like this. You put them inside and you kind of like mix it like this. I don't know what this does. I think maybe it thickens it a little bit, maybe. And then you put this in the soup. I'm a little scared of it, won't lie. Only live once. It's alright. I don't think the sago actually has any flavor to it. It is just something that's meant to like expand in your stomach. It feels like something that is very filling. I was worried that the texture of this would be like a booger, and it's not. The consistency of it is like somewhere between a pudding and a jello. It's a little bit more firm than boogers. You know how I said earlier that in Europe they were using spices as currency because that was so valued. Well, in Banda, like, they had spices. They had spices. It's something that was more valuable to them was food. So their currency was actually sago. So we've got all kinds of different cookies made with sago. How nutmeg production is done today is, you know, young men usually climb the trees and they have this little stick that they use to pull it down. So it's like a little bamboo basket with a hole in it. So somebody might climb the tree with one of these to collect it by hand, like a short one. But then there's also ones with a long pole attached, so you can do it from the ground. In the past, it was actually women who would collect the fruits. They would go and they would collect the fruit, and the spices would be prepared. So they would strip off the nutmeg flesh, take the mace out, dry the individual components, and they would trade that. Make it look so easy, so fast. And they actually did also trade the fruit. I'm not sure how popular it was, you know, in Europe, but at least on a smaller scale, they would trade the fruit. They would trade it preserved. And nutmeg pickles, also still popular today.
It's a little bit translucent and really crunchy. Yeah, when you pickle nutmeg, it still retains its texture and it retains a lot of its flavor. It's really powerful, but it has mellowed out in a way that is good. It gets rid of that astringency and it gets rid of a lot of that harsh, resiny sort of taste. It's really satisfying to chew on this because it's like, it fights you a bit.
So nutmeg, like this one right here, very... Excuse me. So nutmeg was of course a very important tree here, but it is not the only important tree in the Banda Islands. There is one other. There's one other, and that is this big guy right here. This is a canary tree, and canary produces a fruit that has a nut inside, and that nut is widely consumed here. Like, people use this in a lot of cooking. You can make oil out of it. People eat the fresh nut, they dry it out and eat the dried nut, and they're really, really tasty. They have a very mild flavor, but they're very rich. It tastes like an almond, but fattier. It also is a very functional tree in the production of nutmeg because, you know, we're on an island, and this island gets a lot of wind. So the canary trees will actually help stop the wind from coming in and destroying nutmeg trees. And when it's very sunny here and very hot, these act as shade trees. Like, they're huge. Like, look at that big tree. Gigantic tree. So these things tower over the area and provide shade to the nutmeg trees and protect them from a hot summer. Very, very valuable. And what's cool is that this was... Whoa! Jeez. So the canary and the nutmeg work side by side with each other, and that is how it used to be done way back when, and it's still done that way today. Nutmeg grows here all year round, and the Banda Islands are especially conducive for nutmeg to grow due to a variety of reasons, the climate, and also this guy, the volcanic soil that you have in the islands here due to Banda's volcano helps the trees to grow. So this area is specifically great for growing these trees.
Delicious as it is, the fruit is not a commonly traded commodity. And with literally tons of spices being sold, the majority of that fruit is left to the locals to use. So, what do they do with it? I asked my guide Denny about how people in the Banda Islands use the fruit, and he told me about one of the most widely consumed dishes.
You know, the kuah asam, we catch the small pieces in the sea, yeah, and then we will take the meat of the nutmeg and then we mix, and after that we boil it together.
Oh, okay, I see. The nutmeg meat, though.
That's right. Yeah. Hello.
So I don't eat fish, but lucky for me, I managed to find a version of this without fish at a restaurant. This is a vegetable soup, or you can get it with meat also, but the nutmeg is used to flavor it. So there's big chunks of fresh nutmeg fruit inside this soup. You get that kind of like piney sort of flavor, that like citrus rind taste, that spiciness, a little bit of resiny taste. It's like a very powerful flavor. Most ways nutmeg is used seems to be sweet. So nutmeg jam, nutmeg candy, syrup, juice. This is going full savory, and it's good. It's good. It works. When the Portuguese first showed up on the shores of the Banda Islands, at first, the Bandanese people, they welcomed them. They were like, hey, traders, great, sure, we'll trade with you, we'll trade with anybody, of course, come on in. Very welcoming. But as you would imagine, over time, the Portuguese started to meddle a little bit. They started messing with their trade. They didn't like that. So whenever the Portuguese kind of like overstepped their bounds, the Bandanese fought them tooth and nail. There's reports of them fighting a lot through history. There's a report of them Portuguese being like, hey, you know, sign this paper, and the Bandanese like stealing their ships. You know, they were tough. They're tough people, so they did not want any of that. And because of that, there is no Portuguese fort here, except kind of. Where I am walking around right now is Fort Nassau. They only managed to get the foundation built. They only built part of it, and then the Bandanese made them stop. What I'm in right now is a fort that was created, but was created by colonists who came later, who I will get into later in the video. But it is interesting to note that the Portuguese, try as they might, they never managed to do what they really set out to do here. The Bandanese people wouldn't let them. Needless to say, things weren't going according to plan for the Portuguese. And besides the Bandanese being tough mothers, there were two even bigger reasons why Portugal was not able to gain control. First, one of Portugal's main strategies was to coerce whoever was in charge of a land to agree to their monopoly. Well, this didn't work for the Bandanese. They had no ruler. How their society worked is it was broken up into separate communities, each with a chief known as an orang kaya. Literally meaning rich man, the orang kaya were respected elders that had gained their status due to the amount of nutmeg that they grew. They held power and influence and were representatives for their domains. For important matters that would involve the Banda Islands as a whole, the orang kaya of different regions would meet with each other and come to an agreement. They looked out for the good of their community, and naturally, they did not all agree to Portugal's demands. Second of all, it's important to note that although Portugal was the first European nation to discover the Banda Islands, they weren't the first ones in the world. Banda had regular visitors from Java, China, Malaysia, the Middle East, and other Indonesian islands. Sometimes traders even settled in Banda and took local wives. Marrying between different trading communities was often used to establish bonds, so the Bandanese had business relationships throughout other parts of Asia. The Bandanese had a successful system, and the most essential part of it was trade. As mentioned, they didn't grow enough food for themselves, so they needed to trade in order to eat. Portugal may have managed to reduce the amount that the Bandanese traded with others, but they could not completely stop it.
I'm so enamored by the mountain here, but I have to be very careful while I'm walking here at the fort because there's cows here. I've very nearly stepped in cow poop many times while walking through here. For about 100 years, the Portuguese and the Bandanese had a complicated relationship. In fact, while this was going on, Portugal was engaging in battle after battle after battle after battle throughout the world, and whenever there was a battle in the Maluku Islands, the Bandanese would support the other side. They would send warships with their people to support the efforts going against the Portuguese. Yeah, not a very healthy relationship. And towards the very end of the 16th century, the Portuguese, they backed off. They left the Banda Islands. Why? Well, I'm not gonna pretend like I know the full military history here. I'm not a historian, but I mean, kind of makes sense. Bandanese did not want them there. That's a reason. Another reason, though, is that they, at this time, had been fighting the Dutch, and the Dutch were trying to also establish monopolies through the area, and that kind of scared them away too, I would imagine. So, end of the 16th century, the Portuguese left, and that is when the Dutch showed up. And that is also when things start to get a bit ugly. Good morning, everybody. It is breakfast time, and I have with me a canary pancake with nutmeg jam on it, and also nutmeg coffee. It's got the nutmeg seed in it, not the fruit, not the maize. That's a lot of nutmeg. That's a lot of nutmeg. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. That is a lot of nutmeg. That is actually a concerning amount of nutmeg. Nutmeg contains a compound called myristicin, and myristicin is good for a few things. It's an insecticide, but it's also an hallucinogenic. So probably for someone my size, one big seed of nutmeg is probably enough to have an effect on me. And I'd say that this cup of coffee has half a seed in it. It is that strong. So 1 cup, fine. But if I were to have a second cup, I might start seeing elephants or something. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of the coffee throughout the area here. I'm being totally honest. What I say, I don't like it. But I like the nutmeg coffee more. It's kind of like in the past when people would use spices in wine and stuff that they didn't like the taste of. It covers it up, it gives it a nice flavor, and I'm kind of feeling that experience right now. So, the pancake. This pancake has canary nuts mixed into the batter, and then I put nutmeg jam on top of it. The canary nuts don't have a ton of flavor, but they do provide a nice little texture, and they provide butteriness. And the jam is excellent. I really like nutmeg jam. It's like apple pie and Coca-Cola. It's got a very interesting flavor to it. And it's kind of surprising that the jam is not more common. Nutmeg seeds and the mace are selected, but so much of the fruit, I think, gets thrown away. Or it's just used locally. But really, I'd say like making jam out of it, that would be something that would be popular on a global scale. Sometimes I'm traveling and I find a fruit and I try it, I'm like, why don't people eat this? It makes no sense. And with nutmeg, I mean, it's perishable. You can't eat the fruit. But the jam, you've got no excuse. This is very, very good and unfortunately, very difficult to find. Even in Penang where I was, the juice people drink, but the jam is not super common. But here in the Band Islands, like, they know what's up. Like this, excellent. When you come into the Band Islands, whether you're flying in, taking the boat in, swimming in, you will inevitably see the icon of the area here, Gunung Api, Banda's volcano. Gunung Api literally means volcano. If you Google that, several things will come up. But right now, I am climbing Banda's Gunung Api. There are more active volcanoes. This is really hard. There are more active volcanoes here in Indonesia than anywhere else in the world. And this one is also active. Over the past 500 years, there are records of how often this volcano erupted. Once every 20 years, on average, it erupts. As I film this, it is 2024. The last time this volcano erupted was in 1988. Better walk gently. So one of my sources for this video was the Nutmeg's Curse by Amitav Ghosh, and what he pointed out, it's a very fun fact, is that volcanoes are very important in Indonesia. Culturally, they're very important. It was not just, you know, a mountain that is occasionally doing this scientific thing. People saw it as sacred. So when volcanoes erupted, especially when it's not like all the time, like every 20 years, it would have been seen as like a great sign, a great omen, something really important has happened, or it's going to happen. Well, in 1599, this volcano erupted. Shortly after this volcano erupted, the Dutch appeared on the shore in the Banda Islands. Imagine everybody wondering, what does it mean? Probably people thought maybe there's a connection here. Maybe this is what the volcano was telling us. Can't say for sure, but it was definitely a very important moment when the volcano erupted. And it was a very important moment shortly after when the Dutch showed up. So, what does it mean? So, the really tricky thing about climbing this volcano is this rock. It's real loose. Whoa! Almost falling right there. Okay, so you gotta be very, very careful, especially if you're filming with one hand and trying to balance with the other. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put this camera away. I'll see you at the top. Hey.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, never been better. So I thought that I had it hard. This is a very difficult trek. And I've been like downing water like nobody's business. Almost out. But it's Ramadan. So everybody here, you're not drinking water, right? You're doing this dry. You're a stronger man than me. I'm on my second bottle. Check this out. So Fort Nassau is the fort that Portugal tried to create, but were stopped by the Bandinese. That is right above my finger there. There's a little bit of wall left, but it's just ruins. So that ended up not being a spot where the Dutch really wanted to keep their fort. So they started there, they started building it, and then they ended up moving their fort to this impressive guy up there on the hill. So this was built on the hill, that way people would be able to see if ships were coming. Forts here in the Banda Islands were multi-purpose. They did a lot of things. They would protect people, they would be used as a vantage point to see if ships are coming, they would conduct business here. Spice-related business, I'm sure, happened at this fort. But another thing that's very important for the purposes of my video are, this is where they would store the nutmeg. You know, nutmeg was worth a lot of money. They want to make sure it was safe, so they would keep it inside the walls of their fortresses. So I'm not sure for certain, but I think I found the nutmeg storage room for the main fort here in the Banda Islands. And I'm going to take you in there. It is pretty dank in here. So there's one room right here, one room right here. I can pretty much guarantee that this room is the storage room for nutmeg. No one has told me. However, when you go inside this room, I know there's nothing in here except cockroaches and mold, but this room smells like nutmeg. Strongly. It has a strong nutmeg scent. And I can just guarantee that at one point in history, maybe hundreds of years ago, there was a big mound of nutmeg right here, because I can still smell it. Just this room. When you go in this room here, I don't smell anything. Just mold. When I go in here, ugh, this one smells kind of like pee. I think somebody's been peeing in here. But no, this room right here, I can guarantee you, was where they were storing the nutmeg. And it's so cool that I could still smell it. This here is a VOC symbol. Maybe a little hard to make out because it's original, but there's a V, an O, and a C. And this stands for the Dutch East India Company. When the VOC was formed, Portugal and the Netherlands were at war, or at least they were fighting a lot at this time. Portugal sanctioned the Netherlands from purchasing spices. So the VOC attempting to get a monopoly on spices was, to do two things. One, to regain this valuable commodity that they were no longer able to get from the Portuguese, and also to hit the Portuguese where it hurt. The Portuguese were under the orders of the king. They were following orders. They were doing what they needed to do. The Dutch East India Company, they basically were able to make their own decisions. They were given permission by the Dutch government to wage wars, colonize places. They were able to kill, enslave. They even had their own currency. they were able to do a lot with no need to ask the king for help. So because of that, they managed to get like a stranglehold in this area, and they made a lot of money. During the time that they were around, they made the equivalent of about 8 trillion, trillion with a T, US dollars, making them like the most successful company of all time. By colonizing, by killing, by enslaving, by taking control of this very valuable commodity, they changed the world. When the VOC showed up, the Bandanese once again were welcoming. They believed that the Dutch were there to save them from the Portuguese. But then the Dutch began to show their real colors. They started to build a fort on top of the foundation that the Portuguese had already started. And when the Orang Kaya protested, the Dutch ignored them. Tensions began to rise, and it was agreed that the Dutch and the Bandanese should have a meeting to discuss things. The Bandanese, as we've established, were tough mothers. So when the Dutch arrived to the meeting, the Bandanese ambushed them. They attacked and killed 46 members of the VOC and gave the rest of them a very clear message. Don't with us. Of those who escaped with their lives was a man named Jan Pieterszoon Koen. If Koen was killed on that fateful day, the history of these islands would have been very different. Because soon after that ambush, he was appointed Governor General, and he wanted revenge. There is nothing in the world that gives one a better right than power. Despair not. Spare your enemies not, for God is with us. The Portuguese failed to establish a nutmeg monopoly because it was impossible to do this with how the Bandanese society functioned. Koen saw the same problems, but he saw a solution. Eliminate that society and replace the Bandanese with slaves. The Dutch ordered the Bandanese to set fire to their homes and give themselves up peacefully. Some of them escaped, but most of them didn't believe what they were being told to do, and they ignored it. The Dutch had hired a bunch of Japanese ronin, so mercenaries, samurai, basically. These Japanese ronin beheaded the Orang Kaya. They put their heads on spikes outside Fort Nassau to be a symbol of terror for the other inhabitants of the islands, and the bodies of the Orang Kaya were thrown down this well, which still exists today. That well was not just any well, it's a sacred well.
Sacred well.
And they were putting the bodies in there to be desecrating it.
Desecrating, yes.
Yeah, oh. So it's,
you know what happened after they put all the body in that one? The Banda have to get disaster after they kill Bandanese people. Many happened, tsunami coming, earthquake, eruption, almost different every year. It seemed like the Banda Island crying.
Tragically, the Banda Islands, this once thriving area with over 15,000 people, was reduced down to only 1,000. The survivors of this were then enslaved and then either sold or forced to work in the nutmeg plantations. Since they were the only ones that knew how to farm nutmeg, they were forced to teach other slaves from other areas how to do it.
speedboat right now. And I am heading to that island. That island is Rune. And it is a inhabited island. It is only about 1.5 miles at its longest point. This is a small island, but it is a very important island. Okay, I'm going back in the cabin now. I made it! This is the island of Rune. And the island of Rune is incredibly significant in history because this was an English settlement. See, the Dutch, they had control of all the islands here except for this one. In 1603, the inhabitants of Rune made an agreement with Britain. They said, we will swear allegiance to the crown. We will allow you to settle here. That's fine. You can have nutmeg, sure. Just keep the Dutch away from us. So the English agreed, and now they had access to an island with nutmeg. Rune is small, but it produces a lot of nutmeg, so this was actually fairly significant. So Britain now has a source of nutmeg. And the Dutch were not happy about that. They wanted a monopoly. They wanted full control of all the nutmeg. So they fought the English for decades. For decades. There's constant fighting over this island. Things came to an agreement because in 1667, these two nations signed a treaty. In this agreement, England agreed to give this island, the island of Rune, that I am standing on right now, all 1.5 miles of it, they agreed to give this island to the Dutch in exchange for an island that the Dutch had just acquired in the Americas. So the island that the Dutch offered didn't have any nutmeg on it, but it was bigger. It was about 13 miles long. And they were calling this island New Amsterdam. And when the English took New Amsterdam, they decided to change the name to something that was a little bit closer to where they came from. They changed it to New York. So yes, about 350 years ago and some change, this island was exchanged for Manhattan, where I'm from. I mean, I'm from New York, I'm from Queens, but close enough. And it is just wild to imagine that this exchange happened. And I can't help but wonder the parallel universe that exists where that exchange did not happen. What would Manhattan look like if the Dutch owned it? Instead of pretzels on the street, would there be stroopwafels? I don't know. I don't know. But it's like amazing to think that such a big change happened, and it's all because of nutmeg. The English, they still had a bone to pick with the Dutch, okay? So during the Napoleonic War, England managed to briefly gain control of the Banda Islands, okay? So this is the 18th century. There's fighting, there's stuff, things happen, battles, wars, whatever. We're gonna kind of fast forward through that and go to a treaty being signed. So England gave the Banda Islands back to the Dutch, okay? So Dutch had it, English had it, Dutch has it again. England's like, oh, okay, bye. Enjoy your islands. But they had an ace up their sleeve. They took thousands of nutmeg seedlings on their boats and they brought them to other colonies that they had. They brought nutmeg to Grenada, Sri Lanka, and Malaysia. The reason why nutmeg is in Penang, where I started this adventure, is because of that. Because Britain played a trick on the Dutch. After this happened, nutmeg was now much easier to access. It was being grown in several places, not just here, not just in the Banda Islands. And because of that, the monopoly that the Dutch had crumbled. It fell apart. The value of nutmeg dropped significantly, and now it was over. This is probably a good time to mention that the external microphone for my camera gave out during my last couple of days in the Banda Islands. I have no idea how that could have happened. Luckily, the audio would go in and out, so I managed to capture a few moments on my last couple of days, including this one. Wants little human company. So yeah, every evening I come down here, I sit in the square, and just kind of like watch life go by. It's Ramadan, and I believe around this time is when fasting ends, so people are like kind of coming to life. It's usually my favorite part of a trip. It's not like climbing volcanoes, it's just finding a peaceful place to like hang out, have a drink, watch life go by, and this has been my place for that, and I've been coming here every night, and it's nice. Yeah, just kind of a moment to reflect back on this trip, and it has been an incredible trip. The Banda Islands are very difficult to get to, but absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth it. I kind of like that it's hard to get to. It makes it a little bit more special. There's really like not a lot of people around, locals and tourists alike. Very chill place, and I've been really enjoying it. Oh, I'm sorry to wake you. You're very comfortable. Okay, I'll let you sleep.
How'd you enjoy that encounter, Dustin?
I didn't think you guys were gonna win.
Oh yeah, I gotta see it.
I doubted. I doubted.
Yeah, you doubted? You see us win though?
Yes.
Dude, it was so close. It was like by the hair on our hat. We had no ammo.
I definitely thought you guys did not have that. I was like, oh my gosh, they're gonna do it again.
Dude, that was so crazy. Now we're trying to figure out this like puzzle to get to the next encounter.
So you guys haven't beaten it yet? Fully?
No, we have one more. We have to do like this little puzzle to get through this door, and then we'll be on the final encounter.
Okay.
We have till noon tomorrow to beat the final encounter, which
for the badge thing.
Yeah, for the emblem for contest mode. Otherwise, contest mode goes away. I can't believe dude, that was wild. We got like.
I mean, I feel like since you guys beat that now, though, like hopefully, I mean, I don't know how hard the boss is.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm going to look up how hard the final boss is. Sorry, what did you say? Yeah, once you get the crux, yeah, and it comes from the door down there when you get that crux. The two cruxes, and the light comes from those areas.
You really want some treats. Okay, I got you.
I think the only empty ones are the ones that start the doors. Everything else is full. I think once you you just
poor little
fill
thing.
the two
Some more.
empties with the two that are sitting there. All the rest are full. We didn't have a problem with empty cruxes before. I think we just dumped these cruxes and then oh, dude, we were like primary ammo.
I am in Jakarta right now, and come with me. I'm gonna take you somewhere cool.
This is a good clear. The ogres were spawning, we were like clearing ads during boss damage. That boss is wild, because it's like 4 eyes. Apparently it's glitched, and you can't do critical damage to the boss. So the strategy is to use the gun I was using. It's like an area of effect grenade launcher. It doesn't do crit damage.
The history of Jakarta is intricately tied to the history of the spice trade, okay? Because this was a hot spot for all those European powers that were coming over.
Because that boss is 4 bosses,
and we're gonna do like a nutshell version of this to like my basic understanding of it, okay? It goes back to the Portuguese, okay? After the Portuguese seized Malacca, way back then, and they started going on expeditions to try to find out where the spices were. They came here. They came to Jakarta. They established a port. They established a presence. They were there, and then they were kicked out. Fast forward a bit to the Dutch. Okay, the Dutch, as I said before, they went to the shores of the Banda Islands in
boss
Just before that, they came here to Jakarta. On their heels were the British. The British and them were not getting along. However, they both wanted a monopoly on spices, and they saw this as a strategic area. So they both set up shop here. Just imagine, like that would have been a very awkward period of time, I'm sure. But not for long, because eventually the Dutch kicked the British out. Maybe like the British ate some of the cold pizza from the Dutch's fridge or something. I don't know. There's a weird roommate situation going on. And eventually the British, they left. The Dutch seized the area. They built a big wall. That wall. This is all Koen, by the way. The same guy who ordered to kill all the Bandanese. This is all his doing, okay? He seized Jakarta, changed its name to Batavia, and they put this big wall around. The majority of the city wall was knocked down, but this was, at one time, a big wall that would have surrounded the entire city. The Dutch East India Company fell apart. It fell apart in 1799, something like that. But the Netherlands still has all these colonies, okay? Just because the Dutch East India Company left didn't mean that the Netherlands also left. They still had the Banda Islands as a colony. They still had Jakarta, or Batavia, I'm sorry, as a colony. So why did they leave? Okay, so fast forward again now to like the 1940s. The value of spices is still not great. They're not making a whole lot of money from these colonies anymore. Also, the economy in the Netherlands itself, not a colony, but just the Netherlands, was not doing so hot either. And then, World War II. World War II happened, okay? We're talking 1940s. So in 1942, the Japanese came to Jakarta, or Batavia, I'm sorry. Japanese come over here, they kick the Dutch out, and that pretty much ends it. That pretty much like is the death nail to the colonialism in this area by the Dutch. And then when World War II ended, the power was given to Indonesia. And by the way, like this place is, no one comes here. No one comes here. All around this area is just like parking for trucks, but it's really cool. And it's within walking distance of the upkept colonial area, the Dutch Square.
So now, all the nutmeg plantation, the Bandanese people, they run it themselves. That's why you can see right now, Banda people, they get more free and more happy. And every island you can see they have a nice house, a concrete house, they have a television, good tile, washing machine, IC condition and everything.
Yeah.
It seems like we're back again before the colonialism come in Banda.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Although I've been telling this story as if I've been going from place to place, in order to make this video, I actually went to Southeast Asia twice. You may have noticed that in some parts I'm wearing glasses and some I'm not. Well, that's because between these two trips, I got LASIK eye surgery. On the first trip, I only went to Penang in order to visit the nutmeg farm. That was going to be it. But then when I got home from that trip, I started researching the history of nutmeg in order to give some fun facts about why it grows in Penang. And instead, I was disturbed by what I found out. What happened in the Banda Islands was terrible, but that wasn't the part that disturbed me. It was the casualness about how this tragedy was being told. This history is all too often told from the perspective of the colonists. And in this case, that history was summed up with a wave of the hand. They were killed, the Dutch were victorious, and now we have nutmeg. This fact was not fun at all. Going to places with a dark history can help you feel the weight of what actually happened. So that's why I went to Southeast Asia for a second time. I wanted to try and understand what really happened there 400 years ago. And by going there, I found out that those history books were out of date. Maybe the VOC got what they wanted at the time, but in the long run, they are the ones who left. And although the colonist leaders were once seen as heroes in their home countries, today many people are seeing them as the monsters that they actually were. The people who live in the Banda Islands are different now. They are the descendants of the slaves that were brought in to work in the nutmeg plantations. They come from many different backgrounds, but today they proudly call themselves Bandanese. And once again, the nutmeg trade is good to them. So why do I still have a bad taste in my mouth? No matter how much nutmeg I use, it's not enough to cover it up, because nutmeg wasn't the only thing that was stolen by the colonists. In the Banda Islands, the language and traditions of the original people has been lost. I think I have something that might help though. I learned a lot by going to the Banda Islands, and out of everything I learned, I finally have a fun fact to share with you. Something that's not usually mentioned. Just how fun is this fact? Well, here we go again. Third time's the charm. Well, everybody, I am on another boat. This time, I'm heading to K Bazaar. That's right behind me there. So, K Bazaar is a very special place because, you know, in 1621, when the Dutch attacked the Bandanese people, a lot of them escaped. K Bazaar today has the largest population of the original Bandanese still today. They're still around. I've seen towns that have cats everywhere or dogs everywhere. Here, there are goats. Nice jump. The K Islands are about 200 miles away from the Banda Islands. The most visited is K Kachil, which is growing in popularity as a beach getaway for tourists. K Bazaar, however, receives very few visitors. It is home to roughly 40,000 people, and of that population, there are around 4,000 people whose ancestors originally came from the Banda Islands. They live in two regions that have names that reflect back to that history, Banda Alat and Banda Eli. However, the communities here do not call themselves Bandanese. They are the Wandan, named for their ancestors' original name for the Banda Islands.
Okay. I think we're about to meet somebody very important.
This is called Rumaseng.
Rumasai.
Yeah, Rumaseng.
What does that mean?
Rumaseng was like an old house. You see the sign?
Yes.
It's like sign of customs.
Meniken Wandan Elat, Ak Nalang Amar, Yoka Nalam Sanbe.
Say Jared.
Jared.
Jared. Kamu malangoy mo na sa. Dari sana datang bikin apa?
I'm here to learn about the original Bandanese people and what their life is like today.
Ak Nalang Abdullah Suat.
In K Bazaar, there are three main languages that are spoken: Indonesian, K'ese, and Bandanese. And many of the Wandan people speak all three. Bandanese is especially important to them. It is used for official meetings and also functions as a social and ethnic boundary between their villages and others. This separation has allowed the language to survive despite them being a minority group on the island. Wandan people escaped to other areas too, but in those areas this social boundary wasn't established, so the language and customs there have been lost. Families may remember and pass down that heritage, but they have otherwise integrated into the larger community. My new friend Wasna, for instance, her family is a descendant of the Banda Islands, but her ancestors escaped to Saram.
My grandfathers will tell us about the story. So he was like, you know what, from long time ago, your grandparents ran away from Bandanera because of Dutch coming and then destroyed our village, our island, and then we have to escape from them. My grandparents have a lot of daughters. They are beautiful daughter. So he spread the kids, her daughter, to escape from the Deutsch. That's a lesson to know our identity, our culture, our ethnic, and the reason why we're here. The historical is the big lessons, the big experience that we didn't see it, but we can take that from our mothers or maybe our parents' story, and we save that in our memory to share that to our kids, so reminding them too. And maybe to more respectful for the spices, because the spices destroys our country.
To this day, the Wandan people are known for being merchants and craftsmen. Banda Eli is especially well known for its traditional crafts, so I went there next to see if I can find any.
There's no tenders here. You gotta walk through the stones in order to get on this little boat. Jeez. At least I'm not the only one nearly falling. Ready? Yeah. How long of a ride is this? 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe 3. No, you don't know. Okay. We'll find out. This episode is not sponsored by Dramamine, but I kind of wish it was. Can't say it wasn't a slice of heaven. All right. Banda Eli is the largest community of the Wandan people. There are several different villages that comprise this area. I was just admiring the owner of this house's basket here. It's a traditional basket that the Wandan people use. And she said, like, oh, you can buy them up here. This is the Basket Explorer today. Basket update. We did not see any for sale. All those shops are closed because it's too early. But we're waiting for the boat here. And Tino, my guide here, he asked an older lady if she knew if there's anywhere close by we can get one. And she said, I have one. And she walked away to go and get it. So I might be buying hers. Oh, beautiful. Word has gotten out. There's an active buyer in the neighborhood. So a few more people have come by with handicrafts from the area here. This is a pot that is used for water. What would you like other people to know about the Wandan people today?
Pada zaman orang tua datang batas saya punya bapak dan mama itu orang Wandan itu masih dulu dalam bikin bentuk suram belanga dari tanah liat itu. Bahwa itu tandanya Wandan masih ada.
This was used for collecting nutmeg. The strap here actually goes on your head, so you use the strength of your neck to hold up the basket and put it in. This one is very, very small, so this would be one that like a child would use. And here are a couple of bracelets. These bracelets, you find them throughout the K Islands. My guide here, Tino, he said that they have them in his village, but not with this insignia on it. This symboling here is specific to the area.
Things aren't just made for their community, but are also traded with other islands. I was told that these earrings here were made specifically for weddings in the Tanimbar Islands, which are over 100 miles away. The political system for the Wandan is different now. There are still orang kaya, however, this position today doesn't mean what it used to. Instead, today matters are settled by a village chief.
Nama saya Hakim Rahwarin, kepala desa di desa atau di Uhuy Tuburlai. Ya, saya di sini memimpin 520 jiwa. Kami bagian daripada masyarakat Wandan atau masyarakat Banda Ili. Nah, semua berasal dari Banda Naira dan alhamdulillah kami bisa hidup berbaur dengan masyarakat DKI sudah hampir 400 tahun. Kami hidup sebagaimana layaknya masyarakat di Maluku Tenggara, hidup saling membaur, kemudian saling berpartisipasi dalam pembangunan dan kekeluargaan.
There are also kings who represent several groups of villages.
Nama saya dari Latar, anak terutama dari almarhum Haji Langwar Latar.
He's the king of this area?
Yes.
I'm going to be honest, my visit to Cave Bazaar was not what I thought it would be. I was expecting to just get a few recordings of the original Bandanese language and end this story on a positive note. That's not what happened. I got that recording, but I found out that the Bandanese language is endangered.
Kasih, maksudnya bicara dengan anak-anak di rumah dong pakai bahasa Elat juga.
Iya.
Atau cuma pakai bahasa hari-hari. Oh, jadi anak-anak dong saya pakai bahasa Elat.
Setengah baru katanya yang kasar.
Saya boleh begitu, Bang. Harus kasih biasa anak-anak pakai bahasa
Anak-anak sampai
Kids these days don't speak the mother
They don't
language.
speak mother language. They get it, they understand the meaning, but they didn't speak mother language.
Does his children speak the mother tongue?
Karena saya anaknya sudah anak campuran, jadi jarang baru dia pakai bahasa Banda karena mamanya dari Jawa. Maka diprediksi seperti itu. Karena dalam hal perkawinan pencampuran itu.
Kita mengkhawatirkan bahasa ini akan hilang. Untuk itu tahun 2022 kemarin dari kantor bahasa Provinsi Maluku melakukan kegiatan revitalisasi bahasa Wandan di sini dalam rangka untuk bagaimana bisa menyelamatkan generasi dari bahasa ini jangan sampai kemudian dia hilang.
And those cultural practices that I mentioned, they're threatened as well.
Bahwa itu tandanya Wandan masih ada. Budaya itu telah punah karena dengan adanya perkembangan zaman modern, lalu budaya itu dong lepas.
I wanted to show that this dark history is a thing of the past. And although some people that I spoke to saw it that way, others didn't. On more than one occasion, I would ask a simple question, like, "What is your name?" Only to be taken aback by an impassioned response that needed no translation.
So would he mind first introducing himself in the original language?
Aknalan kejali. Ngufam ralet. Kaya ho karena ngondom. Akasalnya Pulau Rum.
The culture of the Wandan people is very important to them. And despite all odds, they have managed to keep that culture alive. But some of them are upset, and they feel that the Indonesian and Dutch government should be doing more to acknowledge them.
For people watching who want to know like the reality of the survivors of that history, like what would you tell people?
Karena khusus pemerintah Indonesia dan pemerintah Belanda kan sudah mengakui itu. Yang mengakui maksudnya moyang-moyang kita yang historinya itu kan terpampang di Banda saja, tapi orang itu kan pahlawan, kalau boleh dikatakan pahlawan nasional genosida awal di Indonesia itu.
I started this project just wanting to explain what nutmeg fruit tastes like. I never would have imagined that it would lead to me discussing sensitive ethno-political topics that I know nothing about with the son of a king for a community of people that I only recently learned about. So forgive me for not going into this further. It is far beyond my qualifications and far beyond my capabilities to tell it properly. I do hope, however, that I helped bring some awareness to this incredible community. I started this journey talking about fruit, something that I arguably do know about, and damn it, I'm going to end this journey with fruit. And I had one more question that I needed to know the answer to. After everything, the Dutch attack, their escape, 400 years separated from the Banda Islands, after all of this, do the Wandan people still grow nutmeg? My new friend Wazda made some calls, and pretty soon we were on motorbikes. Then we were in her family's garden, and there, we found it.
She's collecting. This is the nutmeg.
Oh, you just made me very happy. This is not Bandanese nutmeg.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Can you pull it down? Ooh. Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right, it's one of these. It's one of these.
It's better than I thought. This is long nutmeg. Long nutmeg is a very rare species related to nutmeg. A different species from nearby West Papua seemed to be more common. But after a few more calls and a few more gardens, there it was.
Can you reach? Ah, so close. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Bandanese nutmeg growing on Cape Bassar. Nutmeg is still being grown by the original Bandanese people. Tough mothers. Well, everybody, I think that is about it. Once again, I'm hanging out, this time in Cape Bassar, in a Wandan village, having a drink, watching life go by. I didn't know at the beginning of this adventure that this community still existed. But here they are, going by, living their life, and it's pretty amazing. So thanks for watching, everybody, and I will see you all next time.
the mouth beating things so that not necessary. Can't win no war in the territory.
And so I'm hoping that out of this, you really get another level of mastery of how to use this system, because I'm very much intrigued by bringing the classical methods of the ancient world up to the digital methods of the modern world. And it is a powerful tool that can be applied to digital design.
Move over Flipper Zero because there's a new tech darling in town. It's called Meshtastic, and it promises to bring us an off-grid, decentralized comms network that's entirely open source and outside the control of Big Brother. Best of all, it runs for free on tiny, affordable, and low-powered radios sporting ESP32 microcontrollers. But besides looking really cool and getting me to empty my wallet, what can these things actually do? Well, think text-based walkie-talkies, enabling you to send encrypted messages over long-range radio, aka LoRa. This novel application shields your transmissions from potential wiretapping by big telecommunication companies, ensuring your messages remain confidential and, most importantly, yours.
But it goes even deeper. There are a number of scenarios today where traditional cellular networks fail. For instance, urban festivals and gatherings where the cell network is saturated, like New Year's Eve in Times Square. Overlanding or other remote adventure activities in isolated areas like deserts. Also overseas traveling if you don't have roaming or a local SIM, and NGO work in places without cell infrastructure.
We'll also cover the most common pitfalls enthusiasts make and how to correct those. Finally, I'm taking this innovation to new heights, literally, by outfitting my drone with one of these groundbreaking devices to conduct an epic range test to see how far these things can actually go. By the end of this video, you'll thoroughly appreciate the unique freedom that these powerful mini Meshtastic devices provide, and we'll find out ultimately if they're worth it. Welcome to the future of communication. This is the time.
This is the most dangerous rock in the world. It's called pitchblende, and it comes from the Joachimsthal mines in the northern Czech Republic. In 1789, the German apothecary Martin Klaproth extracted a metal from these rocks that was widely used to color ceramics and glass. 60 years later, in 1852, George Stokes showed that this glass would fluoresce under ultraviolet light. In the late 1800s, the physicist Henri Becquerel tried to figure out if this metal generated X-rays when it fluoresced. He hypothesized that if he placed some small bits of metal on top of a photographic plate wrapped in black paper and put the whole contraption out in the sun, that the UV rays from the sun would cause the metal to fluoresce, generating X-rays which would pass through the black paper and expose the photographic plate in the regions close to the metal pieces. After running the experiment and developing the plate, Becquerel saw exactly what he expected. But his hypothesis was actually wrong. In what has to be one of the luckiest moments in science, the next week it was cloudy in Paris, and instead of rerunning the experiment, Becquerel put it in a drawer and forgot about it. When he came back a week later, he decided to develop the plate just for fun. Expecting to see nothing, he instead found very strong silhouettes on the plate. This metal was emitting radiation all by itself. This was an entirely new phenomena. Where was the energy even coming from? What was this metal extracted from these rocks doing? This mystery attracted the interest of some of the best scientists in the world, including Marie Sklodowska-Curie, Pierre Curie, and Ernest Rutherford.
they discovered something remarkable. The metal extracted from these rocks, uranium, was transmuting. It was turning into other elements and releasing huge amounts of energy as it did. This contradicted decades of science that showed that atoms were the unchanging building blocks of our universe. The word atom literally and incorrectly means indivisible. In the summer of 1903, Rutherford and his wife visited the Curies in Paris and happened to arrive on the day that Marie received her PhD. That night after the ceremony, the group gathered in the garden to celebrate. Pierre brought out a party trick, a test tube coated in zinc sulfide and full of radium gas. Radium is a product of uranium decay and itself is another radioactive element. As the tube glowed in the Paris night, Rutherford noticed Pierre's hands were covered in radiation burns from months of laboratory work, an early sign of the power of their discovery. A new secret of the universe, radioactive uranium, had been unlocked, hiding in these rocks. What the Curies and Rutherford didn't know that night in Paris was that uranium had one more lurking secret. Uncovering this secret would require a new generation of scientists and a complete rejection of Rutherford's understanding of the nucleus. These revelations would come in waves. The first hit Leo Szilard 30 years later as he crossed the street in London one day. A recent refugee from Nazi Germany, Szilard had just left his hotel lobby, where he had read a speech from Rutherford in his morning paper. It had recently been shown that instead of waiting around for nuclear reactions to happen spontaneously, it was possible to create these reactions by bombarding atoms with high-speed protons. Two of Rutherford's colleagues had shown that lithium atoms bombarded by protons would split into 2 alpha particles, releasing huge amounts of energy in the process. Splitting just 1 kilogram releases 2.35 terajoules, enough to power modern-day London for 14 hours. As excitement around harnessing nuclear energy grew, Rutherford, now Lord Rutherford, remained dismissive. In the speech, he said that anyone who looked for a source of power in the transformation of the atom was talking moonshine. Rutherford argued that while splitting a single atom would release more energy than the incoming proton would provide, that on average this was a very poor and inefficient way to produce energy. To split the incredibly dense and positively charged lithium nucleus required accelerating protons in an electric field of 250,000 volts, and only 1 in a billion of these high-energy protons would actually crack the nucleus. Szilard thought this was that it was possible to harness nuclear energy, and that Rutherford and his colleagues were just doing it wrong. As he walked, Szilard realized that the proton was a poor choice of projectile. Its positive charge was intensely repelled by the positive nucleus. Overcoming the Coulomb barrier to reach the nucleus was precisely the reason protons had to be accelerated to such high speeds in the first place. A recent discovery from one of Rutherford's colleagues, the neutron, with no electrical charge would be much more effective. But it wasn't clear how to make a strong enough source of neutrons, or how much energy this would require. As Szilard moved across the street, a new thought occurred to him. What if we didn't have to provide the neutrons at all? What if they came from the reaction itself? What if there was some type of atom that when bombarded by a neutron would break apart, releasing energy while simultaneously ejecting 2 new neutrons? The resulting neutrons would then fly off to spawn 2 new reactions and so on. The resulting nuclear chain reaction would be catastrophic. 1 reaction becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and just 40 steps later we've split 1 trillion atoms. Did such an element exist? In what would later become Nobel Prize-winning work, Enrico Fermi picked up this line of questioning, and over the next couple years systematically bombarded every element on the periodic table with neutrons. Fermi observed fairly consistent behavior, with most elements either not reacting or losing a proton or alpha particle and decaying into a neighbor on the periodic table. A source of neutrons next to a sample of aluminum, for example, would chip away alpha particles, converting some of the aluminum atoms into sodium. Notably, none of Fermi's experiments showed multiple neutrons being released per reaction, making Szilard's idea of a nuclear chain reaction seem impossible. However, for one element in Fermi's experiments, nothing made sense. When Fermi reached the very last element on the periodic table at the time, our old friend uranium extracted from pitchblende, he couldn't find chemical evidence that uranium was decaying into any of its neighbors. Observing a wide range of radioactive decay half-lives, Fermi hypothesized that uranium was transmuting into a heavier, yet-to-be-discovered element. This controversial claim drew the attention of some of the best scientists in the world, including Marie and Pierre Curie's daughter, Irene, who began conducting experiments aimed at understanding exactly what was happening inside the uranium nucleus. In 1938, the German nuclear chemist Otto Hahn would beat her to the punch, observing that his bombarded uranium samples were turning into barium. Hahn was alarmed and ran the experiment again and again, looking for some mistake. Finding nothing, Hahn wrote a letter to his collaborator Lise Meitner on December 19, 1938, asking for some insight into his frightful conclusion. Barium has atomic number 56. For uranium to turn into barium, the entire nucleus would have to split apart. A decade of nuclear research had only ever shown atoms losing very small pieces at a time. The accepted mathematical probability of such a large fragment separating from the uranium nucleus was impossibly small. This had to be a mistake. When Otto Hahn's letter arrived, at least Meitner desperately needed a distraction. As an Austrian of Jewish descent, Meitner had been forced to flee when Hitler annexed Austria earlier that year. Meitner's sister and brother-in-law had been sent to Dachau concentration camp, leaving Meitner and her nephew, the physicist Otto Frisch, to celebrate the winter holidays alone in Kungolf, Sweden. When Frisch came down the stairs the morning of Christmas Eve, Meitner insisted that they get to work. How could their German colleague Otto Hahn have possibly found barium? Setting out on the snow, Frisch on skis and Meitner walking briskly, they began to discuss. The most complete nuclear mathematical model at the time treated the nucleus as a liquid drop. Each proton and neutron inside the nucleus is equally attracted by all of its neighbors, while the particles on the surface of the nucleus only have neighbors on one side, resulting in a net force, a surface tension, directed inward and along the surface of the nucleus. Unlike a liquid drop, however, the positively charged protons inside the nucleus also repel each other, adding an outward Coulomb force to the balance. The balance of these forces accounts nicely for one of the most important observations we've made about the nucleus. When physicists compare the mass of a given atom to the mass of the particles that make it up, the math never comes out quite right. The atom always has some mass missing. The answer to this puzzle lies in Einstein's discovery of mass-energy equivalence, his famous E=mc² equation. The missing mass is converted into the binding energy that holds the nucleus together. This discovery gave physicists an accurate way to measure the binding energy of each element, by taking the differences in the measured mass and plugging into Einstein's equation. When plotting these energies against the number of protons and neutrons in each atom, an interesting curve emerges. Elements towards the center of the periodic table, like tin, have the most strongly bound nuclei, while lighter and heavier elements have less tightly bound nuclei. Initially, no one was able to produce a satisfactory explanation for this trend. Why would elements towards the center of the periodic table have the strongest nuclear bonds? As first shown by George Gamow in 1930, the balance of the forces in the liquid drop model nicely explains this curve. The average attractive nuclear force between protons and neutrons is constant across all elements. Since the protons and neutrons on the surface of the nucleus have fewer neighbors, this results in less overall attractive force, and we need to reduce our overall binding energy by a factor proportional to the surface area of the nucleus. This explains the lower binding energy of smaller atoms. The ratio of surface area to volume increases as atoms become smaller. Finally, the repulsive Coulomb force also reduces the binding energy of the nucleus by a factor proportional to the number of protons squared divided by the radius of the nucleus. This explains why heavier elements have weaker nuclear bonds. The Coulomb force has a much larger range than the nuclear force, so its relative effect is larger in large atoms. The net effect of these forces, known as the semi-empirical mass formula, amazingly matches observation with less than 1.5% error. With all this in mind, Frisch and Meitner stopped and set on a log to do some math. Despite the surface and Coulomb terms reducing the overall binding energy of uranium, it still has significant binding energy. Way more energy than the incoming neutron that apparently split apart the nucleus in Otto Hahn's experiment. Then came a flash of insight. What if the nucleus was more like a water drop than anyone had previously assumed? What if it could oscillate? Frisch quickly sketched this picture, where the nucleus deformed and stretched to a breaking point, splitting into two. But did the mathematics actually support this? Meitner and Frisch realized that for this model to work, they didn't need to overcome the full binding energy of the nucleus. They only needed to check how much energy was required to make the nucleus wobbly. Deforming the nucleus increases the surface area, and requires energy to push interior particles away from their neighbors and to the surface. This is why liquid drops are spherical. A sphere minimizes the surface area for a given volume. However, unlike a liquid drop, the particles in the nucleus are also repelled by the Coulomb force. If the Coulomb force could push outward with a force equal to the inwardly pulling surface tension, there would no longer be any net force, preserving the drop's spherical shape, and the geometry of the nucleus would become unstable. Setting the change in energy as the liquid drop deformed equal to 0, and solving for the mass number A and the atomic number Z, Frisch found that for large atoms around atomic number 100, the surface and Coulomb terms would cancel out. Uranium is not too far away, with atomic number 92, suggesting that the extra energy from the incoming neutron may be sufficient to kick off oscillations and ultimately splitting. As soon as the nucleus separated, the very short-range nuclear force would no longer be in play, leaving only the Coulomb force to eject the two halves, in this case a barium and krypton nucleus, with a huge amount of energy. Frisch was able to quickly compute this energy, coming up with around 200 mega-electron volts. an impossibly large number at the atomic scale. Could this really be the case? And if so, where would this energy come from? The answer again came down to Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared. The higher binding energies of the resulting barium and krypton, produced by splitting uranium, meant that more mass was converted into energy. Meitner had a version of the binding energy curve memorized, and sitting on that log in the middle of the snow, she was able to show on a scrap of paper that an average change of a little under 1 mega electron volt per proton and neutron, multiplied by the 238 protons and neutrons in uranium, would result again in around 200 mega electron volts. All the pieces fit, Frisch would later say. Within weeks, Frisch had experimentally validated these results, and even given the new splitting phenomena a name, nuclear fission. Word quickly spread across the globe of the breakthrough. When news reached Frisch's mentor Niels Bohr, he said, "What fools we have been." When news reached graduate student Luis Alvarez mid-haircut in California, he ran out before his haircut was even over to let his advisor Robert Oppenheimer know. Within months, yet another member of the Curie family was able to show that uranium fission released 2 or more neutrons, making Seilard's vision of a nuclear chain reaction a real possibility. At 200 mega electron volts per atom, 1 kilogram of uranium would release around 81 terajoules of energy, 20 million times the energy released by 1 kilogram of TNT. If this energy could be released using a nuclear chain reaction, the results would be catastrophic. This possibility was not lost on governments as World War II loomed. Within months, the United States, Germans, and Japanese began research work on building the atomic bomb. The race had begun.
Amazon hates this 12GA slug. Dang it, it's hard to get away from that AI garbage these days, right? Well, anyway, this is Jeff of Tau Flight Mouse, and today we have a fascinating prototype slug created by a viewer named Brian from Northern California. Now, this is a pretty large and heavy slug coming in at 1.11 ounces. And what makes this particularly unusual is it is full of neodymium magnets. Those are not BBs. And there are 56 of those inside there. But that's not all. Between the rows of magnets are 7 roll pins, and hopefully those will turn into little flechettes upon impact. And then we have a half-ounce steel penetrator core in the center. And that's all encased in a glass-like resin with a kind of a hollow point nose. That's a whole lot of components, and these look like they were a pain in the butt to make. But thank you, Brian, for your effort. Now, will the magneto slugs be able to survive the over 10,000 psi barrel pressure, the 1,500 feet per second speed, that's about 1,000 miles per hour, and the 30,000 RPM rotational speed? So there's a lot of forces applied to this thing that may cause it to break up before it even leaves the barrel. And I have some doubts about that so-called hollow point on the nose actually causing it to expand when it hits soft targets. To make this all work and work safely, we have to have a set of tolerances. And I measured these slugs and they were about 10 thousandths of an inch too small. Now, if I just left these the way they are, there's a good chance they wouldn't get the proper spin because the interference fit in the barrel would just be too sloppy. So what I did, I bulked them up a little bit using some aluminum tape at the very base of it. It's kind of like a rifling band that just ensures that we have a really, really tight fit. And this is what it looks like in the shell. We have long shot powder, an X12X gas seal that acts like a piston, a thin cork wad, which gives it a little bit of cushioning, and then we have the discarding sabots. You could think of the sabots as working like brake shoes. They clamp around the slug as it travels down the barrel, and they transfer the spin from the rifling to the slug. Again, if the fit is too loose and we don't get 100% lockup in the milliseconds it's traveling down the barrel, well, the slug comes out spinning at only 1,000 RPM or less, and we don't have complete stability. And if the fit is too tight, well, I don't have to tell you what could possibly happen. And this is what our finished shell looks like. It looks pretty good. But as you know, there's a lot of things that can go wrong if we forgot a crucial step. Let's head out and test these things now.
Hey guys, today I'm Zach, tomorrow I'm whoever you want to be. Today we're going to be shooting the Magneto by Brian, and Jeff already went over everything with it, but we're going to be shooting the lead plate first.
Yeah, we're at 20 yards and we'll see how this sucker performs.
Okay, we're going to take a test shot just to see if our double, look at that, double red dot. You know what that means, Zach?
I don't know what that means.
It means it's double accurate.
And double the range?
You could double the range.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's in stereo too. So, yeah, we've got the back one turned off. We got the front, the new one, that O-Sight X. We're gonna see how that holds. But we want to see if we're zeroed or not. So we're just gonna shoot a Foster slug through there.
Yep.
At 20 yards. See if we're in the ballpark here.
That's right on the money.
There was a piece of duct tape right there. It is dead on perfect. Well, we know the gun's sighted in for a Foster slug. I don't know where these are gonna go. We're gonna find out. If you can hit that plate, that's gonna be a good day. I'm ready.
The good news is the slug survived being shot without shattering, and we had good ballistic stability. But as you can see, the ballistics of this slug are quite a bit different than a Foster slug. It shot a little bit high. We'll have Zach make some minor adjustments to his aim and give it another try.
Okay, I think he hit. I saw dirt kick up behind it too.
Now that is a lead plate that weighs 30 pounds. It's about 1.5 inches thick. It's actually very difficult to penetrate this thing with most rounds. Even an AR-15 won't penetrate this. It's also set at an angle so that we ensure that we don't have any debris flying back at us. That also makes it even more challenging to penetrate, especially with a 12-gauge projectile.
So on that one, you aimed a couple inches lower than the first shot. The first shot hit. You can see.
Yeah, just the little.
Took a little smile out of it. So you technically, I'll give you that one.
Okay,
you hit
thank
it.
you.
But we wanted a dead
aimed about in this vicinity. Probably trying to aim right here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that one out.
But all in all, still not a half bad lead plate shot.
Yeah.
A lot of debris in it. A lot of crud. And it penetrated right there.
Very nice. That core.
Let's see. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, the Clear Ballistics brand giant gummy bear. He's aiming right between the paws. A little X there. Are you gonna aim a little low again, or if you aim high? I mean, I'm not gonna tell you. If you choose high, you'll hit him in the face.
I'm gonna aim right dead center again.
Okay, let's see where we're at. Okay, I'm ready.
I headshotted him, I think.
Huh?
I think that's a headshot. You fell back too fast.
I couldn't tell.
For a body
I just
shot.
saw fragments hitting all over the place, though.
I headshotted him.
Zach was aiming right on the mark on the bear, and again it shot a little bit high. It confirms that these are shooting high. And much to our delight, we did see full fragmentation of the slug when it impacted this gel target. For handmade prototypes, I'm absolutely impressed.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we tried to aim right at the dot, and it shot about an inch and a half high.
Mm-hmm. I'll show the front.
So we're still filling them out, and we'll show you that in a minute where it landed.
But that's pretty cool how it goes, though.
Yeah, it fragmented.
You can see where the rods came out, and you can see where all those little balls, those little magnet balls.
Yeah, well, if I can focus on it.
Yeah, right.
It's like, the camera's like, what am I looking at here?
And then
Well, it helps with your fingers there, actually.
Okay. And then, well, you and I can see where that steel core went straight through as well.
Yeah,
it's actually really, really cool little, you know, if you're going by defense rounds, you kind of get the best of everything. You get...
This is like the kitchen sink round.
Yeah,
it's got
exactly.
so much garbage in there that something's going to do something.
You got the little balls for birdshot. Those little roll pins are pretty good little, you know, replacement for buckshot. And of course, you got your slug dead in the middle with that steel core.
Yeah, and then you got the resin, which is like broken glass. You know, it's like, okay, now flip her around and see.
That's where I was aiming. That's where I hit.
Yeah. So again, you know, that's closer to 2 inches and 1.5 inches, I guess.
Don't know if you can see the.
Kind of. There's a weird shape there that.
I don't know if my finger helps again, but.
Not really. But. Yeah, I'm happy we got some fragmentation going on there. I wasn't sure with that kind of a limited hollow point cavity in the front, which it's almost a flat nose.
Yeah.
If that was going to be enough to initiate the expansion, so I'm looking hopeful about these things for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, the wet magazines. This should be very revealing, I believe. Okay, the warning signal is beeping. That means it's time to shoot, Zach. Okay, fire!
I'm aiming bottom center.
Okay. That was pretty centered.
In this shot, Zach managed to hit the wet magazine's dead center, and look at this. We could see at least 3 of those roll pins flying out at high velocity. That's impressive. Ammo manufacturers spend years just hoping to have performance like this, and Brian got it right the first time.
Front of it is just mangled, just a lot of energy.
Really puckered out.
Yeah.
Rotate it around a little, or oh, look at that. Okay, a little sneak preview there.
The back actually looks like it's not as damaged as the front. Clearly something penetrated all the way through.
That big old steel core, man.
And what I found kind of cool is that on the very, very top, you can see where at least one of those balls escaped.
Okay, and that's almost halfway. You can see how thick that is. That is, it's probably 9 or 10 inches.
Bigger than my hand.
Yeah.
Well, what's that trick? The hand's bigger than the face, and then he slaps
I don't know. Well, let's see if there's anything interesting inside. Okay, so now the big, make sure we got
first page.
First
book, I guess. We're gonna go page by page.
Holy crap.
Jeez, look at that destruction.
Big ball of energy going through that thing.
Little pieces of resin in there too.
Yeah, the broken glass. You can't discount that. That's nasty.
This thing's falling apart on me.
Yeah.
Just more of that resin. I don't see any of the little stuff.
Oh, find balls?
I think I just found some balls.
And where are the rods at? Okay.
Little rod, or ball, rather. No rods from what I can tell. Not yet. Oh, there. I see where those rods went through. See more of those little balls.
We might have, when we do the gel block, that's going to be really interesting to see where those rods, the roll pins, actually are going. Oh, there's one.
One hanging off the side.
Wow. Oh, I'm seeing little holes and stuff. Look at that.
They went in.
See that hole? Okay.
That one right there?
Yeah.
Straight through.
Wow, and that's kind of what we want. Okay, so yeah, again, I was worried about getting the proper expansion to cause those to break apart and spread apart. So when we do the gel block, that's going to be, it's going to absolutely wreck that block of gel.
Absolutely.
With all the debris in there, and I can never get all that clear stuff out of there for some reason when I recast them. It's like invisible in there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, I can see some holes in the table where either the rods from this shot or last shot.
Okay, We're gonna erase the data on this hard drive. Anytime you're ready. Nice.
Another nice shot by Zach, nearly hitting the center of this little computer hard drive. Thank you, Michael S., for sending us some hard drives to shoot. We really appreciate it. Now, I'm not sure if those orange specks are sparks or just pieces of copper winding. Probably the copper.
Oh, it's rubbing off on you, man. I think Greg's gonna be back this month. I think.
Oh.
Speaking of finger wiggles.
All your people that say they're not.
Right there, the penetrator core. As far as
blown away. Wow, brutal. First of all,
how the slug broke apart, keep rotating it. The lights, just a ton of
good energy dump.
what an impressive gel shot. Okay, first of all, we can see that the steel core made it all the way through the gel block without really slowing down. But there's a lot more going on inside there. Next, we see the 7 roll pins expanding outwards at high velocity. That would be brutal on any organ in the body. We could also see that the magnetic balls made it in pretty deep, 9 inches in fact. And here we can see one of the roll pins embedded in our ballistic paneling. Wow. But it also dumped a lot of energy in the block and flipped it over like a Scotsman throwing a caber. Once again, I am absolutely blown away at the performance of these slugs. They are downright nasty.
very good shot. A little bit low.
A little.
But as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy. I am a happy
I'm
cameraman.
happy with that too. That steel core, whatever that core is made out of, all the way through our backdrop.
Yeah, I put a piece of sheet metal behind there. Had enough energy just to plow right through that.
So once the slug gets going, there's no stopping it, apparently.
Yeah, that penetrator core, very, very good penetration on that. But I'm also impressed with the depth of penetration of the magnetic balls, if you can see them in there.
So the roll pins went almost straight through. There's 2 little ones on the bottom. Might be really, really hard to see from your guys' side, but 2 went.
They might be stuck in the. Lift that block up. Maybe it's stuck in that fiberglass.
No.
No.
Oh, actually, hold on.
Okay.
One out.
And they. Oh, there's one.
There's one right there.
Yeah. Okay. So since you shot it a little bit low, a lot of those things had a lot of energy still, and penetrated the fiberglass anti-table destruction pad.
The actual little BB magnet things, the main groupings at 7 to 8 inches, but some of them did make all the way up to 9, even 9.5, almost 10 inches through the block. That's absolutely insane for those little tiny things.
That was
too.
good, because they're not particularly heavy. They're not made out of lead. They're neodymium magnets. How do you say that?
Say it 3 times fast.
Oh, I can't even say it one time slow. But yeah, that is one nasty wound cave. It's like a bomb went off in there. Should have called these the cluster bomb.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
We thought of everything. The kitchen sink for this slug name, the cluster bomb. Oh, whatever. Magneto's still the coolest.
Yeah, people are gonna say that's not a Magneto. That's the name of it. You gotta have a cool name.
These are actually based off of Magneto edition or X-Men edition 87 when they fought the Fantastic Four.
Alright, so I was looking at Google Earth Pro on North Sentinel Island, and I think I found something pretty interesting. Here are the coordinates in the top left for everybody. First, we'll start off on Constance Island on the lower right portion of the offshooting from the main large island. Zoom in, you see what appears to be 2 semicircles or possibly 2 full circles. So I've dubbed these circle 1 and circle 2. What's interesting is the consistency and spacing between the objects on the perimeter and from the center of the circles. If we do look at the browser version of Google Earth with the historical timeline, as we go back, we do see that the objects on the perimeter do get smaller. So it looks like they may have planted some bushes or trees, maybe to block out their view of this dirt mound as they're walking up this path here. But as we continue up the path, we come across what looks like 2 little squares. So what I've done, to me they look like buildings as the shapes don't really match anything else surrounding it. I've dubbed it Building 1 and Building 2. And I'll cycle these on and off so you can see the shapes. I also think they're buildings because it's pretty close to water, and down here is what looks like bunch of different little walking trails. Back to the buildings. Don't know what this is. Not going to really focus too much time on it. But what's interesting is I'll just call them vertical trails that all stem off from the main road. This, probably just an issue with how Google compiles their images. Or it could be some kind of art. This little guy reminded me of Space Invaders. But what we'll do is, looking at the historical version, you can see the building here, a little building here, again the little trails, and whatever this is. Keep note of the bend in the trail here and its proximity to the 2 buildings. We go back a year, same bend right here, no building, no building. And whatever was here and whatever was here isn't here. So you can definitely see through looking at the bend in the trail that there's been some sort of development over the years. You continue up here, you'll start to see a trail.
This video is about a very special type of Philips lamp, and I have to thank Andy for sending these to me. He was working over in Dubai, and he brought them back with him, and that's the thing. Unless you live in Dubai, you can't buy these lamps. They're not available anywhere else because Philips doesn't really want them available anywhere else. They'd much rather you have this one instead. So the story behind these, well, let me get into the technology first, and then we'll talk about the story. So here is a typical 4-watt LED filament lamp, and here's a typical 2-watt one, and generally speaking these filaments are rated 1 watt each, which is disappointing because this Philips lamp is running them at 1.5 watts each. And it does say that it's got a lifespan of 15 years or 15,000 hours. Well, I very much doubt it's going to get 15,000 hours or 15 years unless you just never take it out of the packet, because it will be grilling the LEDs. So the way these achieve that super high efficiency, this one gets 100 lumens a watt, these ones get 200 lumens a watt. The way they achieve that is by underrunning the LEDs. So whereas, well, let's compare. Here's a 2-watt one, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 filaments. Here's a classic 2-watt lamp. It's only got 2. So instead of running these filaments at 1 watt, they're running them at 1/4 watt. Let me show you this one lit. Let me bring up the hoppy. This is a good thing to do. I've had so many false starts in this video. It's a complicated story. These lamps are intriguing, but they have an interesting history behind them, and well, I'll let you judge for yourself. So I screw this in. It's cold white. This is a fairly standard thing. I'm putting it off shot for 2 watts. That's actually really bright. It says 2.2 watts. Current is 18 milliamps, and power factor is 0.5, which is fairly typical for a lamp like this. I was kind of hoping for better power factor, but it is not to be. Let's bring another lamp in. Let's bring in the rather splendid 3-watt lamp, and they're still working that basis, 4 times as many filaments. So this time we've got 12 LED filaments in one lamp, which is ridiculous. I screw it in. It lights up cold white again. There is a reason for that. 3.6 watts roughly. Power factor 0.5, current of 28 milliamps. Let's, for completeness, let's plug in the little dinky one, the 1 watt lamp. If I can find my 1 watt lamp holder. Here is the 1 watt lamp, should I say the Bearcat lamp holder. Here's a lamp. This one is a warm white, warm-ish white. Everything's biased towards low temperatures, or should I say high color temperatures, colder whites. So I plug this one in and it lights nice and brightly for 1 watt. It's exceptional for 1 watt. 1.15 watts, 9 milliamps, and about, say, 0.5 power factor again. So they're all 0.5 power factor roughly. Okay, that's reasonable enough. So this was a joint venture between Philips and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai. I've probably pronounced that wrong. My apologies if I have. Feel free to correct me with the pronunciation down below in the comments. And he requested a partnership which resulted in a 5-year exclusive deal for Philips to supply the Dubai lamp. And they have achieved that efficiency. They've achieved the doubling of efficiency purely by underrunning the LEDs. That doesn't just result in them running a lot cooler. It operates them in the more efficient zone, because the harder you push an LED, the less efficient it gets. And it also means that the circuitry, because it only goes up to 3 watts, that's the highest power of Dubai lamp you can get. 1, 2 and 3 watts. Because of that, the base runs cool as well. So you've got cool running LEDs, cool running electronics. They're going to last a very, very long time, as well as giving that high efficiency. So there are only 8 LEDs in the range. You have the 1 watt LED, you have the 2 watt LED, you have the 3 watt LED, and you have an MR16 style one, which I do not have, which is rated 3 watts and operates at 12 volts. They do not, notably, do a GU10 one. And this is sensible, because one of the biggest problems with the GU10 LED lamps, they have a very high failure rate because the circuitry is inside the base and it runs the LEDs at typically they try to aim for 5 watts, 9 watts. They absolutely grill these. The LEDs get hot, the circuitry gets hot, they fail very quickly. By minimizing the amount of circuitry in these, by using a 12 volt supply, an MR16 lamp rated just 3 watts, it's going to result in a long life. So 4 lamps, the 1, 2, 3 and the MR16 plus the same in warm white. That's what you've got, cold white and warm white. And this has pissed the architects off completely royally, because it means that they can't specify lamps like this for installation, because they've been told you have to use these lamps. So they can't use this big IKEA globe lamp, and they can't perhaps have the designer vintagey lamp, which is also quite popular, these nice long filaments. And they can't, I presume they can't, have the sort of decorative lamps like this that use discrete LEDs inside, which is a shame. So they're a bit miffed about this. Also the fact that the colour rendering index is apparently 80, which is okay. That means that for a range of colours, say for instance looking at this packaging, if you were looking at this packaging that was illuminated by really low colour rendering index lights, it would look very bland, it would look very greyish. But by the better colour rendering index, with tungsten being the pinnacle for that really, it's got a broad spectrum. It gives it all the rich colours, and every colour shows in the spectrum. But this has probably not got quite a completely perfect spectrum. So the architects are miffed. Where can we go with this? So the cost of these is between £3.60 to £6.60. That equates to somewhere between $5 and $9 each lamp, which is fairly expensive. But this lamp, this 3 watt lamp, keep in mind it's putting out twice as much as this lamp. The phosphors and the LEDs are going to degrade really quickly in that lamp. That lamp is not going to last anywhere near as long as this one, so it's actually still a good deal. The two colours, the warm white and the cold white, It's actually the warm white is warmish white. They call these they call this one warm white, but to most people it would be on the sort of cooler end of warm white.
This is a NASA engineer trying to fix a hydrogen leak just before the launch of Apollo 11. The scary thing is, he is 60 meters up and standing right next to a partially fueled Saturn V. At launch, the Saturn V contained over 2,500 tons of propellant. If the rocket suddenly exploded, it would have the force of an atomic bomb, and everyone at the pad would be killed. But if there was an emergency that gave them time to react, like an uncontrolled fuel leak, there was a chance that they could survive. Located 12 meters below the launch pad is a place called the Rubber Room, a 1960s bunker that was designed to save astronauts and crew in the event of a disaster. We modeled the entire thing, and in this video, we're going to look at what's inside the bunker and how a group of 20 people could survive in here for several days. We'll also be giving away this awesome Space Shuttle framed print, so stick around to the end of the video to see how you could win. If the Saturn V had exploded on the pad, it would have created a fireball that was half a kilometer wide and over 1,000 degrees in temperature. And so, in the event of an imminent disaster, workers at the pad would immediately have to make their way to the bunker. But the bunker was buried deep beneath the concrete pad. So how did they actually get there? The crew had to make their way to Level A inside the mobile launch platform, the massive two-story structure that supported the Saturn V. Once it arrived at the pad, a small hatch in the platform would connect to a structure that stuck out from the launch pad. This was a 60-meter-long slide that started inside the platform and went down through the concrete launch pad until it reached the bunker. At the top of the slide, a sprinkler would spray the crew with water to help them slide down the chute more easily. In just seconds, they would start to pick up an immense amount of speed as they plummeted into the depths of the launch pad. After falling down a steep drop, they would burst into a place known as the Rubber Room. This room was lined by thick walls of rubber in order to absorb the energy from an explosion. The rubber at the end of the slide was also designed to slow the crew down, but this didn't always work. During testing, the water would build up at the bottom of the slide, and instead of slowing them down, it caused them to slide all the way to the end at an incredible speed. One worker actually broke several bones in his body after crashing into the end. From here, the crew would make their way through this enormous blast-proof door where the actual bunker was. This room hasn't been accessible for decades, and only a handful of people have been allowed to enter. One thing that is very accessible, though, is the range of interesting documentaries on CuriosityStream, the sponsor of today's slide. The crew would find themselves in the Rubber Room. From there, they would enter through a passageway and into the Blast Room, a dome-shaped room featuring 20 chairs that the crew would strap themselves into. The dome itself was made out of super thick steel and concrete, capable of surviving a blast pressure of up to 500 psi. To put this into perspective, the blast pressure from an explosion starts to become lethal for humans at around 40 psi. In order to protect everyone inside from the immense shockwaves, the entire floor was floating on a series of 24 giant springs. These disconnected the room from the surrounding concrete, meaning the vibrations had less material to travel through. The blast from an explosion could cause an acceleration of up to 75 Gs, roughly double what you'd expect to feel in a car crash. These springs would absorb most of that acceleration and reduce it to just 4 Gs, keeping the crew inside perfectly safe. But if a large explosion occurred, it would create a shockwave so immense that it would travel all the way down the slide in an instant and kill the crew inside. That's where these enormous blast-proof doors came in. Made from several inches thick steel, these doors would seal the crew inside and protect them from the shockwaves. These could be locked from either side by turning a wheel which caused 8 giant pins to hook into the wall. Once the crew were locked inside, they would remain in their seats and wait until the danger had passed. But with up to 20 people in a sealed room, the carbon dioxide levels would quickly start to rise, and breathing would become very difficult. And so, to treat the air, a carbon dioxide scrubber was placed in the center of the room. This machine worked by passing the ambient air through a special filter, which would attract the CO2 molecules and separate them from the air. The clean air was then pumped back out of the machine, keeping the CO2 levels low. In order to create more oxygen, there was a supply of oxygen candles, which would burn iron powder and sodium chlorate at around 600 degrees to produce oxygen. For every 1 kilogram of mixture inside, each candle could produce around 6 hours of oxygen per person. Next to all of this was the storage area, which contained all of the food and water supplies. The food was mainly C rations and K rations, a type of canned food that was developed during the Second World War. The K rations came in 3 separate boxes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Each meal contained stuff like meat, cheese, cereal, fruit, biscuits, coffee, and cigarettes, giving each crew member around 3,000 calories a day. There was an industrial waste bin in the center of the room and a toilet placed behind one of the seats. Although it would be an unpleasant place to go, the crew could take care of business with a little bit of privacy. All in all, there was enough food and water to last for about 4 to 5 days. But in most circumstances, the crew would have only stayed for a few hours until the toxic fumes around the launch pad had dissipated. But how would they actually escape? When it was time to leave, the crew had 2 main escape routes. After leaving the bunker through the other blast door, they would enter into a narrow tunnel. This was 360 meters long and would take them all the way to an air intake building on the edge of the launch site. This building was essentially a giant fan that would suck in clean air and direct it into the rooms below the launch pad. After walking for around 10 minutes through a very cramped and dark space, the crew could finally escape to freedom. But if the tunnel was somehow blocked from the explosion, the crew would have to go back and choose the alternative escape route. Right next to the tunnel was a door that led directly into the environmental control rooms, a labyrinth of rooms and corridors beneath the pad that would eventually lead to the outside world. But with such a large explosion, the damage to the pad would be catastrophic, and NASA were concerned that the crew would become completely trapped inside the bunker. And so, to add to the list of safety precautions, they placed an emergency escape hatch at the top of the blast room. This didn't actually lead anywhere, but in the event of the escape routes being blocked, NASA would dig through the concrete and sand within the launch pad to reach the hatch and free the crew. Thankfully, none of this ever needed to be done. The bunker was never used, and after the Apollo missions ended, it was abandoned, leaving an incredible piece of NASA history frozen in time. Over the years, the bunker fell into disrepair, and various animals made their way into the bunker. Now, only a select group of people have access to this old relic, which will most likely remain untouched for many more decades. And now, time for something really special. The winner of last month's giveaway.
In August 1931, a submarine approaches the edge of the known world. It's about to enter a massive frozen unknown, a part of the world that remains largely unexplored. On board are a group of daring explorers determined to uncover the Arctic's great mysteries, setting out to not only reach the top of the world, but to discover what lies hidden beneath it in a new kind of exploration machine. Enduring cramped conditions and frigid temperatures, they'll push ahead for thousands of kilometers under the ice. But as days turn to weeks, the expedition will go horribly wrong. For centuries, explorers tried repeatedly to reach the top of the world. At first, they used ships, battling frigid temperatures and treacherous sea ice. Their vessels often became trapped, stranding crews with little hope of rescue. Later, explorers tried with dog sleds or even on foot, often ending tragically. Over the centuries, hundreds of explorers perished. So challenging was the Arctic that the first undisputed discovery of the North Pole wasn't until 1926, and it was only from the air, in a modified airship that never even touched the ground. So when accomplished explorer Sir Hubert Wilkins planned to set foot on the North Pole, he was convinced there was a better way to do it. The North Pole doesn't lie on a continental landmass like the South Pole. Instead, it's located in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, amid waters almost always covered in ice. Wilkins was convinced that a submarine would be the ultimate way to reach the North Pole, and fitted with the latest scientific equipment, it could help solve the Arctic's great mysteries. Wilkins would set off in the summer, first sailing across the Atlantic, then all the way up to the Arctic Circle. From there, his expedition would head west, spanning over 3,000 kilometers. Over 6 weeks, he'd zigzag underneath the ice, emerging from the deep through any openings, before finally ending in Alaska. To fund the expedition, Wilkins put up his own savings and raised money from wherever he could. He lectured day and night, and even wrote a book outlining his ambitious plans. But it still wasn't enough. He'd need serious backing. And one sure way to get it was to turn his scientific pursuit into a media sensation. A voyage under the ice was the kind of thing that would sell out newspapers. So Wilkins made a deal with newspaper magnate William Randolph Hearst, a man with a flair for sensationalism. Hearst would get exclusive publishing rights, and Wilkins would get his funding. And to create even more buzz, Hearst orchestrated for Wilkins to meet up at the pole with a second expedition. The massive airship Graf Zeppelin would fly overhead just as Wilkins emerged from the ice, captivating the public with headlines of the pole being conquered from above and below. If he could pull off the stunt, Hearst offered Wilkins a $150,000 prize. All that was left was to find a submarine. Wilkins planned to reach the North Pole in the Nautilus, a retired World War I-era tech sub that had been heavily modified by renowned naval architect Simon Lake. And it would have to do what no submarine had ever done before. The voyage would be fraught with danger, including the risk of a collision with the sea ice. So Lake reinforced the Nautilus's bow with heavy steel plates and concrete, and added a hydraulic impact absorber to soften the blow. But the ice above could also prove deadly, so Lake fitted the topside with sledge runners, which would allow it to slide along the bottom of the ice, much like a toboggan. A hydraulic retractable guide arm would also keep a safe distance from the hazards above. The Nautilus could be confined under the ice for days at a time, but it would eventually need to surface to take on air and recharge its batteries. A lack of openings in the ice could doom the crew. So Lake innovated a series of drills capable of boring through the ice, allowing the Nautilus's crew to drill through up to 20 feet to reach the surface. In place of the original torpedo tubes, Lake added a pressurized diving chamber, where the crew could lower instruments to the ocean floor or conduct dives. In all, Simon Lake made dozens of modifications. Originally built for World War I, the Nautilus would now have to battle Mother Nature. On March 16, 1931, as the expedition prepared to set off, Wilkins put on a brave face for reporters.
The men are just carrying things on board now for the final inspection before leaving the dockyard. We expect in about 6 or 8 months to have made the trip 2,000 miles under the ice, starting from Spitzbergen somewhere about the 1st of July.
But deep down, Wilkins was worried. He feared many of the sub's novel features were unnecessary, even dangerous. He had reservations about the sledge runners, the ice drills, and the shock absorber, which he worried would actually lodge itself into the ice, trapping the Nautilus beneath the surface. Wilkins insisted on installing a photosensitive electrical cell to measure the thickness of the ice above, so he'd know where to surface. But Simon Lake denied the request. The Nautilus was Lake's submarine. He's the one who leased it from the US Navy, and he had the final word on any modifications. Wilkins merely subchartered it for the expedition. There was little he could do but accept the submarine as it was. But the wonder gadgets would cause headaches before the expedition even began, repeatedly forcing the sub back into port for repairs. It was one thing to invent novel features. Trying to retrofit them onto a tired old sub created all kinds of issues. Confirming Wilkins's worst fears, the ice drills didn't even work during testing, and a separate engineering firm was called in to try to figure it all out. The weeks turned into months, and Wilkins was beginning to feel the pressure. If the Nautilus was to meet the Graf Zeppelin at the North Pole, time was of the essence. Otherwise, Wilkins would lose out on Hearst's prize money. By June, Wilkins had had enough. Mechanical issues be damned, it was time to get going. The journey across the Atlantic was grueling. The tiny sub was easily tossed around by fierce North Atlantic storms. The crew were also beginning to learn just how uncomfortable the Nautilus was. The submarine was cramped and claustrophobic to begin with. Now loaded up for the expedition, there was even less space. For 20 men, there was just a single toilet out in the open between two roaring diesel engines. The crew would have to spend their entire day standing, because there wasn't anywhere to sit. Only a handful of bunks shared amongst the men provided any relief. Wilkins sent Hearst daily radio updates documenting the harrowing journey.
This morning, an extra heavy wave swept the decks and carried away the screen before the bridge.
Nearly everyone aboard was seasick, and when the Nautilus's bilge pump failed, sewage, oil, and vomit began to swill around the crew's feet. But as the tiny sub battled the fierce Atlantic, things only got worse.
The fourth cylinder of our starboard engine is badly cracked.
Forced to shut down one of its two engines, the Nautilus could only limp forward. On June 13th, a week into the journey, the Nautilus stopped sending radio updates. And for several days, no one had any idea about the fate of the sub and its crew. On June 15th, the battleship Wyoming found the Nautilus drifting aimlessly about 1,000 kilometers northeast of the Azores. Both engines had failed, and the batteries were dead. Wilkins would now face the humiliation of having his sub towed the rest of the way across the Atlantic. Worse still, 4 crew members quit, and the Nautilus once again needed major repairs. They would take weeks for replacement parts to arrive from the United States. It meant there was no longer enough time to catch up with the Graf Zeppelin, and in a stunning blow, Wilkins could no longer claim Hearst's prize money. The media also turned against him, running headlines that openly mocked his expedition. Wilkins was under mounting pressure. His submarine didn't work, his crew was demoralized, and winter was fast approaching. At this point, just about anyone else would have thrown in the towel. But this was Sir Hubert Wilkins. Even months behind schedule, Wilkins pressed ahead. On July 28th, the expedition finally left for the North Pole. The Nautilus was still riddled with problems, but the crew had gotten used to making repairs on the go, and any major issues were fixed during scheduled stops. By August 15th, the Nautilus had reached the last inhabited land before the Arctic, and Wilkins was finally sending out upbeat progress reports. And on the 19th, the Nautilus reached the first ice floes. To celebrate, the men were given a break from the cramped conditions and began collecting scientific data. Back home, Hearst relayed fascinating new discoveries, like a warmer layer of water deep below the surface, thought to be vital for predicting weather. After traveling a week in the ice, the Nautilus reached 82 degrees north, further than any vessel had ever made it under its own power. It looked like Wilkins would actually do it. He would travel 1,000 kilometers under the ice. But as the world read about Wilkins' achievements, on board the Nautilus, things were not as they seemed. Wilkins had once again merely put on a brave face. In reality, the crew were exhausted and freezing. The Nautilus had no heat or insulation. Nothing but bare metal separated them from the frigid Arctic waters. The crew were constantly sickened with food poisoning and dosed with lead from the soldering in the submarine's pipes. Attempting the pole this late in the season would be extremely dangerous, and without exception, everyone wanted to turn around and head home. Everyone except Wilkins. On August 27th, he gave the order to dive beneath the ice. But the Nautilus refused. The diving rudder, the mechanism that controls vertical motion underwater, just wouldn't respond. Wilkins sent a diver to investigate, and he soon returned with a stunning discovery. The rudder had simply disappeared. Maybe it had fallen off and somehow no one noticed. Or maybe, as Wilkins suspected, the crew had sabotaged the sub in an attempt to end the expedition. By this point, even Hearst was publicly urging Wilkins to return home. But again, things weren't what they seemed. In a private message, the Hearst Corporation pressured Wilkins to continue to the pole, reminding him of their agreement. And that left Wilkins with an impossible decision: return home to certain failure and financial ruin, or press on and risk the lives of the crew. On August 31st, Wilkins ordered the ballast tanks flooded and trim set 2 degrees down. He would force the Nautilus to submerge by ramming it under the ice. The sound of the sledge runner scraping against the ice reverberated right through the superstructure, as if the Nautilus was being torn apart. It's as though Wilkins had lost his mind. He couldn't possibly reach the pole in the crippled sub. But faced with an endless string of setbacks, Wilkins seemed determined to prove a point. They pushed on for several kilometers before Wilkins ordered a test of the ice drills. For hours, the crew tried in vain to bore through just a few feet of ice. Each time, Simon Lake's patented drill would only go so far before jamming. It was hopeless. On September 6th, Wilkins finally sent out the radio transmission that, by now, everyone was hoping for.
Our Arctic trip is over.
Wilkins had taken the Nautilus where no submarine had ever gone before. But it would be another 3 decades before anyone successfully traversed the Arctic underneath the ice. Sharing the same name, the nuclear-powered USS Nautilus could stay submerged for weeks at a time. It made its first polar crossing in 1958, returning home to huge fanfare. By that point, Wilkins's attempt had long been forgotten. The original Nautilus now lies sunk on the ocean floor off the coast of Norway. After the crew returned from the Arctic, the sub was deemed too worn and damaged to be worth saving, and it was deliberately sunk. Prior to the Nautilus expedition, Wilkins was considered amongst the greatest explorers of the 20th century, having made immense contributions to our understanding of the North and South Poles. But his final expedition left him financially ruined and largely forgotten by history. After passing away at the age of 70, Wilkins's final wishes were fulfilled when the crew of the USS Gate scattered his ashes at the North Pole. In the dying days of the USSR, the Soviets began working on a mysterious project straight out of science fiction. They're preparing to launch the first in a series of artificial suns. Massive orbital satellites with the power to turn night into day, illuminating large areas of the planet to generate power, light up entire cities, and grow plants in the far north.
They will transform perpetual night into daylight. There could eventually be a whole network of these cosmic spotlights.
You're talking about something which is several miles across.
It's the last vestige of the old Soviet dream of industrializing space.
This is the little-known story of one of the most bizarre and fascinating space projects in history, and you can learn more about it in my feature coming next month, To Nebula. Nebula is where you can watch hours of exclusive Mustard videos that aren't available anywhere else. Videos that explore fascinating stories behind iconic
Geophysicist Stefan Burns here with more breaking news as it relates to this earthquake swarm that is exploding off the coast of Santorini Island right now in the Aegean Sea. We've had another high magnitude earthquake today, February 8th, this time a magnitude 5.1 at 9 a.m. Universal Time. And so now there's been quite a few of these high magnitude earthquakes. We see the strongest ones here, a magnitude 5.3, 4 magnitude 5.1s, and a magnitude 5. All of them fairly closely clustered together in their magnitudes, which is indicative that perhaps this is a foreshock earthquake swarm for a larger event, a higher magnitude earthquake. Because if this was the main shock of this sequence, it's really not that much stronger than these magnitude 5.1s that have occurred. And the typical rule of thumb with a earthquake foreshock that precedes a larger earthquake is that there will be a 1 magnitude jump up, We see our cumulative seismic energy release here for this swarm, which is encompassing of thousands of different earthquakes, is now reached a magnitude 6 equivalent. And so if this is a foreshock swarm to a larger event, perhaps that could be magnitude 7 or greater. Just nearby, back in 1956, there was a magnitude 7.8 earthquake that occurred on July 9th. And so we'll talk about that more. Here we see the evolution of this swarm. We see that these earthquakes started back on the 28th of January.
What? Shit. Mountain Pass is beautiful as ever.
When did this release? Hold on. Witcher 3 release date. What? What the f happened? What happened to games? Genuinely, in about like 5 years, we're gonna be playing PS1 games with like cardboard graphics. This is beautiful. Okay, so how do you fuck Yennefer again?
Ocean temperatures keep setting all-time highs. But in the North Atlantic lies one very mysterious, very creepy exception. It's called the cold block, or the warming hole. And according to climate models, it shouldn't exist today, which means we're missing something. So one researcher got to wondering, did the cold blob exist the last time the planet was this warm? And if so, what happened after it appeared?
Our study is actually probably provides hints regarding our very near future.
Mohammed is talking about Earth's most important heat transfer system, the AMOC, an enormous ocean circulation that redistributes heat from the tropics and southern hemisphere into the northern latitudes. And this global heat transfer is responsible for regulating weather that we rely on to function as a society, especially temperature and rainfall patterns. And the appearance of the cold blob could mean that this vital Earth system is on the brink of collapse. But it might not be so simple. It turns out that there's a hot debate in the scientific community about the AMOC. And in this episode, we're going to get to the bottom of it. Because although there is debate, what most scientists agree on is that an AMOC collapse will change our world dramatically.
Once the climate warms enough, we could hit a tipping point where very suddenly and very catastrophically, this AMOC current could collapse.
The AMOC brings warm, salty water from the Gulf to the North Atlantic, where it sinks, bringing cold, deep water as far south as Antarctica. This exchange keeps temperatures warmer in Europe and milder in the tropics. But dramatic cooling in Europe probably isn't the biggest impact of an AMOC shift.
Very worried about future changes in rainfall and water availability. During times when AMOC is strong, the Northern Hemisphere tropics and monsoon regions are generally stronger and wetter.
This, scientists say, is because the AMOC influences the Intertropical Convergence Zone, which is the belt where trade winds meet, forming regions of heavy seasonal rain on either side of the equator, known as monsoons. It's really hard to imagine how many people a sudden shift in monsoons would impact.
Over half the world's population are impacted by them. And so really understanding how those could potentially change is really critical.
That's because as the AMOC slows, the northern hemisphere cools. That cooling shifts the tropical rain bands south, and the monsoons effectively miss regions that count on them for up to 90% of their yearly precipitation, directly impacting food security for over 2 billion people. So with so much on the line, what does the scientific community say?
There are a number of studies that really suggest that the risk is much larger and much closer, actually, with lower levels of warming than we have previously thought.
Most models do predict an AMOC weakening before the end of the 21st century. Some by up to 46%, even in low greenhouse gas emission scenarios, and 55% for high emission scenarios. And some find a collapse by mid-century is possible or even likely. So that's just a few decades away. But there are also scientists at very reputable institutions who declined our interview requests on the subject because they don't believe there is convincing evidence that the current is weakening. So what's going on here? Well, the AMOC is hard to study. It's variable from year to year, so even though a slight slowdown has been observed in the last 2 decades when scientists began directly observing the current, there isn't enough data to determine a trend. And even this slowdown isn't particularly clear. But there is a third way to study the AMOC, and that's by looking at paleoclimate data, or the study of Earth's past climate.
Paleoclimate, in my view, is really critical to understanding the future of Earth's climate, because humans have only been recording climate with instruments and satellites for decades to maybe like a couple of centuries at most.
Using clues buried in snow, ice, marine sediment, and one very unexpected place, which we'll get to in a bit, researchers can put together an incredible history of Earth's past climate by literally measuring cores of the Earth. But getting the data for paleoclimate research is easier said than done. We visited a scientist at Oregon State University who studies ice cores found miles below the surface.
This sample came from about a mile deep in the Greenland ice sheet.
Since ice is so thick, there are thousands of samples that have to be measured, and all of them are cut by hand. Once the ice is cut, it's taken to the lab where each sample is measured.
After we cut the ice samples, we put them in a little flask. That flask is mounted to our vacuum line, and we pump out all the air, we close it off, and we melt the ice.
Christo is measuring the methane concentration in these ice samples, trying to understand past AMOC collapses. To do this, the ice sample is refrozen so that the ice is at the bottom and the air is at the top. He then measures that air.
Once we find the methane spike, we know exactly where we are in time.
By cross-referencing paleoclimate records, scientists are able to confidently reconstruct past climate events.
There's a one-to-one relationship between all these different things: greenhouse gases, temperature in Antarctica, temperature in Greenland, rainfall in the tropics. When the current is on, we know that the monsoons in India and China are very strong. This means there's going to be more wetlands in those places, and wetlands are exactly the thing that produce methane. That's the relationship between methane and this AMOC current. It runs through the monsoons.
Which brings us to caves, the best way to study the Earth's past hydroclimate.
Primarily we use stalagmites in our research. They form on the cave floor as water's dripping, it's precipitating calcite layer by layer. So you get these really beautiful long stalagmites that are effectively a history of groundwater chemistry.
By measuring oxygen isotope ratios, which tell scientists the past temperature and rainfall conditions, Kathleen is able to see abrupt shifts in rainfall patterns. This allows her and other scientists to understand AMOC impacts and reconstruct past climate events like an AMOC slowdown or collapse. Earth has 2 major modes: glacial and interglacial periods. Currently, we are in an interglacial period with a warmer, more stable climate. But looking at the last ice age, which is the last glacial period, may actually foreshadow what's coming our way.
One of the reasons we're so concerned about this potential collapse of the AMOC is that we actually have examples of it. During the last ice age, we have at least 25 examples where the AMOC actually collapsed.
25 different collapses during the last ice age is an average of once every 5,000 years. So according to Earth's paleoclimate record, an AMOC collapse in the near future is plausible. And since the last collapse was almost 12,000 years ago, maybe we're due. Each on-off event is world-changing for plants and animals who live through it. When the current collapses, temperatures drop. And during some periods while the AMOC was off, ice sheets reached as far as New York City, northern Spain, and Paris. Christo's ice core study found the average temperature changed by 20 degrees Fahrenheit in the Greenland ice sheet within a few decades. When it turned back on, it raised by nearly the same amount. That type of temperature change in such a short period of time would be catastrophic for humanity and cause ripple effects all over the world.
AMOC were to collapse, during the winter, the North Atlantic would just be covered in sea ice. So within a decade or two, all of a sudden, that climate could shift from a more maritime climate that London has today to a very cold winters continental climate that Moscow has.
So this proves that the current is fundamentally unstable and certainly can collapse. But everything we've been talking about happened during an ice age. What about the last interglacial, when Earth was around this temperature? Well, 128,000 years ago, the Earth was 1 to 2 degrees warmer than pre-industrial times, which is a similar temperature to today, maybe slightly warmer. So it's a pretty good comparison to today's climate. Remember the cold blob that climate models say shouldn't exist? Well, it's there today because so much ice is melting in Greenland. That melted ice winds up in the North Atlantic and makes the ocean less salty. And that salt is what drives the northern leg of the AMOC. Lighter, fresher water doesn't sink. It floats, blocking the overturning current and cooling the surface temperature. So researcher Mohammed Azad decided to see if that cold blob existed during the last interglacial because he wanted to understand the consequences.
We found a warming hole during the last interglacial period. And this has very important implications for our understanding of the sensitivity of the system.
He analyzed marine sediment from the ocean floor to understand the salinity and temperature of the northern Atlantic during the last interglacial.
We found significant cooling associated with freshening and slowing down of the deep water formation in the Nordic seas. Warming climate and subsequent melting of ice could slow down the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation.
Mohammed found a slowdown or weakening of a critical part of the AMOC during the last interglacial after a blob formed. So what does that tell us? Well, during the last interglacial, the cold blob was bigger than ours today, but the planet was a bit warmer. Under our current greenhouse gas trajectory, we're likely to see temperatures close to 3 degrees above pre-industrial times by 2100. So if we warm a full degree Celsius above the last interglacial, we melt more ice and risk a slowing or even collapse of the current.
The fact that the AMOC is going to be slowing down is really what we'd expect based on simple climate physics. That's not the question here. It's really a question of how much is it going to slow down and how quickly, because that's going to determine the human impact.
The history of this current shows how likely an AMOC slowdown or collapse really is. But there is some hope here. The last interglacial period, which is much more comparable to our current climate than the last ice age, probably saw an AMOC slow down rather than a full collapse. So whether the AMOC slows down or reaches a tipping point and collapses may very well depend on how much we warm the planet through fossil fuel emissions in the next few decades.
The reason we're trying to keep warming below 1.5 or 2 degrees is exactly these tipping points. As we exceed those 2 degrees, the chances of hitting one of those tipping points really grows, and we could hit these unexpected, catastrophic, sudden changes that we want to avoid at all costs.
Although a weakening of the AMOC may be reversible, there would still be far-reaching impacts. It would get colder in Europe, and the monsoons would shift. But if we lower our warming, the AMOC could turn back on within a few decades. However, a full collapse would leave the AMOC in its off mode for hundreds or thousands of years. One thing's for certain, we must lower our carbon emissions to prevent negative impacts like changes in temperature, storm patterns, rainfall, and food security. Whether we realize it or not, the AMOC and other major ocean currents have such a huge impact on how we live our lives. And to me, that's worth all the heavy debate and continued research on this topic. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Do you think the AMOC is headed towards a full collapse?
my dad had a Playboy left out at age 5. And it's affected almost every choice I made for the rest of my life from age 5.
Please, no more parties in LA.
Kanye is rumored to be working on a site.
No more parties in LA. Please, baby, no more parties in LA. Instagram is the best way to promote some pussy. Scary. Scary.
I've been a fan of Kanye for almost all my life, and with his recent streak, there's some uncomfortable truths that me and other Kanye fans have to come to terms with. Kanye is a gooner. According to Urban Dictionary, a gooner is someone who is completely and miserably addicted to porn, but embraces it and loves it. And with all the recent discourse about Ye's current wife, his sexual misconduct cases with Yeezy interns, and his sexualization of Kamala Harris recently, it's important to state that these aren't new occurrences. The sexualization of women in his lyrics and his unhealthy relationship with porn have always been topics. When making his hit song Stronger, which sampled Daft Punk's Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, he had so much porn playing in the studio that it made the duo hallucinate. Nicki Minaj was also quoted before saying, "I'd go to the studio and he has nothing but pictures of naked women on his computer that he'd invite me to look at. They were really artsy pictures, but you know he loves nudity, so it was a complete shock to me because I thought I had him all figured out, but I didn't." He's also claimed that he fell in love with a porn star in Hell of a Life and has also watched his ex-wife Kim Kardashian's sex tape. And at this point in his career, I think this is where he really doubles down on his sexualization and his porn addictions.
Oh shit, my dick got kissed right.
Hey, look who's up.
Hey.
Jonas, get a picture of me with this big smelly beast. Okay, wait. Here.
You want a proper picture? Get your head inside. Closer.
Closer?
Come on, get in.
Okay.
Yo, Jonas, please tell me you got that. I got that, DJ.
That's not funny, man.
Here it comes.
We're not gonna make it.
Hey, look who's up.
Hey.
Jonas, get a picture of me with this big...
Oh, it's a tiara! A tiara! I have a tiara! Put it on me, 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 put it on me.
Sente o bagulho tem que ser assim. Sente o bagulho, 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 sente o bagulho. Now you're all.
Losses to the neck, but now I'm trophied up. I'm saying like bing, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. The type of shit I'm on, you wouldn't understand. Losses to the neck, but now I'm trophied up. I'm saying like bing, bop, boom, boom, boom.
Let me see. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 60 ain't so far down.
Let's talk about the cover too. This is not Photoshop. This is not fake. This is not
like a tank. And I was in there for 6 hours. With no nose plug, no goggles, no oxygen tank underneath. Almost died in these shoots. But honestly, I couldn't be more happy with how it turned out. I think it's so cool.
Let's talk about the cover too. This is not Photoshop. This is.
My grass is really green. Okay, Doshi.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been a G. If I was you, I would cut up my wrist. Exotic all over her body. Ever since I was a kid, I've been a G. If I
Are you coming to the tree?
What will you pay me for this car? $100? 50?
Insurance company just shelled out $1,900 for the parts alone.
And it's a bargain. You give me $50, and she's all yours.
You sure about this?
Sure as shoot.
Check the register.
Dad? $50? Are you crazy?
What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing.
What happens if Taiwan disappears? Although Taiwan occupies only 0.
Hi.
I thought myself the instrument.
Moment before disaster.
You're going to realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship.
Steven, you were supposed to be up 30 minutes ago. It's time for school.
What?
Buddy, I know you're not really dead. Now go put your sock on. Okay. You know, one day, you're gonna wake up, and you're gonna actually be dead. And then you're gonna be really sorry. The boy who cried dead. Alright, well I guess dead boys don't get frozen rats in their lunchbox.
Free at last! Oh, and listen to your father.
Steven.
In the misty hills.
Steven, you were supposed to be up 30 minutes ago.
In the misty hills of ancient Scotland, a boy named Mungo was born under a cloud of mystery. Cast out as a child, he was raised by a holy man in the wilderness, where miracles seemed to follow him like shadows. Once he brought a robin back to life after his classmates had killed it. Another time, he extinguished a fire with nothing but his prayers. As he grew, so did his legend. Mungo founded the city of Glasgow, becoming its patron saint. His life was a tapestry of faith, wonder, and the unexplainable, a story etched into the heart of Scotland's history. In the misty hills of ancient Scotland, a boy
The Basques are a people forged in the crucible of survival, their spirit unbroken through centuries of conquest, exile, and suppression. They have endured hardships that might have erased lesser cultures. Wars swallowed their lands, dictators blurred their tongues, and history sought to silence their story. Yet against all odds, they remain. Their identity, like the mountains that cradle them, is carved in rugged defiance. But the survival of the Basques is more than a tale of resistance. It is a mystery. Beneath their proud traditions and unwavering resilience lie secrets in their DNA, language, and blood that have carried through millennia, ancient echoes of a past that refuses to vanish into time. For every answer about the Basques we uncover, deeper questions emerge, casting shadows across what we think we know. What truths do these ancient people guard? And what might those truths say about humanity itself? Blood has often served as a metaphor for life, identity, and connection.
Imagine the year's 1840, and you're a bonny sea captain in the far South Pacific when you come upon an incomprehensibly large wall of ice. It's a mile high and stretches as far as the eye can see in each direction. So you sail to the right to see if you can find a way around it, and you sail and you sail and you sail, and no matter how far you go, it never ends. And in fact, you wind up right back where you started. It is a literally impenetrable ice wall that you can never cross. Obviously, this is where the world ends. And obviously, this ice wall was built to keep us from falling off the edge of the Earth. And obviously, the world is flat. Except no, any bonny sea captain worth his salt would have known that the Earth was round in 1840. He would have known that he was traveling around in a circle. Nobody thought Antarctica was the end of the world. But in terms of accessibility, it might as well have been. Antarctica is a harsh, punishing, deadly place. It's next to impossible to survive. So even though the world did not end at Antarctica, it is kind of like a new world begins. There's a reason NASA trains astronauts for future Mars missions in Antarctica. It's basically another planet down there. People have only taken up residence in Antarctica in the last 100 years. It's still very much unexplored lands. In the old days, unexplored lands were rife with legends and myths and speculations. Darby dragons and whatnot. And Antarctica is no different today. Yeah, I started looking into it and I found a mountain of wild stories and mysteries surrounding Antarctica. So in this video, let's take a look at the single most mysterious place on planet Earth and get to the bottom of what's going on down there. If there's one word to describe Antarctica, it's desolate. An endless landscape of white snow and ice, simultaneously one of the driest places on Earth and home to 60% of the Earth's fresh water. All of it locked up in an ice sheet that covers 99.6% of the continent. A continent that's way bigger than you might think. In most map projections, you only see a little sliver of landmass at the bottom of the map, or it gets divided up in some way. But it's more than twice the size of Australia, and big enough to cover the United States, Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico, and most of the southern Canadian provinces. And all of it under an ice sheet that averages 2,160 meters thick. That's 1.3 miles high. Average. It's also the windiest place on Earth, with an average wind speed of 10 knots, but it can reach up to 80 knots or 96 miles an hour, due to something called katabatic winds, which are basically caused by cold, dense air being funneled through the valleys in the landscape. It's also extremely isolated, surrounded by some of the largest oceans in the world, with the mainland more than 1,000 miles away from the closest inhabited continent. The closest point being the Antarctic Peninsula that reaches out to within 600 miles of Tierra del Fuego in Argentina. And of course between them is the Drake Passage, which is considered one of the roughest areas of ocean in the world. Because of course it is. Oh, it's also old. And lakey. There are about 400 underground lakes in Antarctica. Or under ice, I guess. Scientists started finding these lakes in the 1970s using radar, seismic, and satellite technologies, and some of these are over 3 kilometers deep in the ice. And then in the 1990s, Russian scientists discovered a lake that they called Lake Vostok. This is the 6th largest lake by volume in the world. And for some reason it's not ice. Why is it not ice? Everything around it is ice. It turns out there's a geothermal vent down there that's warming up enough of it to keep it liquid, but again, this is the 6th largest lake on the planet, and it's under almost a mile of ice. 15 million year old ice. Geothermal vents, of course, are teeming with life in most places that they're found, but this particular place has been completely isolated from the rest of the world for 15 million years. There was a raging debate over what kind of sea creatures might live at the bottom of Lake Vostok for 2 decades. Scientists would get their answer in 1999, but more on that later. There's just something about us humans that we see a place like that remote, that isolated, that deadly, and we say, yeah, I'm totally gonna go there. So, starting in the early 20th century, it was also the site of a string of tragedies as explorers raced to be the first to the South Pole. And perhaps no explorer exemplifies the hubris of the so-called heroic age than Robert Falcon Scott. Robert Falcon Scott, besides having an amazing name, started his career as a respected British Navy officer. But in the 1890s, both his father and younger brother died unexpectedly, which made him the lone provider for his mother and sisters. So he became desperate to elevate his status. But there just weren't a lot of advancement opportunities in the Navy at the time. And then in 1899, while home on leave, he had a chance encounter with the president of the Royal Geographical Society, a guy named Clements Markham. And he was funding an expedition to the South Pole, and he needed a commander. So yeah, Robert Falcon Scott jumped at the chance. So in 1901, he set sail on his ship Discovery with fellow explorers Ernest Shackleton and Edward Wilson. And they didn't quite make it to the pole. Although they did reach 82 degrees latitude, which is the furthest south anybody had ever been at that time. But yeah, they eventually had to turn back with just 530 miles to go. This was actually kind of a disaster. They ran out of supplies, the crew all came down with scurvy, they had to resort to eating their sled dogs to survive, and still, Robert Falcon Scott wanted to press on. It was actually Shackleton who insisted that they turn back in order to save the crew. This actually led to a major falling out between the two of them that lasted for years. Still, Robert Falcon Scott returned to Britain a hero. They did cover new ground and made new geographical discoveries. There was a scientific component to this trip, so a lot of cool science was done. And to the British public, who had been kind of demoralized at this point in history, yeah, he was kind of like proof that Brits still had some fight and pluck in him. He got invited to Balmoral Castle by King Edward VII. He actually promoted him to the commander of the Royal Victorian Order. He became a toast of society for a while, and he eventually met and married a wealthy socialite named Kathleen Bruce. So in a way, he got exactly what he wanted from that trip. But deep down, it always really bothered him that he never quite got to the South Pole, you know, and he kind of blamed Shackleton for holding him back. And publicly, he was really nice to Shackleton. They got along and whatnot, but in practice, he was pretty antagonistic. Like in 1907, Shackleton launched his own expedition to the South Pole, and Robert Falcon Scott forbid him from landing in the McMurdo Sound, which is the same place where the Discovery had landed when they went the last time. And at the time, it was by far the safest landing spot. But Scott insisted that that was his field of work, and he had rights to the area. So yeah, he was willing to put Shackleton's whole crew in more danger because of that. Swell dude. Shackleton landed there anyway on his ship, which was called the Nimrod, and they got a lot closer this time. They got to 88 degrees latitude. It was a mere 95 miles from the South Pole. But again, supplies ran out, dogs were eaten, and Shackleton made the decision to turn back to save his crew, which he succeeded at doing. They all made it back. Barely. By the way, this would happen again to Shackleton several years later on the Endurance. You might have heard the story of the Endurance. The ship basically got destroyed in the sea ice, and he and his crew were stranded there for about 4 months before they could be rescued. But they did all survive. So while Shackleton never quite made it to the South Pole, he did earn the reputation as a captain who, always put his crew first, even if it meant foregoing personal glory. Something that could not be said for Robert Falcon Scott. In November 1911, the ship Terra Nova landed on Ross Island, and from there, Robert Falcon Scott set off with a crew to the South Pole, which he was going to reach this time no matter what. For once and for all, he was going to beat Shackleton, and he was going to be the first human being to the South Pole. The crew faced all the usual hardships, including sled dog stew, but they pressed on, and on January 17, 1912, they did it. Robert Falcon Scott reached the South Pole, and what he found there was a Norwegian flag. Yeah, Roald Amundsen got there just a month before him. And he had no idea, at least not until he saw the flag planted there. So yeah, he and his crew, they turned around and headed back to their ship, which they never actually reached. One by one, they succumbed to the cold and starvation, including eventually the captain himself. And thus ended the career of Robert Falcon Scott. By the way, Roald Amundsen made getting to the South Pole look easy. Like, dude just crushed it. While everybody else had struggled and suffered and often died, he had actually trained with his crew extensively for years beforehand. And yeah, the whole thing went really smoothly. They got back to the boat 10 days early. Though it does need to be said, his entire mission was strictly competitive. Like, he was just there to get to the South Pole. There was no science component to it, whereas Scott's mission did have a science component to it. In fact, when rescue teams found their final resting place, they had on them the first fossils ever found in Antarctica. And this actually turned out to be one of the first big mysteries of Antarctica, because these fossils were petrified wood, meaning Antarctica used to be covered in forests. What? This, of course, would go on to become part of the first early evidence of plate tectonics theory, basically proving that Antarctica used to be part of Pangaea and in a much more temperate region. But after Amundsen and Scott and Shackleton, technology improved and more explorers and scientists made a lot more discoveries in Antarctica. And with it, a lot more mysteries. So I talked about Lake Vostok and how deep under the ice it was. Well, there's another mysterious lake that's even deeper, and they called it, wait for it, Deep Lake. It's an inland lake in East Antarctica. It's about 55 meters below the sea level, and as you go deeper into it, the salinity increases drastically. It's about the same salt content as the Dead Sea. In fact, it's 10 times saltier than the ocean. But because of that salinity, the water never freezes, even though it gets down to negative 20 degrees Celsius. So you might think that nothing could possibly live in water that cold, but nope. Something does live there. A study in 2008 showed that there's actually 3 species of a bacteria called Hyloarchaea, which makes up most of the biosphere there. Hyloarchaea, if you're not familiar with it, it's a single-cell organism that basically it thrives in salty water. There's also a green algae that grows on the lake surface, which is actually the main food source for the bacteria living down there. And like I said, there's 3 different species of Hyloarchaea, and they're all adapted to different parts of the lake. Like, some like deeper locations, some like to eat the protein in the water, and some like to eat the sugars that the green algae produces. Speaking of algae, I mentioned earlier that 99% of Antarctica is covered in an ice sheet. Well, one of the few places that's not covered by an ice sheet is McMurdo Dry Valley. And it kind of looks like Mars there. But one interesting site there is Taylor Glacier, which has a 5-story waterfall that pours into Lake Bonny. What's interesting about this particular waterfall is it looks a lot like blood. Yeah, it looks like somebody just stabbed the glacier and it's bleeding out. So they named it Blood Falls, and only recently scientists have been able to figure out what makes it look that color. Yeah, Dr. Ken Livy is a scientist at Johns Hopkins University, and he used transmission electron microscopes to basically examine samples of the Blood Falls waters. And what he discovered were tiny iron-rich nanospheres that oxidize, which turns the water red. And nanospheres apparently occur in nature. I think of nanospheres as like a molecular thing with graphite or something like that, but they are real things that happen in nature. They're about 1/100th the size of an average human red blood cell, and they've got their own unique chemical and physical characteristics. And these nanospheres come from a lake that's about 400 meters underground. It's very salty, and it's cut off from the air, so it just kind of like sits there, but it's very iron-rich, so once it seeps through the fissures and hits the air, the iron-rich water rusts, creating blood falls. Yeah, I've got to do it. Coming this Sunday to the Poughkeepsie Civic Center, Tokamak and Stellarator featuring Blood Falls. Get tattoos free. Antarctica's largest ice shelf is the Ross Ice Shelf, named after Dr. James Clark Ross, who discovered it in 1841. And when I say large, I mean it's about the size of France. It covers over 500,000 square kilometers. It's also several hundred meters thick. All of that, very interesting. What really makes it interesting is that it sings. Kind of. No, that is not the newest Aphex Twin single. That is an actual ice shelf vibrating. It's caused by winds blowing across the snow dunes that create vibrations on the surface, and those vibrations create seismic tones. The thing is, we can't actually hear those vibrations. They're seismic tones, so scientists have to use seismic sensors to hear the songs. What you're hearing has been ranged up quite a bit so that we can hear it. And it was discovered by accident. They were actually installing these seismic sensors to try to observe other things, and they kept hearing these sounds, and they didn't know where it was coming from. And also, the songs change based on environmental shifts, like snow melting or moving. In the late 1950s, something really strange was discovered in the northern Wilkes Land in East Antarctica. It's a gravity anomaly, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's where there's a difference between the predicted value of gravity at a specific site and what's actually observed there. So yeah, there's just a place in Antarctica where gravity works differently. You know, that thing. What could cause gravity to work differently in a certain spot? Well, in this case, it looks like it was a giant impact crater. Yeah, studies have shown that there's an impact crater underneath the ice sheet that's 450 kilometers across, which would make it twice the size of the Chicxulub crater in Mexico. You know, the one that wiped out all the dinosaurs. NASA is actually who found this gravity anomaly as part of their Gravity Research and Climate Experiment mission in 2006. Now, there's still studies to be done here. It's not completely confirmed yet, but if this were an asteroid impact, they think it might have actually been strong enough to break up Gondwana land as the supercontinent that separated Australia and Antarctica. In 2017, a giant hole opened up in Antarctica. How big is this hole? It's the size of Ireland. It's a hole the size of Ireland. A hole. It's 78,000 square kilometers. It's actually the largest hole found in Antarctica since the 1970s, which implies that there were bigger holes found in the 70s? It's a structure called a polynya, which is basically an area of open water and sea ice. It's located in the Weddell Sea in the Southern Ocean, and it formed basically because the warmer water in the deeper parts of the sea pushed the warm water up, causing the ice on the surface to melt. And then as the water makes contact with the cooler surface water, it sinks again. And then it's reheated and pushed to the surface, and this goes on over and over again. Now there's a lot of these types of holes, these polynyas, that have popped up in the sea ice all around Antarctica, but this one is massive, and they're still not exactly sure how one this big could form with the methods that they're aware of anyway. So it's a bit of a mystery. In 1964, the British Royal Navy's HMS Protector visited Beauvais Island, which is located here, between the Cape of Good Hope and Antarctica. And while there, they found a lagoon and a waterlogged lifeboat. This boat didn't have any sails, didn't have any markings, just a nameless boat in a lagoon in a remote part of the world. They also found a pair of oars and a 44-gallon barrel, but they didn't find any signs of life or any human remains. It seemed to have just been this abandoned lifeboat, and nobody knows who abandoned it or where they went. Even weirder, in 1966, another expedition went to that same spot, and this time the lifeboat was gone. There was no mention of it. Like, it just disappeared. There are ghost ships. Are there ghost lifeboats? Because this might be a ghost lifeboat. And now that I've talked about ghost ships, it's time to pivot a little bit. Everything that I've talked about so far is just kind of like weird things that happen in a weird part of the world. There's some really crazy stuff going around about Antarctica. So let's get into that. About 10 years ago, a story started swirling around regarding Lake Vostok, which I was talking about earlier, and the life that might live down there. According to this story, a Russian drilling crew was working at Lake Vostok in 2012 when they came across apparently a monster octopus that they named Organism 46b. This monster octopus apparently had all the kind of qualities you would expect from an octopus. It was apparently really smart. It was actually able to disable the worker's radio. It paralyzed prey by releasing venom into the water, and it could shapeshift into other shapes, which octopuses are kind of famous for. And according to the story, the researchers were able to capture the octopus, but Russian authorities showed up and took it away and denied that it ever existed and that nothing was ever found there. And because of that, Organism 46b remains a mystery, and some even believe that Putin plans to breed the octopus as a bit of a military weapon. Thanks, Antarctica. Speaking of monsters, some people believe that Nazis built a secret base in Antarctica where they took Hitler at the end of World War II. There have been no shortage of Hitler actually survived stories that happened since World War II. This is just the Antarctica version of it. And people who believe in this story also believe that from this base they were able to defeat American and British military by shooting down their planes with the use of UFOs. The US did eventually destroy this base in the 1950s with nuclear weapons, but you wouldn't know this because various governments around the world have, of course, concealed all this knowledge. And if a Nazi base using UFOs for war wasn't enough to blow your mind, well, guess what? We have wound up exactly where we all expected to be. Aliens. Because, Nazis flying UFOs, that's crazy. It's actually aliens. And I guess it makes a little bit of sense. If there are aliens living here on planet Earth, why not go to the most desolate and isolated place in the world to set up a bit of a base and launch all your UFOs from? And of course, there's no shortage of photographs that have weird anomalies in it that you can't quite explain that look like UFOs. And last but not least are the stories about pyramids or ancient civilizations that have been buried under the ice of Antarctica. Some people believe that this might have been like an ancient Egyptian civilization with the pyramids and stuff. Some people believe it might have been Atlantis. I mean, after all, we know that Antarctica used to be a more tropical continent that was in a more suitable place for life and civilizations to flourish. I mean, if you're going to have an ancient city or civilization get buried underwater, why not get buried under ice? So what are we to make of all these crazy stories coming out of Antarctica? You know, mysterious lifeboats, monster octopuses, aliens, Nazis. Well, here comes the wet blanket. So we can start with that mysterious lifeboat. So in the early 2010s, online researchers actually figured out what it was, and it turns out it was a Soviet Antarctic whaling fleet that visited Beauvais Island in November of 1958. People were sent ashore, but the bad weather set in and people were temporarily stranded. So there's not a whole lot of story behind this. A helicopter picked them up a few days later. They weren't stranded for very long, but they did leave the lifeboat behind in the lagoon. Why it disappeared later, it probably just sunk further down into the water. The monster octopus in Lake Vostok has a pretty simple explanation. It turns out it's entirely a work of fiction. It can be traced back to a specific blog post by a guy named C. Michael Forsyth, who was a former writer for, yes, the Weekly World News. Remember when you would go to the grocery store and you would see the Weekly World News and you just knew that it was fiction and it wasn't real and it was just like fake stuff? Feels like we've lost a little bit of that lately. Yeah, I guess the Weekly World News isn't really around anymore, but he published this on his own personal blog page, and it was clearly labeled fiction. I guess this is kind of like the Sergei Ponomarenko video that I did. It was a story that kind of took on a life of its own, and it turns out the whole thing was made up. But it's easy to believe because, yeah, colossal squid do exist in the Southern Ocean, but because it's a subglacial lake, it lacks sunlight, has those extremely cold temperatures, it's unlikely that a complex creature of that size could survive in it, especially something as big and complex as an octopus. Now, regarding all those pyramids that people claim to have found in Antarctica, it turns out that there's just a lot of mountains in the world that look like pyramids, especially when shot from above with the sunlight hitting it at a certain angle. And in Antarctica especially, you have a lot of like the tops of mountains kind of peeking out above the glacial ice, which it looks like the size of a pyramid, but it's actually a full-on mountain. You just don't see most of the mountain. This, by the way, is called a nunatak. That's a mountain or a hill surrounded by glacial ice. In fact, there's a whole range of mountains in Antarctica called the Ellsworth Mountain Range. It was discovered in 1935, and yeah, it features a lot of these pyramid-like shapes. This one in particular is 1,265 meters tall from the base of the mountain to the top, but all we really see is the top of that mountain sticking out of the ice. So yeah, it looks like pyramids to a lot of people. As far as the Atlantis story goes, ice has covered Antarctica for 15 million years, which is way longer than humans have walked the Earth. So if we were somehow able to establish an ancient civilization at the South Pole, it would have only happened after everything was completely frozen over. Which seems impossible considering the temperatures and the fact that there's just not a whole lot of food there to stay warm and nourished. So yeah, stories about Atlantis are usually vague and lacked any solid facts. So like, yeah, when Asians and Europeans talked about unmapped places in the past, they could have been talking about Australia or Oceania. So now we get to the Nazi conspiracy theories, and here's the deal about that one. There's a little bit of truth to it. Nazis did actually land and camp in Antarctica, but it wasn't for a military base. It was for a whaling station so that Germany wouldn't have to be dependent on whale oil from Norway. The Germans actually landed in an area that was already claimed by Norway called the Dronning Maud Land. But, you know, they planted flags there and they called it Neuschwabenland. Sure, I pronounced that perfectly. But yeah, the area was abandoned by the Nazis in 1945. Which makes sense because Nazis were out of power at that point. But yeah, thousands of scientists have visited that area since the 1950s. It's been mapped by satellite, aircraft. Nothing's there. And it is also true that the US and Britain conducted military and bombing operations around Antarctica. But those were test missions. They didn't have anything to do with Nazis well after the World War II. They seem to have been conflated with the Nazi base to create stories about secret missions and UFOs. It all just comes together into a nice conspiracy stew. And speaking of the sightings of UFOs that I was talking about, most of the crashed UFOs I was talking about can easily be explained as rocks or mountain peaks or tipped over icebergs. The fact of the matter is Antarctica is a very strange alien landscape where things don't look normal because they're not normal. And it's just really easy to apply wild and crazy stuff to the things that you see that don't make sense to you. By the way, one more thing, I didn't even talk about this earlier, but the Earth isn't hollow and Antarctica isn't a gateway into the planet. The hollow Earth theory actually goes back to Edmund Halley, the same guy behind Halley's Comet, who came up with the idea in the 17th century. But this theory's been disproven since the 1730s, and modern science has proven that the Earth is actually composed of rock and iron. It's all right there. Trust the shirt, people. Now, what does make Antarctica really cool is all the research and scientific experiments that are being conducted there, including the life in Lake Vostok. No, it's not a monster octopus, but yes, they have found evidence of life down there. So in 1998, a joint team of scientists drilled an ice core down to Lake Vostok, looking for life. And by the way, if you're thinking to yourself, oh God, did they contaminate a potential ecosystem that's been kept pristine for 15 million years? Well, you're ahead of me. The team was made up of scientists from Russia, France, and the US, and the ice core they drilled was one of the deepest ice cores ever drilled. It went down 3,623 meters, or 11,886 feet. That's over 2 miles. They stopped, thankfully, about 100 meters above the water level, but even in that ice, they found extremophile microbes, so there's definitely life down there. In 2012, a Russian team got a bit more bold and were able to actually collect water from the lake. I know that sounds like they just dipped a ladle down there and took a sip, but they were actually really careful about it. So here's how they did it. They drilled down to like just above the water barrier and then slowly, just a little bit at a time, pushed forward until the pressure from underneath forced the water up into the borehole. And then they pulled the drill out as soon as the water went up there. That water then froze, which plugged up the hole, and then they drilled into that plug and collected a sample from that ice that was made from lake water. This method's been used several times since then, and there are samples that have been studied, and the consensus seems to be that there's a diverse and teeming ecosystem down there. DNA sequencing found over 3,500 unique gene sequences, 94% of which were bacteria, and 4% were from more advanced eukaryotes. These species were described mostly as what one would expect to find in, brackish water around deep sea sediments and thermal vents, but while the vast majority of the life that was found was unicellular organisms, there was some multicellular ones in there. Nothing much more complex than that, though. Except, a team in 2020 found DNA that was 97% similar to a type of rock cod that lives off the coast of Antarctica called Notothenia cordyceps. Now, most don't think that there's actual species of cod living down there. It's expected that's a contamination of some kind, because there has been some contamination. Yeah, Lake Vostok has been a bit of a flashpoint among environmentalists because water samples have shown traces of kerosene and antifreeze in it. Yeah, one of the problems that they ran into when they were drilling this, again, 2-mile-long borehole, is that sections of this borehole would freeze over. So the Russians started using kerosene and freon to keep the holes open and lubricated. And they didn't just use a little bit, they used 60 tons of the stuff. Now, it wasn't like they were just pouring it into the lake. There were only trace amounts that had been found in it, but still. Anyway, there's a whole debate around that, but that's just one thing that's been studied in Antarctica. We studied things like the ozone hole, million-year-old DNA, neutrinos from outer space, and evidence of fires during the time of the dinosaurs. Oh, and remember that Mars meteorite that they thought might have had fossilized bacteria in it? Yeah, that was found in Antarctica. They've also used Antarctica to study team dynamics for future missions to other planets. All of which is really cool, but this video is already running really long, so I'm going to add an extra section to the version that I upload to Nebula, because I can do whatever I want there. Yeah, in my last video, I used a clip from the Jetsons intro, and some copyright troll tried to get my video taken down. That's one of like 1,000 different things I have to think about when I post things on YouTube. And look, I love YouTube, but I gotta be honest, I kind of like not having to think about all that when I post on Nebula. YouTube rules don't apply there. I make the rules. Now, there's been a lot of talk of creators starting their own streaming services, which, God bless, but Nebula's been doing this for years with hundreds of creators at this point, all of whom post early and ad-free, and like me, include additional content for our viewers. And Nebula's really been expanding lately, getting into original series like the ever-popular Jet Lag, Real Life Lore's War Room, and Neo's Underexposure series. Plus there's a new news division run by TLDR News, and something I'm really excited about is they're getting into short and feature film productions, one of which I'm actually going to be helping out with next month. And it really is a place where the creators run the show, so if you really want to support a big old group of thoughtful creators and get access to all kinds of exclusive stuff, just click the link down in the description below, or scan this code right here. You can get 40% off your annual subscription. That comes out to $30, about $2.50 a month. Or if I've done such a good job of selling this and you have decided right here and now that you don't want to just sign up for Nebula, you want to have Nebula for the rest of your life. They do have a lifetime membership. It's $300. And I know that's oil tycoon money, but if you have it and you're interested, it does go almost directly toward new original content, including some things that I'm working on myself. So it's really like you're helping me get a dream project made, if that helps. Anyway, it's nebula.tv/Joe Scott. Your interest is much appreciated. All right, thanks a lot for watching. If this is your first time here, these are the kind of things that I do on this channel. I talk about fun topics that increase your knowledge and make the world a little bit more interesting. So if you haven't seen any of my stuff before, this is new to you, maybe click down on the sidebar if you're on your website or on your computer. There's plenty of videos down there that the algorithm should be showing you, or you can just kind of take a look right here. Google thinks you might like that one. Take a look at them. I invite you to subscribe if you enjoy it. I do come back with videos every other Monday right now, usually every Monday. Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please share down in the comments what your favorite Antarctica fact is, if there's anything that I missed or whatnot. And outside of that, you guys have a good rest of your week. Stay safe, and I'll see you next Monday. Love you guys. Take care.
This video is brought to you by our animation studio, Throttle. We are an animation studio run by engineers and help engineering companies to communicate how their products work with beautiful animations. If that's something you need help with, reach out with the link in the description. Late on a spring evening, 1992, the Endeavour space shuttle, on its maiden flight, stood on its launch pad in Cape Canaveral, Florida. The crew sitting aboard, ready to take on a daring mission. A rendezvous between two spacecraft in orbit. A rescue mission. Bruce Melnick was aboard that day.
The challenge we had was that this satellite was never supposed to be touched by human hands once it got in orbit. It was supposed to be way up in geosynchronous orbit, over 22,000 miles up. But it launched on an unmanned rocket that failed to fire second stage and send it on its way. So it was stuck in a useless 800-mile-high orbit.
Melnick and his crewmates were about to take the ride of their life to rescue the satellite, to grab it with their bare hands and attach a new second stage. But before that could happen, a complicated series of events was about to take place beneath them. 3 liquid fuel rocket engines were about to burst into life with furious power that would tilt the entire structure off axis, held back by just 8 explosive bolts, fed with turbopumps driving fuel out of the external fuel tank slung underneath the orbiter. Meanwhile, the 2 massive solid rocket boosters lay dormant, the 2 largest solid rockets ever made to date. And when the signal that the orbiter's engines were up to the challenge arrived, an inferno would be lit inside them, causing the entire column of solid rocket fuel inside to erupt, lifting the revolutionary, reusable space plane off the ground and to orbit. This is the insane engineering of the space shuttle. We are mere minutes away from launch. Helium and nitrogen have purged the main engines. The flight surfaces and main engine gimbals have been tested. The shuttle is now fully fueled and under its own power, no longer connected to the launch pad. 10 seconds are left. Sparkler-like igniters fire underneath the engine to burn any stray hydrogen as the shuttle prepares to open the main fuel valve. Liquid hydrogen begins to race through the fuel lines, pushed by the pressure of the tanks, through the engine nozzles where it begins to expand and turn into gas. This gaseous hydrogen drives a low-pressure turbopump turbine, elevating the rate of flow of hydrogen through the fuel lines. This is all happening in the blink of an eye. Less than a second later, the main oxidizer valves open, unlocking the fuel's true power. Fuel and oxygen meet in the 2 high-pressure turbopumps, raising flow rates even higher. Back in the nozzle, we see our first flames. Oxygen levels are still low, and combustion instabilities cause the engines to rattle. But the engine is now ready to enter its next stage, entering open-loop engine control, no longer controlled by a pre-scripted startup sequence. Instead, the engine constantly monitors pressure readings and adjusts valves accordingly. The engine begins to throttle up, oxygen valves continually opening wider. The flame transitions from a low-pressure orange flame to an eerie hot blue. The space shuttle is unique in that these engines are not directly under the fuel tanks. The expensive rocket engines were attached to the reusable shuttle, not the expendable external tank.
And because the main engines are offset from the solid rocket boosters, which are holding you to the pad, when we light off the main engines at 7 seconds, it actually bends that stack over, and you can feel this little lurching back and forth. NASA calls it twang. It's kind of a real technical term.
The only thing stopping the entire shuttle from tipping over at this point are the hold-down posts, attached to the solid rocket boosters, which for now lay dormant, waiting for the signal to ignite. The pressure inside the diverging nozzle is still lower than atmospheric pressure, and as a result, we can see a flow separation layer, which gradually creeps to the edge of the nozzle as the pressure inside increases. 3 seconds until launch. The engines are checked to ensure they are running at 90% of their rated thrust. The time has come for the solid rocket boosters to ignite. The solid rocket boosters are 45 meters long and are filled to the brim with solid rocket fuel, a rubbery mixture that combines both the fuel and oxidizer into one solid material. The oxidizer, ammonium perchlorate, makes up nearly 70% of the mixture, while 16% was the aluminium fuel. We need a way to ignite the entire column quickly. The igniter itself was essentially a miniature solid rocket motor, which itself was ignited by an even smaller miniature solid rocket motor. To ensure extremely quick combustion, this main igniter was shaped with a 40-point star orifice. When it comes to solid rocket motors, the more surface area available to burn, the quicker it will burn, rapidly producing the heat and pressure needed to ignite the entire column of solid propellant. Once this happened, there was no turning back, so there were several safety mechanisms in the arming sequence to prevent it happening accidentally. The first part of the arming sequence began when technicians accessed the safety and arming device in the top skirt of the solid rocket booster here to remove a pin. This pin locked a safety device in place, preventing it from rotating into an armed position by accident. When it was rotated into position on command at T-5 minutes, it connected a standard NASA detonator through a tunnel to the igniter system. When it fires, it begins the rapid chain of events that brings the space shuttle to its highest thrust. But the entire rocket is still anchored to the launch pad, held down by the hold-down posts, 4 on each solid rocket booster. These hold-down posts anchor the solid rockets to the ground through the aft skirt, with massive 711mm long and 88mm wide bolts. The lower side of the bolt is tensioned using a regular nut, while the upper nut is a special kind of explosive nut, a frangible nut. On 2 occasions, 2 of these frangible nuts did not fracture correctly, something NASA described as stud hang-ups. These issues did not stop the space shuttle from taking off. With the power of 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 main engines, 1 or 2 improperly fractured nuts were not going to stop the space shuttle from taking off. These hold-down posts were primarily designed to prevent the space shuttle from tipping over while the 3 main engines were brought up to full throttle, or simply by a gust of wind. However, if 4 or more of these stud hang-ups occurred, the issue could have been mission critical. And so, a redesign was introduced for STS-126, where a crossover assembly was included. This new system linked the 2 pyrotechnic charges in each nut to ensure they detonated within 50 microseconds of each other. A delay of up to 250 microseconds was possible with the previous design, and this was identified as the main issue causing the so-called stud hang-ups. The shuttle
The one to play with. Hey.
Holy shit, guys, we're f***ed.
Significant threat to life or property. Take action within the next hour. Significant threat to life or property. Take action.
I think winter's over.
You know what? I should put some clean water in. That's disgusting.
Will goes and sees a girl and he starts cleaning his pots. No.
We might die on this one, huh?
Holy shit, guys, we're f***ed.
Significant threat to life or property. Take action within the next hour. Everything's bad.
Hey.
Hey.
Should have done that before it rained. Do you see this river? What's that warning there?
Significant threat to life. I didn't see that one.
Going to be getting about an inch of rain today, and I still see quite a bit of snow that is bound to melt right now, and it's starting to rain.
It's up there.
I don't even know if we should worry about any of this or if we just need to worry about this river. You know, I did dig this trench at some point. It's not too great, not too grand, it's not too... You guys know what I'm saying? This is blocked off, but that's a little thingy. This is not all great. You know, this could be one of those times where the river actually becomes a threat. You know, and I'm calling it a river because what the fuck? She's a good 25 foot wide. If there was ever a word to describe that, I would say that word would be thick. All right, take this and good luck, and good luck.
And good luck.
Thanks. Don't. Yeah, don't. Yeah.
On this tree to get across. I'll let you know how that goes. Everything's bad.
You're not gonna believe this, and I'm so sorry. This is a commercial. I had Jesse pick me up some crayons, and then I made this. I lived in the mountains 8 months, building a cabin next to Lucky Thrive. I had a blast out there, and you guys had a blast watching me out there, so I drew this. I've got the stove, even though I never was lighting that. Basketball hoop, Starlink, me and Hoop Dog, and then I've got written down there, Chacon, New Mexico, Lucky Thrive, Sauce Boss, Hoop Dog, will survive. Just threw in those little details because I thought some of you guys might appreciate it. Pretty cool stuff, dude. I think you guys will enjoy it. Available at willsurvives.co. I've got them available there. The link's in this YouTube description, and I'd appreciate it. It helps me out a little bit, and I hope you guys can enjoy them. And let's watch Jesse fall in a river. And we're back with another ad. No, I'm just joking.
Fresh shoes, soaked, dry pants, dry socks. Let's go.
So Jesse is showing you himself getting changed because he fell in the river. He's getting changed into dry clothes at his house. And I think it's very funny that you guys don't know some of you guys don't know where Jesse lives, but regardless, we're doing a tour of where that is soon, so,
Sweater and jacket got soaked about halfway up, so.
Get out, guys, it ain't flowing at all. But now, we're fucked. It's gonna constantly get clogged up forever because there's so many leaves and sticks up that way, and they're coming down and getting stuck. River isn't rising too much, but it always starts going up like a couple hours after it rains. Yeah. So that's when all the rain comes down the hill. Water did drain out that same day, actually. Just flowing everywhere, right into the goat and chicken coop pen thing. The goats were climbing all up on types of stuff, trying to get away from the water, and it wasn't too good. I got the water diverted away from them. Also just finished off cleaning out. It was pretty much just clearing out all the trenches. We did that. All of the water did drain out that same day, actually. It's hard to document stuff when stuff's going down. That's why I didn't film much in the summer, because summer was actually hard. I was actually putting in so much work. I couldn't even film it or even tell you guys about it with a good attitude. But we got it done and it all dried up pretty quick, actually. It's not even muddy, and it hasn't even been freezing. But yeah, for real. And guys, that doesn't look cool, but you guys gotta trust me that it's gonna look cool. You know what? Here. Jesse fell in the river, but that was about it. There was nothing really too scary. We were kind of just having fun, making the water go different places. But that was only an inch of rain, inch and a half maybe, and we're definitely getting way more rain. So I got plans to prepare for some heavy rainfall, but dude, if that river comes up above the bank, we're just gonna have a fun time. That was a couple days ago. I've been editing every single minute of existence since, but we're all caught up now. Yeah, I just really do appreciate all the love and support. I hope that you guys feel this energy moment. Hope you felt that. I hope all you guys, for real, have a beautiful day and have a beautiful week. Take that energy ball and do some push. Take it easy. Willie out.
Yeah.
I want to shoot for that thing sitting on the...
Yeah.
I want to shoot for that thing sitting on the...
Yeah.
But now I'm trophied up, I'm saying, like...
Llámame si hubieras amado cuando te amé. Serías en mis sueños la mejor mujer. Si no supiste amar, ahora te puedes marchar. Te llamé si hubieras amado cuando te amé. Serías en mis sueños la mejor mujer. Si no. King China. Ding 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 ding.
Every time I see like a cafe, they're just...
I'll do anything, I'll do whatever it takes to... I'll do anything, I'll do whatever it takes to...
Wait.
I'll do anything, I'll do.
Wait.
I'm saying, like, bing, bop.
Here's what God can do for you, man. God has a tendency to pick up a nobody, to be somebody in front of everybody without consulting anybody. Here's what God can do.
She said I got tickets to
In the misty hills of ancient Britain, a boy named Gildas was born with a destiny that would echo through the ages. By the age of 7, he was already scribbling prayers on scraps of parchment, his mind a wellspring of divine wisdom. As he grew, so did his reputation, a beacon of faith in a time of chaos. Gildas didn't just preach, he lived his teachings, braving storms of war and whispers of doubt to guide lost souls. His writings, like blazing torches, illuminated the path for countless generations. But Gildas wasn't just a saint, he was a storyteller, weaving tales of redemption and courage, reminding us that even in the darkest times, wisdom shines brightest. In the misty hills of ancient Britain,
My wood stove is on the ground in the kitchen. This is where I...
As tensions with Ptolemy escalated, Cleopatra and Julius Caesar faced
Did you know? In just a minute, you can swim from the United States to Mexico, simply by swimming over the US-Mexico border wall. Sounds a little crazy? In theory, it is possible, but the risks are so great that the chances of success are almost zero. This section of the border wall is located on the California coastline and extends about 50 yards into the water. Many people see it and think they can swim across, but few actually try. The waves here are huge and the edges of the border wall are very sharp. In addition, this area is considered one of the most dangerous beaches in the world, and many people have drowned here, which poses a great safety hazard. Even if you are lucky enough to swim across, this area is closely monitored and illegal border crossers are likely to be arrested. On the Tijuana beach in Mexico, people are leisurely enjoying food and leisure time. On the US side, it is an undeveloped natural area with no buildings. Did you know? In just a
I made this hat for monolith.
Ever wondered how ancient civilizations like Egypt, Mesopotamia...
You're right. I lose.
Don't sweat it, curator.
No, a bet is a bet.
Oh, wow. A quarter. You can keep it.
No, you can keep it.
Dude, that's the cataclysm. No! No!
Extra life. Thanks, curator.
Look in my eyes, tell me your tale, then you see the road. I'm out to my soul, and tell me the size whenever the smoke clear out of my face and my picture perfect.
You've likely heard this song. But do you know the story behind it? Messy is by the rising star Lola Young, who said it's an ADHD relationship anthem. The song focuses on her being in a bad relationship, where she's unable to make the person who she loves happy by just being her. She's messy, she's clean, she's all over the place,
but they chose to love her, so why can't they accept who she is? It pulls on her own insecurities and how she hates that being herself can actually be so uncomfortable, to the point where she's second-guessing her own existence. You've likely heard
Exotic all over her body, oh. She just wanna roll and I don't mind it, yeah. Ever since I was a G, I've been legit. Oh no, you should let her go, she wanna be exotic all over her body, oh.
My fucking shoulder, bro.
Hey, that's my shoulder.
What? Like that, but I don't know if you want to
Right there.
That's wild. She tries
My fucking shoulder.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here in Brickell with. What's your name? It's Brian. Nice to meet you, bro. Yo, I just met your buddy over there with the do-rag. That he told me that you've been in a committed relationship for how long? Probably about like 4 years.
Oh
Shit, so serious. She's like wifey type. High school sweetheart. So.
High school sweetheart.
So like, do you trust her? Yeah.
She trusts you?
Yeah.
Is she loyal?
I think so.
And you're here in Miami for the weekend?
Yeah.
So what if I were to say I have an AI that searches any dating app with just a face photo? Would you want to see it?
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Hey. So today we're using Cheater Buster AI, alright? First of all, what's her name?
Her name's Kenzie.
And how old is she?
19.
Do you have a photo so that the AI can search the database with like facial recognition just in case she's like under a different app?
Yeah, I can get you one.
Now that the AI is loading, do you ever think she'll be in a dating app?
I don't think so, man. Ever since senior year, I've known her, so like.
Would you ever let your girl have a guy best friend?
Unless he's gay, probably not.
Bro, the results just came back with a match, bro. Look, is this her? Kenzie, Tinder Premium. Her bio says, I'm just here having fun.
Bro, are you kidding me? My fucking shoulder, bro.
Hey, that's my shoulder.
What?
I met her on the internet, we haven't met in Drop it.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa, whoa. Bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweaking this bitch, start letting shit go. And I heard that she wanna show, whoa, me who she be, I'm kinda fucking with it, show me some more.
And the winner is...
Here, Espresso has been certified platinum and was one of the fastest songs to reach 1 billion streams in the history of Spotify. In the history.
Every time I see like a cafe, there's just a sign that says espresso, and I'm like, yes.
Think about me every night, oh, isn't that sweet, I guess. I'll be there, I don't tell you even, I don't ever wanna let you leave. Like the apple from the tree.
Imagine you're on your deathbed.
The Grammy goes to Cowboy Carter.
Can't do no bro code, they give me allergies. When I breathe, you breathe. Alright? Let's go. When I breathe, you could probably fit in bed with us.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You offering?
Sure. You're a little small for me, but I could make it work.
That's okay.
You could probably.
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying. Very, very cheap.
If I could save time in a bottle, first thing that I'd like to do, save every day till eternity passes away, just to spend them with you. If I could make days last forever, if words could make wishes come true, I'd save every day like a treasure and then would spend them with you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. But it's safe.
One, two.
One of the most powerful things that anyone can do, believe it or not, is to have someone each morning that they text good morning to. I know this is going to sound trivial, corny, and I'm happy to take the heat on this one. Find a friend. Find someone who you can communicate with each morning. Just a good morning text. Seriously, this is one of the most powerful things you can do to check in with another member of your species each morning. You don't have
Imagine building a cathedral without detailed blueprints. Antoni Gaudí did it.
What's up with all these holes in Canada? And wherever you turn, there's another lake, eh? Some of them are even pretty great. What's with all these skinny hills or weird ridges, but not much else? What you're looking at right now is the Canadian Shield. It's a layer of exposed bedrock that covers around half of Canada. And when you look at a map of where Canadians live, this part's almost empty. Billions of years ago, ancient chunks of crust were crashing into each other and creating huge mountains on this land, some of them over 7 miles high. Then, over multiple ice ages, massive glaciers slid southward and basically shaved those mountains down. They left this land the way it is today. Mostly flat, not much soil, and a bunch of weird formations. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of lakes. But what's incredible is that you're looking at some of the longest lived rock on Earth. Slabs of crust slid under this shield and stacked up like bricks, so the Canadian Shield never sank back into the Earth's mantle to be recycled. It's literally the bedrock of our continent, the oldest geological formation in North America. What's up with all these holes in Canada?
I don't like the Jews. I'm guessing that they don't like me too.
All I see is lightsabers, but it's in focus. Action.
Does these songs sound similar? Does these songs sound similar?
My motor's knocking hard tonight. Guess that service engine light was right on my dashboard. I stopped to check under the hood. My motor's knocking hard tonight. Guess.
Okay. Hey, mannen. Okay.
So how long have we been scrolling TikTok?
It's YouTube. First, it's YouTube. It's YouTube. It's not TikTok.
It's basically the same, Justin.
All right, well, if you were watching, we learned a lot of interesting things. We watched a couple of really interesting documentaries about nutmeg.
Nutmeg, like the spice?
Yeah. I'm gonna link it. It was like a 2-hour doc. I didn't realize it was that long, but it was really interesting.
You watched a 2-hour documentary on nutmeg?
Yeah. It was really good.
That's you know, I'm proud of you. That's good. It's good to keep your curiosity open and watch new things. It's good. It's better than what Jared's doing.
Destiny. Just AFK Destiny.
I think he actually beat it, and now he's like rejoicing in the fact that he knows what to do, even though he had to look it all up.
Did he beat it? I was watching. It didn't look like he finished it.
I thought they did.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, because they were like farting around in the tower at some point.
Oh, okay. I thought they just gave up.
We beat on normal to practice the last encounter. We didn't beat it on hard yet, so we're doing it hard now.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we went to practice mechanics.
Cheese clowns.
That's what I said. I said I didn't think they did it.
Well, I saw them beat it. I didn't realize it was
Oh.
on normal, but I thought they were like on a different character or something.
And wait, how many more hours do you have? Do you have until the end of like Sunday? Oh, okay.
He's muted again.
In 1686, Chinese cannons bombarded the Russian fortress of Albatsin for several weeks. The Qing Emperor had sent an army to the frigid and inhospitable east of Siberia to capture the fortress and stop the expansion of the Tsardom of Russia in the region. But despite relentless bombardment, superior numbers and ferocious assaults, his troops still struggled to capture the fortress. This was not due to any fundamental inferiority of the Chinese forces to the Tsardom's troops. Instead, the trouble arose from the clash of Eastern siege methods with a Western-style star fortress with bastions. Chinese siege tactics differed significantly
Because of the PlayStation issues, they might be adding another weekend or something.
those practiced in the West, which typically featured massive fortifications with bastions, systematic trench digging, and the use of heavy artillery. In this video, we'll investigate the reasons for these differences and examine how early modern Chinese siege warfare differed from that in Europe. Albatsin is located in subarctic Siberia, in the valley of Amur or Heilong River, a narrow fertile zone in an otherwise hostile region. In the 17th century, it was part of the border area between China and the Russian Tsarist Empire, and it was fiercely contested. In 1672, the Tsarist Empire laid claim to Albatsin, shortly thereafter converting it into a modern star fortress in the Italian style. That is, an artillery fortress with bastions. European engineers developed this type of fortress in the 15th and 16th centuries, in response to increasingly effective cannons that could easily penetrate medieval walls. This sparked a continuous back and forth between defensive strategies and methods of attack, ultimately giving rise to a very specific form of siege warfare. This method
failed a couple civilizations in Beaver World.
Oh, you failed and stopped playing.
I kept failing.
Why are you still awake, dude?
I accidentally took a nap earlier.
Oh, when?
At like 3 o'clock or something. So from like 3 to like 6 or 7.
3 or 4 hours is a little longer for a nap, but...
Yeah.
Why don't you choose a different map?
No. The map is not... well, the problem is I chose like a bunch of different maps. The problem is I'm not good with this faction. I'm only good with the natural faction. I'm not good with the industry faction.
Is it because you've just set up like supply chains and stuff, or what?
Well, it's because it has like a totally different supply chain. The first game, I didn't realize until like I was like too far in that the food supply thing was so different. And I ran out of food. And then I fixed the food and I ran out of water. And it was just like a perpetual cycle.
That's how you learn, baby.
Yeah. So then I started again and ran out of wood. Literally ran out of wood up here on the plateau and couldn't get off it.
Oh, because you need to build like ladders and stuff down.
Yeah, well, I have to build ladders and stuff down, which I had to research, which I need wood to build them anyway. But the problem was I couldn't research it or I couldn't build it because I couldn't build the forester because I ran out of wood to build the forester to replant the trees. It was
You,
a
like,
disaster.
Tear down some buildings to get the wood back or something.
Yes. You know what? Yes, I could have, but the problem is you can't use that wood unless you have like a storage depot for it, and I didn't build a storage depot for it, so it doesn't recognize the wood on the ground if you don't have like storage to put it in.
This is sounding like a lot of skill issue.
Yep. It was.
Drawing swastikas out here.
Nope. Every single map has the exact same layout. 4 roads
When
coming
you
off the center.
replay the same one. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah,
You-
well,
you-
every time I build a base, it has the same layout.
Got it. What are the custom maps? Do you ever try those?
I mean, you can make your own,
Hmm.
but it's like super hard to design. And then like maybe every like quarter or something, they do like a contest to add maps to the game.
Oh,
They give people like $2,000 if they pick their map, and then they add it to the game, which that's cool. That's what this I think this was one of them. This was maybe the first one.
The Advanced Wars 2 map designer was one of the best. I don't know if you ever played that.
I played Advanced Wars, but I don't remember the map designer.
Yeah, you could like build your own maps and then play multiplayer on them.
That's cool.
And I was the best and Jared was very bad. Jared knew tank spam and nothing else.
Sounds right.
I know. Is that the same distance or is it off by one?
It was off by 1. I think it's good now. Still looks like it's off.
Count again. It looks like a square now.
1, 2, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's a square. Allegedly.
No, it's not. There's
It's
5
not?
on the inside and 6 on the other one.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The square. Stop gaslighting me.
Okay, it looked like a square for a while, but then you told me it wasn't, and then when you counted 5 on one and 6 on the other. So it just
Yeah, that might have been a skill issue on my part. Okay. No.
do you always build like this, like 6 out?
No, but this one is going to be symmetrical like this. I'm liking it so far. I think that looks cool. It's just not a swastika.
These Nazi beavers, Justin.
I mean, these are the industry ones. These are the little evil ones.
They have little mustaches.
No.
What's up, nerds?
What's up, Sam?
It is
Playing
3 in the morning.
Vault. Yeah. How was Catan?
Oh, we only played a couple of games. Keen and I have been talking for the last like 3 hours or so.
Nice.
Yeah, Leonard went to watch some UFC game or something. Or UFC match.
Oh, UFC fight. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the storage? What is that?
That is the researcher. Yeah, so the thing that threw me off is these guys, their farms are smaller than the other people. So the problem was like I put down the same number of farms and I just wasn't getting the food production. Because you basically have to put 2 farms to equal one of the other ones.
But they take up less space, is what you're saying.
They do take up less space though, yeah. So it's pretty much worth it, but it just took me a while to realize that was the case.
I'm still waiting on like a City Skylines with multiplayer or something along those lines.
That would actually be so cool. You could like each like design different districts or something. It'd be pretty cool. You don't need 2, they need 1.
That Elden Ring multiplayer looked really good. I'm surprised you guys didn't play more of that.
I think it's probably a lot better now, but it was kind of glitchy for a while.
Justin already deleting the farms.
Yeah. I changed my mind on them already. Okay, we cannot repeat the same mistake again. Cannot run out of wood.
You build a harvester, storage? What are you missing yet?
Yeah, I guess I should probably just plop down a little storage. That doesn't hurt. Just in case we need it. I can't build the forester until I research enough to research it.
Right.
So that's the problem. So it's like gate kept, and then I also need to build planks for it.
Does that mean you need a sawmill or something?
Yeah. I need a sawmill and I need power for it, and the power takes a lot of wood as well.
Did my Thestrals finish doing the deed?
Oh yeah, you're playing Hogwarts?
Yeah. I hope this game was rated T.
Why?
Violence,
It's nature.
breeding. Oh, your game's probably rated E, Justin.
What's that supposed to mean?
Means Timberborn is more of a friendly game.
Oh my god, I forgot water.
Compared to Hogwarts?
Go.
9 minutes. Then I get a hippogrific. Oh, that moonstone. Those moonstone producers are already paying off.
But in the case of the Basques, their blood type distribution might hint at something far more elusive. An ancient
T1, this is what you're in for. The man is Tejo personified, and he gets it done with the ghost here. Just walks in and starts knocking players down. Unbelievable. I thought T1 looked like they have a pretty sharp execute. Buzz getting the opening kill. They've got the aftershock to try to set him up for a second. A good stun onto Hyunmin as well. So Stacks, I think, using his utility pretty nicely on the breach. Obviously, you would kind of expect that. It is his, I would say, signature agent throughout the years, but that is just disgusting. And just, there he goes. He's letting him know. I mean, this is another thing about this DRX team. Obviously, you've got firepower. Obviously, you've got skill, but they have emotion now. They are so loud. Even Mako gets involved.
Seeing that energy really get ramped up throughout the days, but 5-0 start for Freeing is going to be a big pain point here for T1, you would suspect, given that Armageddon is just 2 charges away. Quick little jump peek on the gate crash, identifying the position there of Hyunmin, seeing the outlaw in hand.
Definitely going to be looking towards Meteor, see if he can do any damage.
And then considering the push up, it looks like call is made to not over-aggress, to play this out a little bit more patiently. Similarly, though, quickly building up towards his own ultimate. How these dimensional drifts have been across multiple regions. The stealth drone gets the spot out. Stars being placed. That's going to be immediately the intro coming through, but Flashback is at the ready. Says, yeah, you tried using this one last round. It got you a kill, but this time you've fallen right into my trap. Gate crash shut down. As Freeing trying to hold the line, is going to be good for another kill. Flashback, however, on for 3. Now a 4th to go ahead and close it out. DRX, a very clean 2-0 start.
Yeah, this is concerning for T1, not just because you're losing these rounds, but because you are stacking.
Are you watching LCK over there, Justin?
Already got the Armageddon.
I am. Yeah, they're
from the neural theft for Flashback.
They have the grand finals and
really
shit.
Come into play as this half wears on. That DRX is able to continuously find these moments where they're able to get.
For like regional, the European one was a joke. It was over in like a half hour. One team just like won all 3 games. They only lost a few rounds. That's crazy.
Because Korea's like.
No, that was Europe. The one team from Europe just was so bad. They lost in like record time.
Korea is
towards A. Very close
They're
to the
good.
dimensional drift for
it's
Spain.
the competitive market.
Try to get a little bit of info clear of the tower. But the
Force back there.
That's a real one.
Checks it.
It's not Durka.
Just in case.
Now you gotta check it. Now it's in everybody's heads.
True. But if that kind of change-up, that might be necessary for T1. Something that unexpected. Given the previous read on that gate crash from Buzz. We'll see though as they now get ready to attack in onto the A site. Up the rope to go. Buzz hits the floor. Bane holding things down. Mako swinging out the backside. Able to find the headshot. Easy to be eliminated. Meteor is going to be good for one, but that's about it. Carpe locked out.
I'm curious what.
No, it's Valorant. It's
here
Valorant.
within the
So.
site. Given the investments,
It's like the LCK. It's Korean
for the
League.
rifle.
I still hate they're
Valorant.
playing
Go ahead,
Tristana
rotate
mid,
out, look for safety
wasting
somewhere
an
on this map.
ADC.
Yeah, it's just great understandings here from DRX.
League is in such a bad
really nicely in terms
state.
of
It's like
letting
so bad.
T1 feel like they've
And
created
Riot
space
said
where
they
can
don't
get
want to
in, get
give
the plant
free
down,
Hex Tech
but you
chest
shut
back to
Buzz down on
everyone
that
because
rope.
it.
That doesn't give you the opportunity to create an extra flank angle.
Quote
Yeah,
unquote.
they're
able to just knock
lost.
players
They don't
down
know
with
what
some
they're
good
doing.
sniping from the back of A after the smokes dissipate.
They're not doing good.
You're able to do a nice job there. Use
Shooting
the Armageddon
themselves
to
hard
make
in
sure
the
that
foot.
any of the reinforcements trying to arrive
I'm fine
from
with
A
watching
main
it
aren't
crash
able
and
to really
burn.
do any damage.
Yeah.
That's
Deserved,
great stuff for
definitely deserved.
DRX, and they have been just so good on this map. On the side of T1, man,
Like, who gives a
they
shit
need
if
to work the map a
it's
little bit more. This is
not
something
sustainable
that
to
has
give people
concerned
free
me with this
skins?
team
You
throughout this
fuckers
stage.
make enough money
is they
off
can
of
get
your
a little bit
game.
predictable. They can get a little bit.
Why do you give a shit
execute heavy,
now?
And I think that's obviously partly
But I
stats
think the whole
style,
point is
going
the
all way
game
back
is
to the Vision
dying,
Strikers days
and
things
they're
like that,
just
but also just
trying to make
maybe
as much
still
as
trying
they
to find
can
some
off
comfort,
it, though.
some
Where it's just
comfortableness
milking it.
with this team. Comfort, yeah. And I think that's going to be something that I need to see coming into Bangkok that T1 needs to work on. Is being able to spread the map a little bit more, contest some space, bait out some utility, because otherwise you can generally kind of understand what they're doing pretty quickly, especially with a team that's like DRX that is really aggressive and getting early info.
There's the cam out.
I don't know, you must
Jump
that
across
be
the
to play
players
with.
noted there by Mako. Re-aggresses getting up top here in this
Yeah, that's
position.
definitely fair.
Fake out gonna be cleared. Meteor scaling forward, looking to try to take some space. Young man just setting up the cloud burst. Buzz with the TP forward gets in relatively for free. The drop down this time does end up getting punished once more. Flash up over the top. Mako trying to tuck away. It's in behind the box alongside Free, who does take a bit of damage. But Mako on the re-swing, able to find the headshot. Buzz gonna be taken down through the box. After Shock, try to force them forward, force them into the open. Covering fire, however, is established, just freeing. Mows down
Yeah,
two.
these guys have, like,
Gets a
totally
headshot onto
different
Stacks.
food
It's just
and stuff.
Carpe once again, this time with only a classic. Trying to see if he can deal some additional damage, but push up into the smoke. We'll get the right click point blank on the flashback. The two players down, but DRX now 4-0 to start on Abyss.
This is a great round for freeing again on this B site, but he does something a little bit different this time. Obviously, he's fragging out. We know he's capable of that, but he throws a great stun here when T1 is trying to set up a play to break out from behind the B site box, and that slows them down. Okay, Buzz able to get in, get that first kill. That's great. But you can see around the corner, right in front of Mako, there was a stun there that slowed up T1's
Like, I
attempted
respect them
kind of
trying out
multi-person
different
swing out
things,
that they were trying to do.
but
And that also set him up for some big kills.
they had
It
shit
continues
working.
to just be, I'm just going to say it, the best Tejo in the world.
And
He does it so many different
getting
ways.
rid of a
So proven otherwise, and
preseason
that's likely going to have to wait till
really
Masters
fucking
Bangkok
over.
stage. Right
and
now,
not using their PBE.
looking incredible. T1, first time out of the grand final. First time out in this position for Autumn.
And there's a lot on the line here for T1. Pride, obviously.
Sure.
As an organization, you put this team together, you know, for Autumn, having never beaten Termi in an official match, that's a huge deal. That's a huge battle, a huge mental hurdle for everybody, not just Autumn himself, but the whole team to get over. And for Stacks and Buzz, of course, you know, you've been coached for so long under that guy. You want to show that, you know, you can do it without him, that you have the ability to break through and be an even better team than the old DRX, the old Vision Strikers. What you are now as T1, this new squad, can really do damage, not just regionally, but internationally as well. Something we're going to have to keep our eye on as the day goes on.
Well, into the dimensional drift, that's the call off the rip here as weapons back in play, fake out. It's out of the ultimate here, does Buzz, taking some space here in tower. Flashback caught. Full blind, pushing up through that smoke for a brief little moment. DRX now trying to get people in position for a retake. Meteor. See if he can go on a linger here, but presence is going to be noted. Shots exchanged, but none connecting. Zizou's drone spots out 2 here at backside. 3 swings, eats a bit of damage. Flashback puts him down to below half health. Rolling Thunder online here. 4 stacks for the post plant. Stun to the corner, does get dodged out. Stack's able to find one. Buzz coming away with another. This time the round looking very solid for the side of T1. 2 casualties, so some damage dealt, but don't have to commit any further ultimates into the fight, and they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, just a quick hit here from T1. Something that they've been able to do reasonably well in some of these rounds is get there fast and get to the site. It's just generally DRX's retakes have been quite good, and a lot of that is on the back of Freeing, of course, but this time around, even though Freeing does get one, Stack's able to shut that right down. It's ready for the re-swing. Get Meteor up on the box. Good control of mid this time from Meteor, at least understanding that nobody was going to be pushing through vent, so that allowed Buzz to come back down to the site to back the rest of the players up a little bit. And that was a really nice hold from T1. Finally able to get something on the board. Let's see what they want to do this go around. Kind of that 4-1 classic style that the desk talks about, that T1 likes to run, especially on split.
Good info game there from Meteor, though. Cam got the tag out onto Hyunmin. They note the operator on the opposite side of the map, so it looks like they would just want to try to barrel into A once more.
Just about these trips.
A very narrow one. Shock Dart will be able to clear out one. Rolling Thunder goes into the back. Flashback just shallow enough to not get caught by that, and there's the ping. As Bane chooses correctly, the fake out goes off the side of the map. He's going to drop down off tower. It's going to be Flashback, however, with covering fire. It comes away with the kill on a Carpe. Now the Neural Theft invested. All 3 remaining players from T1 noted here in A main. Trying to push forward from here. Could just be nigh impossible. A 3v5.
What a great setup.
Fantastic shutdown as the fault line, not connecting onto anyone. Freeing still here in heaven. Meteor trying to just storm his way into backside, but Bane guns them all down.
I think that was a collat there for Bane. That was crazy good stuff, though, from Flashback on this Cypher. Just a great read on how this execute was going to look. He saw and he understood. He double took, yeah.
50-50.
He thought about going for the fake out first and chose correctly. Well done. But that dual trip setup from the get-go was going to be what might give T1 some grief in that round, and it did. Just the way that they were low to the ground, spread out towards both angles that they were going to have to go through. They weren't cleared at all. And that really stymied their ability to find any kind of success there. So it's back to a low buy. Stinger in hand for Buzz, Guardian for Meteor.
Ooh. One into the shoulder through the corner of the wall. Another little jiggle gate crash peek out onto the A side, but nothing really going to be noted there. Bring some taps, holding Meteor at bay, just waiting out this cyber cage. And I know you want to aggress forward off this one. Just dumps the entire mag to stop him.
Really just does not want to give up that vent space easily. Meteor's going to try to wrap a bit down the library side.
Stealth drone's going out into A main right now here from Freeing. Nothing going to be noted there.
Oh.
Do they realize that they've given up this space? Well, they certainly do now, but it's Meteor who's eating the lion's share of the damage, tries to go for the ADS, but just cannot line him up. Once again, the Aftershock here onto the box, trying to force it back, but Hyunmin still in play. Finds a shot on Izu, Carpe dead. The rescope, not gonna be good for it. Buzz at range with the Stinger, does manage to take down the opposing jet, but they are still at a massive disadvantage. Flash not going high enough to actually get the catch, and that's when Freeing strikes. Another 2 kills, another round, DRX storming their way through Abyss.
Yeah, they're just looking really comfortable. The rotations are really snappy. They're doing a great job of getting to, wherever T1 is going to strike relatively quickly, keeping them off balance. Had some good setups from Flashback, and all in all, mostly pretty good. I mean, other than Hyunmin losing that battle to Buzz with a Stinger, things looking pretty solid for them. A little bit whiffy here from Meteor. Bane able to kind of maneuver his way out of the out of the angles that Meteor was trying to hold. Bought enough time. God, Freeing is so snappy, man. He just looks like he's in normal Freeing mode for us here in Pacific.
Yeah.
He's been just lights out.
Look at that. We could sell out 2 arenas in 2 different cities.
That's right.
Step up your game, Americas.
That's right.
Little drift. Oh, okay, yep. It's okay.
It's fine.
That's why God gave Jet an updraft.
Is anybody going to tell Jeremy that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I had to.
It's all good. Mako sat here backside. You're wanting to try to take some space. Wire waiting on the opposite side of this nebula. Buzz looks to open things up. There's the spot out onto the Astra. A couple shots, and Mako still comes away with one. Jump out off the back of the stun. Buzz is able to collect, and Flashback will be taken down. Quick peek from Hyunmin, though. Rewarded with the kill of his own. Now into a 3v3. Hunter's Fury disrupting the salvos, flying. Buzz completely zoned back out. It's DRX. They managed to get the retake going before the plant can come down. Now Stacks dead, freeing Snappy as ever. And Hyunmin hits the headshot to seal the deal on the round. Just when it starts looking all right for T1, DRX just pull the rug out from beneath their feet.
That is an absolutely filthy combination of utility. Absolutely disgusting. The Hunter's Fury to keep the plant from going through into the salvos and the Armageddon. There's no space anywhere on that B site. There is no choice but to back off here as T1, and that's perfect for DRX because you've got an operator, because you've able to retake control of this box and just completely shut them out. Focus down on that choke point. Unbelievable stuff from DRX. They are so well drilled on this map.
Hyunmin wanting to play this aggressively. Going already popped, goes for it, is going to be good for the kill, but Carpe is able to find the headshot. Operator, a bit more firepower for him, but not exactly the weapon of choice that they would like to have as they get ready to attack this A site. Neural Theft getting the ping reveal. Frink sets up the salvos. Lays on the carpet, TP forward, and once again, it is tracked, it is red, it is shut down.
Man, such good reactions. I mean, Freeing is just so ready with those salvos to nullify the Neural Theft. Nigh impossible now for T1. Trying to find some opportunity maybe with that operator that Stacks now has in his hands.
We need.
I'd say if you were gonna criticize anything DRX did in this round, it would just be setting Hyunmin out on his own with an op.
Yeah, it's on. I have it on.
He did. And the only reason I say that is just because I assumed you're kind of gambling that you might be able to find that solo player, or obviously get out with your dash, but you know T1's been stacking up so much in these mains.
The movement right now of Flashback seems like he might have heard Carpe getting in deep. Right now, eyes are not trained over towards tower, nor towards the back of sight. As that's going to be a fault line trying to get Carpe into position, but the time is just not there.
10 seconds
Three
left.
players still entrenched. They would have to kill them in the blink of an eye. Carpe now striking, looking to try to make it a little bit more costly, but even that Sheriff, as steady as it typically is, cannot find that second shot. Three players surviving. Cash aplenty across the board here for TRX. The coffers are full.
Yep. And that's why you can afford to go for these plays. One's so ready for it, but after that, the cookie crumbles, and it's the Tejo that stalls all of this out, that really just leaves T1 stuck, not able to break through the way that they were hoping. TPs are being read pretty nicely. Yeah, second time out from T1. Gotta try to stop the bleeding here. This has been a disastrous half so far, but see it all the time where teams come back even though they've had a rough start. We saw it yesterday with Gen G.
Yeah.
So this is definitely still doable, and I think, honestly, you know, T1 I thought was okay on this map in the offseason on the one time they played it, but clearly you're starting to see they were avoiding it for a pretty decent reason.
Yeah. Just, to echo back from, you know, the first year that we had seen, you know, a best of 5, you're forced to use certain things in your map pool. It kind of reminds me of that first Lotus that we had seen from DRX in 2023 versus X.
Yeah.
Hit it for so very long, and we're like, oh, maybe they have something prepared. No.
Nope. No, it was hidden for a reason.
Still looked pretty brutal, and right now, it's shades of that.
It does feel that way. And you knew no matter what that this is a map that DRX was going to be first picking. It is just such a good map for them. They really have such a good read on how to play it. Again, look at this mid control that they're taking early. You know, Hyunmin with the op being backed up by the Tejo, just in case there's a little peek out from Meteor or anything like that. Meanwhile, T1 not comfortable, not confident to challenge any of those angles because of that operator in play. It's going to be in the back of your mind.
Take flight.
So you might get a little bit of vision here. I think Meteor got spotted on the other side by Bane. Just going to see Mako on this side.
He's been playing this position the entire time.
So they're going to wait out the stealth drone.
He's down. Spot on the 2, though.
Yeah.
Decent amount of information. Gate crash forward here. Mako positioned just behind where that TP would come into play, but so T1 not going to look to play around that B site. As Cam gets the spot out. Flashback challenges in for the fight, and he wins it. Doesn't even take that much damage. Now Carpe picked off, still lingering around in window. Hyunmin just snipes him down. Now you don't have any smokes. You don't have any breach utility. How are you meant to close out this round? That's a fake out. Flashback readjusts. Buzz does manage to come away with 1. 2v5 into a 2v4.
Oh, but look at Bane. Because of that mid control, they're able to come at you from every angle. Oh, Buzz though.
We're broken, yeah. Shorty at that range, not going to do much there for Hyunmin, so Buzz is able to capitalize. And around the back, as you mentioned, Bane encroaching on their position now, and right now there is not much of a read of it. Buzz now starting to lend credence to this potential flank, and Bane will be able to strike first. Leaving it now to Izu. 2v5 into the 1v3 to try to close it out. Finds the first. Bane taken down. But Mako swings the corner, has the headshot, and Fring's got the defuse. 9-1.
Yeah, they just look so good right now. DRX is winning duels everywhere on the map. The operator helps, of course, taking down Carpe. But winning that one against Meteor is a big deal for Flashback because then he's able to double down on it, swings to the other side of the box. ADS catches stacks with Spike in hand. Buzz doing what he can here. Find a couple kills. You know, the first thing that came to my mind when you're like, oh, what can T1 do? And I'm like, Buzz go kill. Like, that's about your only option at that point. And he tried his damnedest, but still, with so much map control for DRX, just is so hard to read the timings and what angles they're going to be coming from. And especially when you're losing the fringe battles, you know, with that solo player you're leaving behind. That opens up so much space for DRX to maneuver. Look at Hyunmin again. This mid control completely ignored, completely abandoned by T1. And he's so far ahead.
Flash, fake. The rush forward here on the corner. Mako does get caught this time. Thought he made it around the corner, but ends up getting bogged down. Hyunmin watching the flank, however, and just absolutely rips Meteor apart. Down to 8 HP, but still alive. Maybe an opportunity for him with that Guardian in hand. We'll have to just wait and see for now as Fring looks to open things up a little bit more, and he does, and Stacks similarly gets taken down as Bane swings out from the same angle. Gun going to be cleared. Meteor desperately trying to make his way over. It's a small, little, narrow pocket to tuck into there for Izu. Keeps him safe for the moment. At 59, but now Hyunmin striking. He's able to find Carpe, and they know the last 2 players are going to be dinged up. They know that they're going to be weak. Up and over the box they go. Bane, the one who comes away with the kill as the defuse now gets started. And Meteor is still just a world away. The knives will finish him off as DRX decide who they want to give it to. Of course, it's going to be Bane. Get the Hunter's Fury online as they move up 10-1. Looking for damn near perfection in this opening half.
Again, even though there is a bit of a punchback, but DRX is freeing in particular. His movement here, so good. Mako gets taken down. That way, that little shift of the adjustment of the angle there. Buzz gets caught trying to spray and hold. He's able to find the headshot pretty quickly. And this early tracking by Hyunmin of Meteor makes it so much more difficult for T1 to kind of understand and hold their lines a little bit better. And they really have to force the issue at B-Link. They can't win the battles. That's been the story of the map for sure. Deep dart, not going to catch anything onto Hyunmin as he's tucked into a smoke. This time around, Buzz doing a little bit of peeking in towards mid. Actually going to send his gate crash all the way over in towards B-Link. And he TPs through with the dimensional drift. He's going to get a lot of info on the back of this site. This might just have to be a retake for DRX.
I don't know if they're going to be too bothered by that, just given how they have gone so far. Buzz now coming out of the dimensional drift. The Hunter's Fury going to be opened up for Bane, looking for the interrupt. The Cosmic Divide going to be called in here as well. Trying to lock anybody who's already on the site in, lock the others out. Freeing, going to be spotted, taken down so very low. Push back the opposite side of the wall, but Meteor with a quick peek is able to go ahead and find the punish. Scales forward, taking some space, setting up a tripwire quickly. Does get cleared here by Mako as the plant now comes in. Cosmic Divides cutting up the site here into quarters. But Hyunmin
Justin
onto
is
this
watching
lurk,
Valorant.
striking. Izu going to be taking down flashback in at the same time, and a Bane up onto the Raptor. Finds one. Gets traded out. 2v3. This is now just Mako left standing, looking for the clutch. Cannot make it happen. T1 will at long last find themselves another round win. In the last round of the half.
Yeah, it's looking like it could have been 11-1 for DRX. Really like the way that they decided to try to set this up, but T1 was able to get Cosmic Divide of their own and cut off enough of DRX to kind of keep them off balance. Great reaction play there from Meteor. Gunmin lurking in those flanks, so annoying to deal with. Not much they could do, but see a little bit of, I'm not gonna call it happiness, but relief from T1 there that they're able to get out of at least a 10-2.
At least one more.
Yeah, but certainly, you know, going over to the attacker side, it can't feel great. Although I see some smiles there.
Smiles there.
I see Stacks laughing.
There's maybe some joy happening on the stage, but not much. As this is quite a deep trench to try to dig oneself out of.
To say the least. And you know, the attacker side on this map, generally pretty good for most teams. And DRX, no slouches at all, so they ran it down against Gen G. So kind of curious what this is going to look like. Obviously, the pistol is a must-win. That goes without saying for T1. Just what are they going to have in store? Are they going to be able to keep a little bit more map control? That's going to be very crucial. Something I'd like to see them pay a little bit more attention to throughout this half. And really a lot of pressure going to be on Meteor to try to lock some of these sites down. Him and Carpe. Buzz there. It's over the rope. Past library.
Waits until the cam gets re-toggled. Let's get forced back.
That's good. You're disrupting some of what DRX likes to do. Use that cam, get a lot of information in mid, keep them a little bit more off balance, make it a lot harder, make them have to commit a body to keeping track of any
Buzz
attempted lurks.
Out on their heels. Does he just go for the peek, or does he continue to pursue? At least grab the orb. Doesn't necessarily know they're out of audio range, but this on the corner should now know it. Looks like he is just going to continue on the prowl.
Got to be wary of the Cypher. Flashback potentially still kind of waiting through there. Buzz has gained so much space. Is Flashback going to be aware of it?
I don't think he is. If he can make it around the corner before this trip, looks like yes, he will now be safe. That flank can be noted. Salvo's going forward. Carpe tucked in onto the bridge. Here alongside the Nebula's Gunman going for the entry.
Really?
A little bit whippy there, back and forth.
Carving Senna again.
30 seconds left. Like flashback before falling to the wayside. 3v2 now.
Something again.
It's Meteor swinging out.
Only because there's like 25 ADCs.
Now noted, and all comes down to Buzz. Looks like the call is going to be for a double face, and that delivers another pistol round win. DRX get up to 11.
Yeah, pistol rounds continue to plague T1. Been a real problem throughout this stage. Still looking a little bit off balance here in this first map. I mean, obviously, you know, how much of this is coming down to the fact that they played back-to-back grueling days of Valorant.
Yeah.
You know, you don't rarely see this kind of lack of just, frankly, mechanics from this T1 team. A little bit off balance. So, might just need a map to kind of stabilize and resituate. See it all the time.
Look at this here from DRX. 4 players with the regen armor as Meteor pushed up so very aggressively. He just gets cut down to size.
Bane
there. Stacks does get a headshot.
Bane was playing bait the whole way. Jumping out there, bouncing around.
Drawing the attention. This Nebula goes up. Spike gets planted. Full kit on this Tejo for the post plant. As doesn't need the kit for that one. Spots out Stacks, takes him down. And for T1, what are you meant to do? Swing out. Buzz really is meant to just get an absolutely nasty headshot there onto Gunman. And will eventually fall as shock darts get invested. Bane guns down Carpe, denying another ace here. That's just an eventuality now. Izu, far too much to try to deal with here. Try to Maybe go for a kill, but on the peek out, gets tacked up. He swings for it. Thought maybe he was just going to wait out for the spike. He does not. Freeing finds another 4K, I think a third or fourth 4K of this map. All in the hands of DRX as they now move up to map point.
Yeah, it has just been tremendous stuff. Again, it's Freeing and Bane, just like the last time we saw DRX on Abyss. Just absolutely having their way with the other squads. These initiators, so valuable for this DRX team. They are so quick, so well aware. And even with some of these lurks from Buzz, I like the attempts from T1. I like what they're doing. They're just not able to hold the line on the sites long enough that really Buzz can find that much effect. And of course, with the weaker weaponry in the previous round, that doesn't help anything either. It's going to be flashback with an Outlaw, a couple Guardians, Bulldog, Freeing with just a Ghost.
Take flight.
Bane getting pretty close, though, to a Hunter's Fury.
Gets started, so doesn't want to go forward there into the Cloudburst. Now we'll go chasing in, and immediately gets gunned down. Bane's well similarly going to be joining them in the grave as Buzz goes sent off the side of the map. Now suddenly a 2v2. As DRX just kick in the door here on this A site. Good back from Mako. Head gets taken off. Carpe good with the shot. Still eats a decent amount of damage, though, as they now face in. The first one falling. Flashback tucking away. Meteor plays it quietly, but the cam is set up for the spot.
Cage triggered.
The dart does not connect. He doesn't have vision. It's just a tap. Meteor not scaling forward, however. Plays it out patiently. Waiting on the sides of that cage. Finds the kill and gets T1 another round win.
God, that's so much damage done to T1, though. Yeah, look at their economy. DRX not going to have any problem buying up. Just carrying over the guns from their bonus for the most part. And this initial hit looked like it was going to get shut down. And then Flashback finds just a tight angle around the corner with the Outlaw to take Buzz down. Just playing off of each other so well right now are DRX. That's something that they've been doing all stage. Coordination through the roof for them already. 3 Guardians, 2 rifles, half armors is what T1 is able to scrape together. Do have the dimensional drift for Buzz. So you could find a way maybe to play for retake or a late round sort of info gathering mission. See what they want to do. But I do like the way the Buzz is being really aggressive at controlling mid. Appreciate that this is something T1 is respecting. It's just DRX has been just so solid. It hasn't made that much of a difference.
Flashback just taking this control around mid while the spike gets ushered over towards the B site. Freeing one away from having that annihilation online. Get the spike forward, get it planted. They'll have it for the post plant, and that could be the death sentence here for T1 on this map. Shock Dart not going to be clearing out anything here. Trips still in play. These cages get popped. Meteor along the side here of the Raptors. Now drops down, spot out, gets the headshot on the Bane, forces it back. Rushes forward. Yeneman, however, up into the Cloudburst. Will find the kill on a Meteor. Carpe dead means Freeing has that Armageddon already set to go. Dimensional drift from Buzz, just trying to scout things out. His flashback watches the flank and cuts down Izu. Buzz now with everything on his shoulders, but he cannot bear the weight. Stacks the IGL. Has to answer, but he cannot respond. DRX come out swinging on their map pick of Abyss, and they close it out 13-3.
Another absolute banger from DRX on Abyss. They are so strong on this map. Termi continues to show that he has a great read on the newest map that we're going to have here in our map pool. And it is, something that really helped get them the distance at Champions last year, where they got to another 5th, 6th place finish. Still very sturdy, still very comfortable. Obviously, it being their first pick as well, but the 13-3 score line, it's going to be in the back of your mind if you're T1. Got absolutely shellacked there.
That they did, but still saw some smiles on the faces of the players as they were leaving the stage. Seems like, and as we've often heard, and I'm sure, Big Time will reiterate on the analyst desk in a few moments, sometimes these blowout maps are the easiest to move away from. So perhaps for T1, just getting over that first hump that is this Abyss, maybe it was an expected pain point for T1 to say, yep, okay, we got clapped. Now we focus up, we go into our map pick, we go into our comfort with Lotus.
Yeah, and I think a lot of you know, the emotions that got spent yesterday are going to make today easier to stomach as well, to make these losses like this. You know, you've already got to Masters, you kind of overcame a very difficult hurdle.